True.
I never read the comments on anything.
That's how I started. That's how I am too. I'm more of a YouTuber in that sense. I will go check all the comments.
Oh, terrible.
Sometimes
I think that
in the comments.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like checking comments.
Oh, it's terrible for you. I'm not recommending.
I just think it like biases me, especially if I'm doing it like live. I'm like reading chat because I'll like have the impulse to like play to chat and like try to appeals them, and it's not good for being intellectually honest.
That's why I fight chat in my own chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a very antagonistic relationship. They come in to harass me, I harass them back. We're just constantly fighting.
You say that, but
hello, everybody.
Hello.
Oh what God, is that?
Hello.
I was about to say, I don't think that's your main mic, bud.
Oh no, it isn't. Okay, I'll fix it.
I just put you at 50%.
Fucking time.
This any better?
That's shitloads better.
Oh my God, fantastic. Fantastic.
Right. Dylan, Johnny's going to be about 10 minutes. I'll drag them in when they're ready if you want to get started. All right. Have a good night, everyone. Message me if you need me.
Fantastic.
Good night, Danabo. Thank you.
How is...
No one needs you, Danabo. Fuck off.
Wow.
Fuck you, Kevin.
Wow. British antagonism.
The
Welcome,
real
everyone.
infighting.
The real leftist infighting. Happy to have you all here, for you all to spend a Friday with me, Dylan Burns, for the Hippy Dippy Roundtable, live from Ukraine, Ukraine edition. Happy to have you all here as you're taking time out of your days to do this. So, what I'm going to start with is have everybody introduce themselves. We're going to go into the rules, and then we're going to start with the first topic, because I know we have a few new people here, so I want to make sure they can introduce themselves. So we're going to start with Counterpoints. How you doing, Counterpoints? By the way, I've been playing some Warhammer stuff recently, so you've converted me. Congratulations.
Fuck yeah. Another one bites the dust. I love it. My name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. I identify as center right. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, so I have about 3,000 points of Warhammer stuff in this bookcase in my background. That's actually some Warhammer art right there that I commissioned from Oramus Juicy on Twitter. He's a very talented artist. So if you're into any of that kind of stuff, go ahead and check us out. We just broke 25K on YouTube, so we're actually having a lot of fun and kicking ass, taking names, etc., etc. And then I do want to shout this out. Kevin was saying that nobody needs Danabo. I need Danabo. He's a good dude. And I'm going to go ahead and pledge $200 because Danabo's family is going through a rough time right now. He's traveling in order to basically see his family while they're having that rough time. So any donos from my chat tonight will be going to Danabo to help him out during this tough time for him. But he's a good duder despite being a Brit bonger. And I'll leave it there.
Well, I was just going to say, this is how Brit bongers help each other out. That was me being nice.
Talking shit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, well, now that he's done that, okay, I feel a little bit shown up, so I'm going to join him and do the same thing. I'll pledge $200, and any donations tonight, we'll throw it towards Danabo as well. Danabo's a great guy, and he is going through a tough time right now. So I'm going to throw it over now to Kevin Logan.
Hello, I'm Kevin Logan, and I like to verbally abuse people who've been through bad times recently. Clearly. Now, I'm a leftist from the UK. You can find me at KFLogan1875 on Twitch or Twitter or whatever, I don't know. Or you could just not, whatevs.
Fantastic. I'm going to throw it now over to Madam. Should I just call you Madam, or what should I call you?
Genevieve works. Madam is fine as well, but Genevieve is maybe a little bit more personal.
Okay, fantastic.
I am a liberal, sex-positive feminist. I've recently gotten into political debating in the past month and a half, roughly, regarding things generally around equal rights, sex work, so on and so forth. And I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having me. You can find me on twitch.tv/Madam Genevieve or Twitter, Madam_Genevieve.
Fantastic. Happy to have you. We also have another person who's new as well. Mr. Pepper. Should I just call you Peppers?
It's actually goddammit Malcolm. This is the only thing that I haven't changed. So Malcolm's fine, or Pepper.
Malcolm's
whatever you
fine?
prefer.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, George. Introduce yourself.
I'm Malcolm, goddammit Malcolm on everything. I'm a trans guy. I talk about trans issues through like a trans masculine perspective because there's not very many of us floating around on the ethers of the internet. Yeah, and I appreciate everybody's time and the opportunity to hang out with you guys. It means the world to me.
Happy to have you. And now we're going to throw it over to Taftaj.
All right, I'm Taftaj. I'm moderately right-wing. I do internet politics. I post cringe on the internet daily, so if that interests you, you should follow me.
But be warned, she does not only post cringe on her Twitter
I also
account.
post sexy pictures on Twitter.
She does do that. We're
It's
now going to throw it over
someone,
to Turk.
Someone sent me a very risque one the other day, yeah.
Of me?
Yeah. I was like, oh, okay. I can't show that on stream, obviously.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, I don't know how to follow that, but I'm Turk. I stream science and tech. I've been doing more of these politics streams lately. I'm a conservative Christian, so this should be an interesting discussion. I'm really interested to see the different angles that we talk about all this types of stuff. And
hey, Turk, you're the science and tech guy, so are you sure that's your mic?
Yes.
Okay, this is 100% your mic?
You might want to use push to talk if you have the
Is that
option.
better?
Tap your mic. Tap it. No, you're not.
No, that's not. You're not using the mic. No.
Detective. I pushed to talk. Did it reset?
Tap your mic. When you tap it, we don't hear. So that means.
Yeah, I'm on push to talk.
Oh,
You
okay.
have
Well.
2 hands. What?
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Okay, we're gonna throw it over to. Do I just call you True?
Yeah, that's good. True is good.
Fantastic.
Hi everybody, I'm True Malma. I used to do these shows a lot. I took a long break, so because I'm a centrist and apparently I go against everybody most of the time. My positions tonight, I don't really hear people talk about it, but apparently it's libertarian. So yeah, I'm excited to see where that goes, and I hope we have a good conversation. And maybe we can move the conversation further ahead. That would be really my goal, to be honest.
Okay, so I'm going to go into the rules of the show. The first rule is you don't do anything against Twitch terms of service. Obviously, we all want to keep our channels. Nobody wants to lose the channel, so we're not going to break Twitch terms of service. Second rule is do your best not to yell over everybody else or shout over everybody else. Like you can do some, but at a certain point, we will stop you if it's difficult to move the conversation along. The third rule is during intro and outro segments, you don't interrupt other people. We want everybody to be able to say at least their opening and ending statements each topic, so people have a period of time to be uninterrupted in what they say. When I'm talking, there's nobody else talking. I'm not talking because I want to give my position. I'm just trying to moderate the panel. I'm not trying to, tell you all about my hot take abortion topic. Okay, that's you guys tonight. Besides that, you will talk to people with their proper pronouns. If you don't like that, I don't care what you do in your own show, but this is my show. And okay, I think that's all of the rules. And so we're going to open up with, I think there was some big news recently, so we're going to talk about that. Roe versus Wade. So my question to the group is, obviously, after the decision was linked a few months ago, or I think maybe it just was a month ago, we all kind of knew this was coming in the near future. We thought it was going to be 6-3, ended up being 5-4, the decision. My question is, how do you think this Roe versus Wade being overturned is going to affect the country? How do you think it's rolling out? And how are you reacting to the recent news? It's a general topic on Roe versus Wade. So I'm going to throw it over to, I think I'll go Taft first.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I'll just start by saying that these topics are sort of difficult to have because you end up discussing Roe v. Wade on a lot of different levels, sort of at the same time. So I'll just try to quickly address what I think are like the 3 levels in which people talk about it. And first is the legal level. So I'm of the opinion that Roe v. Wade was poor legal ruling. And from the standpoint of constitutional law, it probably makes sense to overturn it. The only problem here is that it gets into a little bit of dicey territory when you start overturning really old cases. But I think Roe v. Wade is one case where that's justifiable just because there's so much division on it. So that's the first level. Second is the moral level. I don't believe that abortion is immoral. Even if I grant that fetuses are persons, I believe killing is sometimes morally justified, and abortion is one of those cases. There's a wealth of sociological literature which suggests that access to abortion has positive social effects, namely on reduction in violent crime. So personally, if I had my own state and were writing laws, I would allow abortion access. But then a third, I think, is the federal policy level. I don't think that federal government should issue countrywide bans or protections for abortions. Most of the men and women in red states where abortion is being restricted actually are in favor of those restrictions. And I think if you want to organize a community and ban abortion within or after a certain amount of time, as long as those laws are within the bounds of the Constitution, I think that community should be able to. The ability for people to self-organize into communities of like-minded individuals is really a strength of federalism, and it's something that's bounded by the right to exit at any time. So that's sort of my position on what I think are the three relevant levels of the abortion discussion.
Okay. I'm now going to throw it over to Kevin Logan.
Yeah, I think this is a genuinely awful decision. It sets a phenomenally bad precedent and opens the floodgates for any number of other rights for American citizens to be stripped away. The Supreme Court has essentially turned itself into a six-person theocratic council, which gets to just decide what rights people have. They're clearly given Clarence Thomas's notes on this. He's stated openly that he thinks they should go back and look at things like gay marriage and contraception, etc., etc. And this is what they're going to do from now on, it appears, is essentially leak ahead of time their plans. People will then say, don't worry, they're not actually going to do that, and then go ahead and fucking do that and strip away people's rights. It's a genuinely worrying precedent, and I fear for the direction of America.
Throw it over to Turk.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with a lot of the basis Taj said, but I don't agree on the moral grounds. As a Christian, I believe in pro-life stances, but I do believe that there is a necessity for allowing certain exceptions to apply, because there's situations which people don't volunteer to be part of that entire process. They shouldn't have to be forced to partake in the entire process. However, I do agree, though, that in those instances, they could give the kid away for adoption or some other form of non-lethal method for the infant child to be, a functioning person of society. But I agree. I think federalism is a great thing. I believe the media and the Democratic establishment have twisted the narrative in a way that is both toxic as well as disingenuous to the actual facts of the case. And I really wish people understood more about what federalism is, what that actually means, all the violence that's going on in Washington, California, New York. Those are states that still allow for abortion for pretty extensive pieces of time. So I'm really interested to see the different angles people want to talk about it, and really interested to see where it goes.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Counterpoints.
Yeah, so the impact, as far as I can tell, is going to be like how it affects the country long term. These are kind of my predictions, however dog shit they are. Please feel free to hold me accountable to them in the future. I think conservatives are going to overplay their hands on the state level. So, for instance, like we're already seeing that in Mississippi and Louisiana, where they don't even have exceptions for rape and incest. They literally just have health of the mother as the only exception for an abortion. So I think that's going to be an overplay, and we're going to see some horror stories coming out of red states where people either have incest or rape stories and can't get access to an abortion. They fly out of state, they get harassed by law enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's going to happen in the red states. And then I'm also worried about a blue state backlash where they're basically like, oh yeah, 8.5 months viable pregnancy, who gives a shit? And then that's just going to deepen the propaganda on both sides to even worse, like partisan splits than we already have. Then, I think this is going to radicalize purple states in particular. I live in Florida, and Florida, we already see like a Roe versus Wade pushback where Democrats seem to be energized. So we might see some of the active, like Republican swing that we would be expecting for the midterms get blunted by Roe versus Wade getting passed. So we might actually see the Democrats not necessarily like maintain their majorities, but they might be able to blunt what would typically be Republican momentum. And then going forward, I think there's probably like a 50-50 shot of Democrats breaking the filibuster in order to pass like a federal abortion protection legislation. I don't think it's going to happen, but they technically could. But then I'm worried about that opening up the floodgates where at that point, if they break the filibuster in order to pass federal abortion legislation, then at that point, we only need a 51-49 vote at the Senate in order to pass law. And I think that's going to seesaw the country into an even worse partisan split than we already are. So, could be fun. I think we're a little fucked, and not in a good way.
Okay, now I'm going to throw it over to Malcolm.
I think that the overturning of Roe v. Wade is kind of like Kevin was talking about, going to be a slippery slope into a whole bunch of like terrible shit, kind of setting the precedent that we can look at older cases and kind of overturn them, kind of how they're kind of alluding to going for gay marriage next and contraception. I think that's big bad. I think that on the morality issue of abortion, even the Bible in Genesis talks about life beginning at first breath. I think as far as it's concerned, I know that Counterpoints brought up the idea of kind of like the idea of medical necessity, where there are states that aren't making any of these exceptions for like the health of the mother or in cases of like incest or rape. I think that anybody who is reasonable thinks that this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And within the context of like life-saving medicine, I think that we're all pretty familiar with the American healthcare system being really slow at approving medically necessary treatments. So if you have a woman who has like an ectopic pregnancy or something and she's going to die, kind of going through the process in order to get that abortion, she might as well just die waiting for that to happen. Overall, I think kind of the overturning of this sets a really scary precedent that we're going to go back to all of these rulings and revisit them in a really negative way. And that a lot of people are going to die, a lot of people are going to be in jail, and a lot of people are just going to have a lower quality of life just because of this decision. And yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to throw this over to, I guess it's true.
Okay. Fuck. You guys said so much. There's so much to bounce off of. Well, my position is that it is murder. But it should be legal. I think what's happening right now with Roe v. Wade, I went to look up because I'm Canadian, so it's very different for us here. But so I went to check about the law and why what happened. And I guess I understand why they overturned Roe v. Wade, but at the same time, I do feel like there's enough talented people in the world to make the case for a better case, because basically they chose to do Roe v. Wade. It was like in Texas, which was one of the most like toughest laws on abortion. And if you would instead go about it in a different way, I think there's a way to ratify it and like to protect the mother over the baby in the law, and for it, even if it's murder, to be like legal. But I feel like if it's just people butting heads, we'll never get there. Like here in Canada, like people do think it's a baby, but we can still abort them. The thing is, like, I think people are just more careful not to get pregnant because they know that it's a baby. So I think maybe that's why a lot of people get like butt heads a lot. I feel like everyone's trying to be overly radical to make their points instead of seeing that in the middle, we're actually we're able to agree on a lot more than it seems. Like even in this conversation here, there's not really a full on like pro like you're gonna have your rape baby like in the room. So I don't know. I think there's ways to further ahead than we are, and I feel like politicians don't want us to do that. They want us to keep fighting on this very basic moment in time, and like I think we should break away from that and keep it legal. That's what I think.
Genevieve? Oh, Genevieve?
Hi, thanks. As True mentioned, there has been a lot brought up. Obviously, Cap talked about it kind of on a 3 different level basis, and I think that's really accurate. There are so many different ways this conversation can go, and a lot of you have made really valid points so far. I believe, along with the majority of Americans, as most studies have shown, that abortion should be accessible and safe. And I think that it does come down to the idea of, is it a life or is it a potential life? And at what point do we make that distinction? And the existing determinations of Roe v. Wade and then Casey that came later did allow for a balance for states to look out for the interest of this potential life while still allowing, for women to have access to abortion at the very least up to a certain point. And again, I think that that's something that most people do agree on, is that at least in the beginning, it's not as much of a debate if somebody is getting an early abortion. A lot of people will feel better with that because it's not as much of a viable life at that point. I think that it's also important to recognize that cellular life on the same conversation, cellular life is very different than a viable organism. So while we would be killing alive cells, I think that looking at it as murder is not really the best terminology or phrasing. There are obviously instances where we kill things and it's not murder, and I think this is definitely one of them. I think that this ruling is going to have a lot of dangerous consequences, and it was done in a way that is going to make the burden of seeking out this healthcare more difficult for women who are already disenfranchised. And I think that that's something that really needs to be addressed as well.
Johnny Scarlett.
Hey, what's up? Hi, if no one's ever seen me before, my name is Johnny. I'm an educational streamer, and we talk about things like philosophy and consciousness and AI on a regular basis. Because of that, abortion comes up a fair amount, and I've done a fair amount of research into what someone who does, for instance, neural networking might call the shape of consciousness. It's about input-output feedback loops. And so the capacity to have that ability, that feedback loop ability, grows exponentially over time when a fetus is gestating, right? So we have something where we might have to have a tiered morality system, a medically individualized morality system for people who are seeking a medical situation where they might be getting rid of a baby, where they might be aborting a baby that's not going to come to term alive. Because of this, I believe that approximately 10 to 15 weeks into the gestation process of a fetus is an appropriate time for an abortion, regardless of whether that baby will come to term eventually. And of course, again, that grows exponentially as we get into the input ability of that fetus. As it grows, we think about it differently. And I think that that tiered morality scale needs to be a little bit more common in medical situations like this. And I think I'll stop it here because it seems like a lot of people have already said some of the more obvious stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you all for coming for this pretty big topic. So we've allotted a lot of time for this. It's now an open discussion. Anybody can start us off. I'll only interfere if it gets really out of hand. Good luck.
So I want to address at the top Malcolm's claim that in the Bible it says God breathed air into them, and that's when life happens. That is when Adam's life started, because he was created from the ground and the earth that was below him. And then whenever Eve was created and then they sinned and the fall of man happened, then they were told to go forth and multiply, not you're going to breathe more air and create more people.
He might
You're going to
be-
start creating more
So-
people through
He
the
might be
procreation
mistaking it for the
process.
Talmud, which does say that like pretty literally.
Yeah, so Genesis 2:7, Job 33:4, and Ezekiel 37:4-5 all talks about how
And
life is
then
created
Psalm
and breathed into
130
every
And then
individual
Psalm
by God.
139, for you were formed in my inward parts, you were covered
Oh,
in
boy.
your warm's mother's womb.
Theology.
Babies are created before they are actually put into the world.
I'm just
as-
going to stick
or-
with the big man and agree that life begins at
What-
first breath. I'm just going to stick with the big man on that one.
Well,
I know
you're
that's a
reading
Jewish
false
Wait,
Bible.
wait, 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 wait,
I don't know
wait,
about
wait,
Christianity, though.
That's a false teaching.
wait, please. Oh no, please. Okay,
Heresy.
wait. I want to make stop. Okay, hey, we're all a little heretical tonight, okay? We're on the Hippy Dippy show. But I want to make sure that Turk has some time to respond. I want to make sure I could hear what he had to say.
No, I mean, it's what he's speaking is false teachings. It's not in the way it's interpreted. There's plenty of other passages in the Bible that refer to a child that's in the womb being created by God for a purpose, and that child is meant to be a creation. It's not only a creation once it's been born into this world, and that's why, as a Christian, killing that baby is a act of murder, and it's ending of a life.
Well,
do you think that there were pregnant? Wait, hang on. Do you think that there were pregnant women on the earth when God flooded it?
Yes, there were.
Oh, it sounds like God is pro-abortion based. Next argument.
Oh,
It's just like,
And I can just interject here. I don't know why we're even
Conversation
having
went far.
biblical or other.
Yeah, it's sort of a
religious
separate
arguments here. It's
conversation
absolutely
theologically.
not. That's not a valid argument when we're talking about something that is really.
I think maybe a
religion.
more interesting conversation might be the conversation around federalism and the role of the federal government in sort of legislating this morality. Because I and Turk take maybe the more controversial opinion that it's okay if certain communities institute rules as long as they're bounded by the Constitution and as long as they don't prevent people from leaving those states or those communities. It's okay for them to legislate morality within there and, live in accordance to their own beliefs.
How do you feel then about the elements of some of these laws that make extraterritoriality a part?
I think that's really bad. So, like, I know in Texas it's been discussed that like you create sort of punishments for people who try to leave the state. I think that's probably a pretty dangerous road, and would be good. It'd be like an appropriate place for the government to step in and say that no, you can't like bound people's movement. So yeah,
It's gonna hurt them politically anyway to be doing this. So.
but I think that the big thing that people need to understand, if you're like a woman or a man in a very liberal blue state, it can be hard to conceptualize like just how conservative everyone is in these towns. Like I grew up in rural America and I live in Texas now, and I know a lot of women who are very pro-life, right? So like when you go to these red states, you meet women who are making these arguments for pro-life and not for, pro-choice. And it's not this like great tyranny if like a very conservative state like Mississippi institutes restrictions on abortion. Because
hang on, so you're just going to the tyranny of the majority then?
Well, I think that tyranny is still bounded by
because
exit.
Most people in Mississippi don't like abortion, then everyone's rights in Mississippi get stripped.
It's not just most people; it's the vast majority of people.
It doesn't
matter.
Not a protected right.
I do think it matters because ultimately the extent to which tyranny can be applied by the state is bounded by people's right to exit the state. So, like at the worst it could possibly be for like a liberal woman in Mississippi is that she ends up moving. That's the worst it can be for her.
What about if a lot of people in Mississippi are very poor. What about if they can't afford to fucking move?
Or if it's like one of those life-threatening situations where she's got to get it like right now. And doesn't have time to like
these things may
F-150 jet to another
happen,
state.
but I think
right?
it's like this is the inevitable consequence of like any law, right? Where sometimes you're going to have negative effects. And like I will also acknowledge, I think that instituting restrictions on abortions are going to have bad effects in red states. That's my guess, is that like sociologically, you're going to see a lot of crime. You're going to see a degradation of the society within these red states. And I think it's going to result in a lot of exodus. I think it's going to result in young women not coming to the state in the first place because they don't want to deal with that. And I think these are all like bad consequences, which might even push me out of the state. But I think that if states and communities want to accept these bad results in, purpose of serving this specific moral goal, I think that that's like the beauty of federalism is that you can do that. You can suffer the consequences. Your state can decline in popularity, and you take that on the chin. And the liberal states grow.
You're asking some of the most vulnerable people in America to take it on the chin for your philosophical approach.
A lot of these people are very pro-life.
Yeah, but lots of them aren't. Lots of them aren't as well. It doesn't matter that the majority want to strip the rights away from the minority.
I don't think that like we can legislate based on what you believe like minority is the just moral action, because anyone can make that argument. Like conservatives will make the same.
Quite important.
I know, but conservatives will make the same argument. Well, they'll say that like even if liberals had a majority, they still believe that things should be pro-life, right? They'll make the exact same argument as
Okay,
you.
well, look, if they don't want to get an abortion, don't. Fine. I've got no problem. I'm not trying to impose any shit on them. They're the
But
ones trying to impose shit on everyone else.
I think you're
Well, and
missing
then-
like the point of their
Choose
argument.
A right to
Well-
choose means that you have a choice, that you have a choice to drink, that you have a choice to get an abortion.
But you don't have
Yeah.
the
So
choice
how-
to murder someone else. So that's the problem
Okay.
with their reasoning, is that like you don't have an infinite right to bodily autonomy. Your right to bodily autonomy is bounded by the effects of what that autonomy results in. So that's the conservative argument. And it really fundamentally, it is just like a values difference here.
And
And-
instead of, and
Mm.
other than the instances of rape and incest, usually women have the right to choose who they have intercourse with. And that's a very important thing that most women should take into account, knowing the consequences of that action.
I think
Okay.
women and men in general should be aware of
Yes,
the
both
consequences
sides
of
are
their
equally
actions, and I think
accountable.
that
Yeah.
True.
a lot of people who are pro-choice are also big advocates for abortion being like your plan C, essentially. Not a lot of people who do advocate for the right to abortion are looking at it like that's the first option to controlling reproducing, right? Like people are going to use contraceptive of some sort most often. That's not always 100% safe. There can be accidents. There are emergency contraceptives afterwards, literally plan B and the like. And then an abortion would be after you've kind of exhausted those options.
Well,
For
two
Kevin
things.
Logan.
Two.
And yet-
two
Responsibility.
Wait 1 second. I
to
want
begin with.
to make sure Johnny Scarlett gets to talk because Johnny Scarlett was trying to say something earlier.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have we talked yet about what the actual dissent from the court said about this being a right? Because everything that I read in the dissent said that it's not a right essentially not because of the privacy thing, although the privacy, it sort of teeters on an edge, I would say, but it also involves something that's historical to the country, historical to the values or the overall just culture of our country. And so has anyone talked yet about possible, as I think it was True Mama was saying, about taking different directions into a new alternative to Roe v. Wade, wherein we would decide this based on a historical ability to have abortions in this country that has been taken away and given back at certain points, and how that's affected us historically.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about that for sure. Like
Mhm.
when you read, when I read Alito's opinion, a month ago, and how it's been worked into the majority of the opinion of the court, one of the arguments that he makes is that access to abortion, universal access to abortion as a right, is not something that's rooted in our common law tradition and history. And
That
he
is
points-
true, but the actual act of abortion has been historical to every culture, frankly, since Egypt. So that's part of where it went wrong, I think, is where in Roe v. Wade, they actually had historical accounts, but they were historical accounts from different countries altogether. And so I think now at this point in our country's history, we probably have the ability to collect better data on our actual historical situation in America.
It's
Well, and
totally
our history
true
is, like,
that
not
lots
the
of
best.
people engaged in abortion, but like in regards to the legality of it, they're looking at whether or not the laws, criminalized it or not.
Taft, can you? I'm not saying you're being disingenuous, but I think a lot of conservatives are when they pretend that these 6 theocratic lunatics actually looked at the law and decided in a completely dispassionate fashion that this was an end of a decades-long conservative campaign.
I mean,
to
Ruth
get the
Bader
end
Ginsburg
that they
said it was
wanted.
bad law.
And-
So it's
and
not just
Roe
these
That's
wasn't
people.
literally what
law.
Ruth. But she's been saying that since the late 90s or
Mhm.
something.
This is like an opinion that's not just held by like very conservative people.
Like, where
Yeah.
were you?
And one
So-
of the opinions of Roe versus Wade is the fact that it's not actually a law. It's a precedent that protected certain outcomes that happened from different types of cases.
Yeah,
Okay,
so there's a
can I
lot of
butt in real
problems
quick?
legally with Roe v. Wade. I don't know if we want to get into that because we can definitely have that
Yeah, but
discussion. It'd be super
it's
interesting.
based on the religious beliefs of 6 people.
Okay,
basically.
but
No, it's
it's
not.
based on
She
the.
was
It
being
is.
religious.
It is precisely
You
that.
should read the.
It is
It's based on the
You should read
conservative
the
belief
opinion.
that it's a states' rights
No,
issue.
I read
Wait,
the,
wait,
I
one
read the
second, wait,
opinion. I'm saying
So you
they're
just
lying.
believe that like they're lying.
I'm saying they're lying. I'm saying they've come up with a reason, an excuse
You're just
get
mind
around it.
reading. You're
Yeah,
like,
I'm
I
sorry to
know
answer
what's
that.
actually going
They've
on
been
in your
doing it
head.
for decades.
Really?
They've been
Really?
trying to do this for
Okay,
Kavanaugh's
decades.
been doing this for decades.
Okay. Wait.
That's what you do. That other
Wait, I just want to.
Barrett's
Okay,
been
guys.
doing this for
Guys,
decades.
No, the people who got them appointed. have been doing
Kevin.
it for decades.
Kevin.
You'd stop talking.
Well,
You
I
weren't
stopped talking. I was. You got to give me a second, Kevin. Jeez.
I want blood sports still.
I want one person talking at a time. We had like 4 people yelling over each other there. So this is what I'm gonna do because I don't think chat really heard what you guys were trying to say. I want Kevin to say his position, right? And then we're gonna have one person respond to what Kevin's position was. Okay? And Counter, I saw you. I'm gonna write your name down.
Thanks.
Yeah, they've spent decades, and again, not the individual justices, obviously. Many of them weren't even, well, they were children at the time that this sort of thing would have started. The religious right in America, through its legal entities, have been trying to get justices appointed who will eventually take this decision down. They've been trying for 50 years. They finally succeeded, and I suppose in a very Machiavellian sense, congratulations, you evil bastards. But this is what they've been trying to do. This is not based on law. They decided they didn't like it, and they were going to get rid of it by hook or by crook, including stealing Merrick Garland's seat.
So some people may have had that position. I'm not going to argue that there are like no conservatives in the country who were willing to do whatever is necessary to get rid of Roe. The argument that I'm making is that Roe v. Wade was bad law. It's bad constitutional law. It's based on a very tenuous extrapolation from the 14th Amendment, as well as an interpretation of common law and history that is not really rooted in the facts. And so if you look at the way that Roe v. Wade was written, it wasn't just conservatives who said it was bad law. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, as we brought up, is one of these people who for decades criticized Roe v. Wade on the basis that it was bad law. So when we see the decision from the court and it's all of this legal arguments, those legal arguments are correct, right? So maybe they have like ulterior motives, right? Unfortunately, I'm not a mind reader, unlike Kevin. So I can't mind read the Supreme Court justices' actual views and like what they're intending.
No semblance of intuition at all, no?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I can take them at their words, right? So their words say the legal argument.
People are incapable
and the
of
legal
lying.
argument is correct. But I can't tell that they're just lying, right? Because frankly, I'm not willing to read in my own political bias into that. I can only take things at face value.
No, you are a completely dispassionate, non-biased individual.
Exactly. Thank you, Kevin. That's so true.
Stronger when you do that? I'm curious.
What is that?
I was asking him if he thought it made his point stronger when he cut her off and was snarky and all that.
It's okay. I'm being snarky too. It's fun.
This is the Hippy Dippy.
Well, you could convince somebody so much better if you would just like go with what she's saying and bounce off of it, but you're just unwilling to do that.
It's okay.
There's 3 people talking at the same. There's 3 people that are waiting to talk.
Well,
I got you. No worries.
Let's go
So
to
next, I want to go to. Well, there was Turk was waiting to talk. Counterpoints was waiting to talk. Then we can go to Malcolm. Exactly.
Counterpoints first. Counterpoints first.
Thanks.
Okay,
buddy.
counterpoints first then.
Yeah, so I just want, even though it was like 15 minutes ago, I want to address it. So Malcolm doing the life starts at breath thing. You know, basically, I understand what you're doing logically, where it's like a shit post against religious people saying like, oh, you know, you don't even understand your own religious works as a result.
Oh,
you
I'm
know,
Catholic, just for clarification.
Well,
I do know it.
interesting.
I practice it. So.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's actually super interesting. But life starts at breath. The reason, so I would say from a non-religious perspective, but somebody who's probably more centrist on this, is that's actually like a monstrous position. Like taking a viable fetus that's at like, 22 weeks or 22 weeks after, it's perfectly healthy, mom's perfectly healthy, and then just saying, oh, you can abort just because life begins at the first breath. That, like, I hope it's a shit post, because basically that position to me is monstrous. Okay, well, you can explain it in a second. Then the other point is, for my perspective, after like 18 to 22 weeks, when the central nervous system pops in, that's where I start to view that as, basically no longer a proto-human, but actually like a human with some level of sentience. And so the argument that was made was, well, pro-choice, it's your choice, just choose not to do it. Well, that's not good enough for me, because we don't make that kind of exception for any other form of homicide. We don't say like murder is statistically rare, therefore if you don't want to murder people, just don't murder people. That's obviously not the kind of like moral injunction that we put up against our society. Finally, addressing Mr. Kevin, because I want to give everybody something to deal with. Decades long ambition from conservatives. You're absolutely right. It was a decades long ambition from conservatives, but that's because in the 1970s there was legislation from the bench basically where Roe v. Wade inferred a bunch of rights from privacy and then extrapolated out onto the general population. And conservatives at the time basically took that on the chin. They said, fuck me. This has nothing to do with our Constitution. This has nothing to do with anything that's passed through the legislature. This has nothing to do that's been passed through the House or through the Senate. But basically, we have to deal with the law of the land as it presently exists, and we have to mount a decades-long campaign to reverse this. So they did, and they succeeded. And I appreciate you congratulating the Machiavellian evil motherfuckers who finally repealed this shit. But one of the questions that I got from chat is, does anybody have, like, there's all these moral arguments for why abortion should be legal. Is there any legal arguments for why abortion should be legal in the United States? And following that, do you see a path going forward? And I'll leave it there.
Yeah,
Well,
I would
can I-
suggest that the legal one would be that they're not actually people. So it's not homicide. That they're not. They don't have sapiens. They're not. They don't have personhood.
After 22 weeks with a viable fetus, that's
after 22 weeks,
fucking
that's
position.
Well, regardless of where you want to set the line, we can argue about this many weeks or that many weeks until that point is reached. They're not personhood, so it's not. They're not. It can't be homicide because.
I mean, in my opinion, even if they are
wait. I want to throw it over to since we're on this line of questioning. I want to make sure Turk eventually gets to talk, but I want to make sure Malcolm seems to want to respond to that. So I'll throw it over to Malcolm.
Well, so as far as like late term abortion goes, I just wish that we could kind of abandon this idea that there's some random woman out there that's getting cream pied like 5 days a week and is like, oh my God, I can't wait to go to the abortion clinic and get another one, like LOL. Like the late term pregnancy or the late term abortions that are done are usually like literally life saving, or the fact that somebody had like a stillborn or a miscarriage that isn't releasing. Maybe there's like one out of like 1 million people that's like, oh my God, I can't wait to go and get my abortion every Friday, girls' night, let's go. I wish that we could dispel that. And the idea that this is like a consequence of like, I think it was Madam that brought it up, and this is just kind of piggybacking off of that this is like some kind of consequence for like having sex. Like you have sex and you get pregnant, and the consequence of that is like in return giving birth to a human being that you have to like fester in your body for 9 months and then emotionally, financially, like whatever, support it for 18 years. This is like a consequence or a punishment that we wouldn't accept for literally anything else. So in response to the question of like, what is the legality metric for this? I would say it's like self-defense. If somebody's like encroaching on like your personhood and your autonomy, even in the case where it's not life-saving, where this is like a commitment that is for life, if you are unable to or unwilling to care for this life, it's better for the life that will potentially happen. And it's also like your right to defend yourself against that kind of stuff as well, especially if we're talking about like a hostile pregnancy or like an ectopic pregnancy or a miscarriage that like won't release. Like all of these things will feed into that idea that this is like a defensive case of action against like this hostile thing that's attacking your body from the inside.
But you just blended like two concepts. Like, so, and how does the Catholic Church, so for instance, you said like, let's dispel with this myth. Number one, seeing them all on Twitter. So there's at least 3 of them. Okay.
I know. That's where I get all my info.
Yeah, that's where I do too. Anyways, but the point being that you did just blend in, even if it's voluntary, as if we weren't going to catch that. If we were talking about ectopic, guess what? Oh, well, I'll explain. So in the 13 states, like even the most like strict states or whatever, there's all of them have caveats for health of the mother. Every single one of them. I checked out every single one of them. They all have exceptions for health of the mother. So that doesn't eliminate that, because there's still people figuring out the law. Allegedly, there was a doctor on the phone for 20 hours because he didn't know if he was going to be liable for handling an ectopic pregnancy. We haven't settled this, but allegedly that's on the books. Then when it comes to what I'm talking about is viable fetuses with self-defense. How the fuck does the Catholic Church deal with your self-defense argument against a viable fetus of fucking 20 weeks? Because that doesn't seem very Catholic to me.
Well, because life doesn't begin until first breath, so
okay, that's a stupid fucking point.
I don't consider
that's
it a human
very
life.
stupid point.
I wouldn't consider it a human life until after birth.
Okay, the Catholic Church disagrees with you, but okay.
Motherfuckers.
That's fine. The Catholic Church also thinks that my kind are like unraveling society, like from the hinges. So
So
I don't
me,
have to agree with everything. Right?
traumatized for having a miscarriage at 3 months. It's like it wasn't even a baby. I'm just freaking out for nothing, right?
Yeah, most women don't process it that way.
Like I named it. I wanted to keep it. It was 3 months. It wasn't a baby though, right?
No,
When
I
I lost it, I was fucked up for years. That was just
of course
else, right?
that's definitely traumatic for sure, but that doesn't mean that it's like a viable life.
Is traumatic. Wow.
It can be,
Good to know.
Wait, okay. One second.
Yeah.
Kevin, you got to talk a little bit. Turk has been waiting very patiently.
yeah,
He hasn't talked
I
yet.
can
So then
cut. I can. You know, I shave like shit off my feet. Like there's tons of clump of cells in my bath, and I wash it off, and I don't cry about it. You know, that's weird how that happens.
And that is
Kirk?
really interesting.
Yeah, so a couple things. So to Kevin, I going back into the is Roe good law or whatever. I've posted a video into the group chat. It's a TED talk based on Catherine Colbert. She was one of the prosecutors or defendants. I don't know. I don't remember off the top. But they were one of the people that were part of the Roe discussion. And she even admits that it was on rocky ground and even came to the conclusion that it was going to get overturned because it was precedent. It wasn't based on any factual thing that was legislated by Congress or by the state legislature. So I hate that your opinion is just wrong. You're just going to have to eat it and take the L, my friend. And then going to Malcolm, I refer you back to your Catholic catechism, dude. Life begins at conception. If you don't agree with that, then you are not really a Catholic. You're just like a named Catholic.
I'm literally transgender, bro. Like the Catholic Church doesn't even accept my kind. Like there's caveats.
Don't say you're Catholic. I'm like so confused.
I am Catholic. There's like caveats.
But do you like believe in Catholic?
Yes. Holy tradition. Yes.
So you agree with the catechism's
Words don't have
place.
meaning for certain people. That's
So
what
you
it
It's
agree
very
with the
true.
catechism.
It was just confusing, I think, because when you said you were a Catholic, I think people thought you had a certain set of beliefs.
He's not a Catholic.
I know
He
it's
doesn't
crazy.
agree
It's like how people
with
think
his
that
own
because I'm trans,
religion.
I'm like a
I'd just
communist.
like to say I love
No,
your
you don't agree with your own
votes
points of
and
your
No, it's because I have eyes and a brain and I can read the Bible myself and
You're
make my
not
own
a
interpretations. You
That's
go.
some Protestant shit right there. What the fuck?
My life has been ruined.
Redirect us off of religion.
That's the most Protestant thing I've ever heard.
Here. I
I
have a
think
question.
even
Wait.
yeah,
I have a non-religion related question and or comment here. Taking it back to more of a legal topic. What are your thoughts around if it was an overstep of the court based on the fact that the original Dobbs Mississippi case was more looking to find clarification or ruling on where limits could be enforced and not attempting to overturn the whole thing? Like the more logical conclusion would have been to reevaluate where the limits can be in place instead of just like throwing both of them out completely.
that
I'd
might
love to
have
jump
been
off
a
of that really
legitimate
quick.
decision. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd love to jump off of that really quick. Thank you so much. And go into a more legal based argument on this. One of the main I would say that one of the main issues is that, yes, we've been talking for decades about how Roe v. Wade is precedent. It is not legislation that guarantees people's ability to not just abortion, but it's sort of a trickle-down effect when you get into the bodily autonomy nature of not just abortion, but also Plan B, also regular contraception. That's and even the ability to have sex. Now, what I'd like to say on this is that we have a group of people in this country who say, oh, well, that's a slippery slope. It's going to lead to babies getting abortions or whatever. And my answer to that is, frankly, we already have tiered or scaling bodily autonomy based on our ages when it comes to things like the ability to have a medical procedure by ourselves or even just the ability to do something like smoke or drink. So I think that that would be a good basis for a new type of legislation that allows for bodily autonomy as more of a right and less of a precedent.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to craft legislation, I do think it makes a lot of sense to enable women to have control over their own pregnancy. And it's very obvious, like it's very clear that so many sociological effects are tied in with this. So there's good reason to like allow women to control when they have children, because raising children in dangerous homes or homes where the women can't like totally provide for them or don't have a stable family home life has all of these negative effects growing up. And we really see that borne out in the data, especially with crime. So I think it does make sense for especially liberal states to really consider making sure that whatever.
So the rightoids or whatever are on the bottom. Libertarian, Christian conservative, moderate right, leftoid, lefties.
TED Talk video, okay, a person thinks a thing. You know, like lawyers disagree about stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure how that classifies as an L, that you found someone who agrees with you. Well done.
No, it's just a lot of people believe this on all sides of the aisle.
Exactly.
The person that prosecuted
and a lot of people
no,
well.
you completely didn't hear what I said. The person that presented that TED Talk was one of the people that litigated the Roe versus Wade.
Well, there's
arguments.
no way I could have watched it. I'm literally live now with you. I don't know. How can I have watched it?
I know.
Well, he said that earlier.
And you discredited everything I said, saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just a single person." No, if you actually,
it's a single person. Yes.
That okay.
Well, it was only 6 people who decided it. So.
Can I? Well, yeah. As to Connor's point about exceptions for the mother's health, I will point out that the law in Ireland, before they're currently changing it because of the repeal of the 9th Amendment thing, but they had exceptions for that as well, and several women were denied unrightly denied abortions and were essentially allowed to bleed out because of that. If you look at the case of Savita Halapanava, however the fuck you pronounce it, it was a particularly brutal case of that. So even with laws that technically allow for that kind of exception, they're often written in a way that basically doesn't allow for that exception.
Oh, I'll admit.
Wait. Quickly, I want to just say, Turk, you sure you don't want to respond to any of that, or?
No, I trust that Kevin will be good faith and actually watch the TED Talk, because it's a person that litigated the Roe versus Wade decision that agrees that the precedent wasn't going to be held fast forever. It was eventually going to fall apart, and it's up to the legislatures to actually go and codify it.
Well, I agree they should have codified it, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone on this panel says that they shouldn't have codified it. The Roe versus Wade thing is just bad legal precedent and law.
Well, surely you don't.
You don't want them to codify it, right?
If the I morally am against it, but if the group of people I live with in my community wanted to have certain things in place for certain things, and it goes through the legislative process, my voice can be heard. When it's being legislated from the bench, that's not good for the country.
I think that's respectable, because that's pretty much my position as well.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to shove my religion down people's throats. I know plenty of other conservatives would like to do that, but I am more respectful in that degree. And I like I said in my intro, y'all did hear the intro, yeah. I think there do need to be carve-outs and exemptions for abortion, because there's certain instances where it is probably a good thing. As much as I hate to say it, there are probably instances for that.
And almost everyone agrees on that. When you look at the statistics.
Most conservatives believe that abortion should be legal, but there should be restrictions on that.
Legal, safe, and rare, right?
There's a phrase that we've been using on my stream for the past few weeks while we've been talking about it, and it's in response to something like morality is subjective, or the morality on abortion is subjective. And I'd like to say that it is objective. There is a clump of cells, a life, however you would like to label it, that's being snuffed out. However, it's medically individualized objectivity. It is something that needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis with medical information in tow by a professional to make sure that what y'all are talking about, the ability for people to get this when they really need it, not just when they want it, is guaranteed.
Yeah, I want to give a concession to Kevin. So allegedly in Texas within the past week, when the law passed, there was, so like, I'm not saying that this was on Twitter, because I get all my news from Twitter, right? But there was a story of a doctor who basically, there was a lady with an ectopic or some kind of rupture, and they were calling the like lawyers allegedly for like half a dozen hours before they put the woman into surgery, because they were so afraid that they were going to like fuck up the liability and then be able to be sued for committing a homicide and maybe go to jail and all that kind of stuff. Exactly, so there's a woman who's bleeding in the fucking ER room waiting to be seen, who possibly could die from a rupture, and you got the doctor basically figuring out liability on the back end. It's monstrous.
Yeah, that's what happened in Ireland. They could have saved her, and they just had to let her bleed out.
Well, and there's also there's also
the doctors and nurses are speaking out about.
Well, and there's also conscientious objectors as well, where like Catholic hospitals, for instance, I believe there was like some example in like Maryland or some shit. Literally, they like turned away a patient due to like a religious objection, where they said like, we can't perform it, like go to another hospital while the woman's bleeding.
I'm old enough to remember the fucking Republicans scare about death panels at the time of the Obamacare thing, and now all of a sudden they're like, actually, no, we should have death panels where we decide the fate of a woman who's bleeding to death on a table. Like, it's evil. It's fucking evil. Let the doctors save the person's fucking life.
The doctors wanted
And,
to.
like,
It's
almost
unfortunate
everyone
the
agrees
legal
with
system
that.
prevented it.
Well, exactly, yeah. The legal system needs to get the fuck out of the way.
Well, and I think
just
that's part of the
let
problem
doctor
too.
do their
Is
work.
I think that's part of the problem too is that everybody agrees that like at the very like bare minimum, like bottom bar, that like rape, incest, like if you're gonna die, in those circumstances, like you should just be allowed to do it. But the problem is that a lot of this legislation doesn't make exceptions for these kind of things, or even
No,
like we were
not a
talking
lot
about a
of
little,
it.
and
There
then
are
like
some examples
like
where
we,
there are not.
like
Only
we,
one, as far as I'm
well,
aware.
like we were talking about earlier too, with the idea that like even if that was happening, they can't leave the state either, right? So if you were like on the border of like Texas and I don't know
No.
whatever states like liberal right there,
That
if you're
hasn't
gonna fucking
passed yet.
die and skipping across the border or whatever, you can still get in trouble for that kind of shit. So like I think that bare minimum, like we all agree that there should be like these exceptions, like very bottom of the barrel. But the reality is that a lot of these don't have that exception in there, where it's just across the board blanket, like we're just not gonna do it at all, and that's the problem, right?
I think that's only true for one state that is that strict, and all of the
Well,
states
as of
have
now, yeah.
exceptions.
Well, Missouri has the
As of
same one
now.
where
There
if
are
you
like 3 to
Mis-
5 that are considering it. I'm trying to pull it up right now, but there
well,
is only a few states that are
well,
looking at
but that's
that.
still
But
like people
still,
dying,
it
right?
affects
Yeah.
millions of people. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, again, like everyone on this panel would not like support abortion restrictions that restrict it in the case of rape, incest, or medical necessity. So
Yeah, but the
I
people on
think
this
we could
panel
all
aren't
say
going
that
forward.
like
Yeah,
sorry,
actually, could I be the centrist or whatever? We're dealing with like the outcome of our worldview, which is basically like they're not as nuanced or centroid as we are, where they're just like, I'm pretty sure out of the 13 states that passed the like no abortion law, only one of them has rape and incest as an exception, and all the other ones are health of the mother. So that like
and then
so,
Missouri is doing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Gunnar.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I don't think I mean, I want to hear what you're going to say, but I don't think anybody's passed the cross-border laws yet. I
think
don't
Texas
passed it yet.
has. I'm not 100% confident, but I know that Missouri has a bill up that's like more than likely going to pass. That like if the baby was like conceived in Missouri, that you still can't get an out-of-state abortion because it was conceived in Missouri. That was one that was just proposed, and it's looking like it's pretty spicy, and it looks like it's probably going to pass.
That's
The federal
incredible. So
government
then
just
you've then got it depends where
Should.
you spunk as to what the legality of the situation is. That's fucking embarrassing.
Well, spunk in
How that-
California.
Well, exactly.
Louisiana is currently dealing with the fact that a judge has blocked. So Louisiana is one of the states that had laws that automatically, as soon as Roe v. Wade was overturned, they went into effect. I think it's both of the abortion clinics in Louisiana have been closed as of right now. And there is one judge who has held out and said that we cannot stop selling Plan B yet. However, that is also expected to be overturned. So Plan B may actually be off the shelves in Louisiana very soon. So I think that there's probably a lot in a lot of different states that's sort of in the ticks of the legal system, and it's not quite sure if they're going to actually go through yet.
Well, but
Yeah,
then
I think
that's where
Connor's.
people
sorry, go
about,
ahead.
like, contraception, types of contraceptive like Plan B, or even like an IUD, which is going to prevent implantation but still allow for fertilization. And by these definitions, those types of birth control or emergency contraceptive would not be allowable, which is really just making the need for abortion even greater because we're not able to work to prevent us from getting to that point.
And this is actually the point of it being, I think we're going to see with the challenges to other court cases with the rights to single people being able to get contraception, for instance, which is one of the cases that Thomas mentioned. This is why I think the pro-life people, the hardcore pro-life people, we need to start calling them forced birth people, because that's what they are. That's their actual fucking position. If you can't get contraception, which is the thing they're pushing for, and you can't get an abortion, then you're basically, if you ever have sex, you're going to have a kid.
Well,
that's
Really,
their
it's
position.
anti-choice
So
because they don't like the choice of having contraceptive actions. They don't like the choice of sex ed being taught in schools for people to understand the way that their bodies work, and then they don't like choices being available after a pregnancy has occurred.
And this is from the small government people as well. Small government, yeah.
Yeah, so the way that you guys are kind of rolling a grenade into the rightoid camp, and we're going to have to reconcile with these people, I want to throw a grenade into the leftoid camp and just say, at some point, is this not like the shittiness of democracy? So what I mean by that is like I'm a Republican, meaning that I think that you should basically enshrine your fundamental rights into law, and then maybe we should touch up on things every now and then. But this is like, unfortunately, the popularity contest has not gone your way in 13 fucking states, and now there are like horrific consequences. But this is the rule of the majority within these localities.
It is the democratic
point out
position
that
of these people, yeah.
the Democratic candidate has won in, was it 13 of the last 15 presidential elections, has won the majority.
Okay, but we're looking at individual
So you're talking about the
states.
popularity
Looking at
contest.
states.
It's the
Yeah,
fact that
I don't
fucking
know
North Dakota
what
gets
this
2
point
senators,
is.
even though it's like 12 people there.
If you go to Missouri, people are conservative. I don't know if you've heard about this, but like these states in America are full of very conservative people and very conservative women.
Yeah, not many
who
of
are
them. Not many people, though.
Yes.
So why they get 2 senators is ridiculous.
But within their
So
own
okay, but they're not writing
jurisdiction.
federal legislation. They're not legislating for the entire country. They're legislating for their own states, which is why we say the majority in these states is pro-life. That's why it's relevant, because they're not writing federal legislation.
Really quick, I want to touch on this because what we are looking at when we have federal versus state by state legislation on this is whether or not something is a human right, or whether or not it is a civil right, or whether or not something should be more regional and is not considered as core to human safety or our ability to succeed as a country. Okay, so is there anyone on the panel who has a problem with the original Roe v. Wade setting of this being a right to privacy?
Do
I don't
we
think
object
it
to that?
stems from
Yeah.
privacy.
Yeah, is there anybody who says on this panel that this is not something that is a right to privacy, that having an abortion or being able to choose to have an abortion, etc.?
Yeah, I think there's a limit here, and the limit kind of boils down to the bodily autonomy argument. So, for instance, if you were going to say, like, I'm making a medical decision as an autonomous person about my health, and under these certain provisions, these gestational periods, I am a person who's making a decision about my own health. I think that's an argument that you can make that falls under the umbrella of privacy, probably 20 weeks and under. But after 20 weeks, with viability, there's a second, from my perspective, there's a second person there. So the self-defense argument no longer applies. The non-aggression principle does apply, and the state intervention does apply in order to intervene. And Kevin, I'm not a libertarian. I just know we have libertarians here. Okay, just make it.
I know, but anytime I hear non-aggression principle, I just.
Oh, does it hurt you physically? Because it hurts me physically.
It does, yeah. It's awful.
And I think the other part of the argument there too is also that the not the legislature setting those time limits, viability, feasibility, all that stuff. It was the Supreme Court setting those standards, and that's something that many conservatives don't like. Legislation from the bench.
It looks like a law, like how it's written.
Yeah, so that's one of the major issues with it, and that's why a majority of people still support abortion, but there should be restrictions on it.
I'll just echo what Connor is saying, or what Counterpoints is saying as well, with the regards to it stemming from privacy. I am pretty concurrent with what Alito said, in that abortion is a special circumstance because it concerns something that is not present in other cases, other rulings that dealt with right to privacy, which is the presence of a potential person. And so the 14th Amendment, it does not mention the word privacy. That's not within the text. So you extrapolate that out from liberty. And I think that's probably a reasonable extrapolation. It also doesn't mention abortion, or that abortion is necessarily something that stems from right to privacy. So we're getting 2 layers of abstraction out from the actual text of the 14th Amendment. And that abstraction is problematic because it also concerns the morality of other people, of potential life. And so only Clarence Thomas, which is the most conservative justice, believes that we should reevaluate other Supreme Court rulings that stemmed from the right to privacy. And everyone else, including, Alito, disagrees presumably with that. So I think that that's probably legitimate, that greater position that these other cases are fundamentally different and that they don't concern potential life.
I'm going to hold you to that then. When they do start stripping those rights away, I will have to dunk on you and say I told you so.
I mean,
told me what? That it's I don't think
When we
I don't think it
resegregate
legally
America.
makes sense. So like if they do like strip away like further rights, I don't think there's a good legal argument for that. But I think
I
there's
don't
a
think
good
they
legal.
particularly care about good legal arguments. They've got
Okay,
their
well,
Yeah, we understand that.
Be
pander
interested
to your
to
side
hear.
more.
I'd be interested to hear an argument against the potential, because I realize, like, in my brain it's kind of squishy. It's like I know that potential life to me is not as important as the health or the life of whoever the fully formed mother is as a person.
Yeah,
But I
neither to
don't
me.
necessarily have like a logical thing
Can I?
ready for that. Does anybody have that?
Well, for me, it's sentience as well as
Most
like
abortions have nothing to
dependency.
do with that. By
Wait,
the way,
hold on.
most
Counter?
abortions have nothing to do with protecting the life of the mother. I just love that we don't mention that at all throughout the whole thing. Like most abortions are not to protect health. Like it's a choice.
A lot of those
Like
choices
the
are made
stats. Where's
because
the stats?
somebody
Like
might already have conditions where it's going to be very dangerous for them. I think health is certainly a factor in a lot of them. I know there's a statistic that flies around from the 90s that says 99% of abortions are convenience based, but that statistic is looking at only women who were in an emergency situation and had to have an abortion to literally save their life right then. It's
I
not
think in
really
Canada we have better
representative.
stats than that, and we have way more precise stats than that. And I still think it's like
Health.
it's like it's pretty low. And what I'm saying is like we should change the conversations from all these things, which seem kind of disingenuous, and maybe go towards like how Johnny Scarlett says, kind of a tiered system of morality. So like if you're stop taking it to the government and we should do it between us and really do care about the life and say it is a life, but your life is more important, and put it in a tier system. If you're a 16-year-old being pregnant, you're not going to be treated the same. You're going to be helped and all of that. But I think we should bring in more to that so we can actually give the care we need to people. Because people, even if you make it illegal, people are going to have these abortions in garages, like my mom in communist Romania when she was 16. Okay, and I don't think we want to be
Yeah.
like the communists over here.
Think
So
about what you just said, and then think about what you said before about health, how supposedly abortions a lot of the times aren't for health. But define health, babe. Your mother's future and her mental health as a 16-year-old is part of her health.
Well,
you
and the
know?
health
wanna have
and
this
the health of the
conversation.
fetus after. The health of
I
the fetus
think
after, like if you live in like
that
a
baby
shack
would
or
have been
whatever.
great. That baby would have been fine. She would have done fine. Okay. What I'm saying here, the commies took care of the babies in the farms if they had farms and moms, and that wasn't the problem. It's the orphan babies that suffered. Anyways, my point is like if we want to have these conversations, we got to be honest about what's going on. The girl, she's going to suffer after the abortion. It's not like haha, I shouldn't take this seriously and then have an abortion and there's no problem there. Like we need to like words matter. We need to be honest with what's happening and what we're doing, and that way people are going to be more careful, and we are going to help the ones to which it happens. It's not going to be like people aren't going to see it as like a candy you take. Like sorry to
Okay.
tell you, but like an
So,
abortion pill is traumatizing to take.
okay.
It's traumatizing.
Okay. Turk and counter.
Yeah, just a quick point to Kevin. So I know you're worried about the erosion of all of our, constitutional rights and stuff, but we've already heard from the President Biden himself that no constitutional right is absolute. So they've already told us what the game plan is, and that's from the Democrats themselves. So you just need to be aware that you're
Fuck
going
Joe
to
Biden.
you're going to lose
Like-
your rights regardless. The Second Amendment is
Well, I'm
constantly
not.
under attack.
I'm not.
I'm really, well, yeah, of course, because you're in a bad place, man. But like the First Amendment is being eroded in certain instances, and others are as well. So it's like that's why conservatives are here, in order to prevent those erosions and in order to get
And
back
do
to a
different erosions instead.
Well, abortion's not a constitutional right. Sorry.
Well, it was up until last week.
No, it was
No, it
protected
wasn't.
by a court precedent. It's
Well,
not
okay,
a
but they're the
constitutional
final
right.
arbiter. It's not in the Constitution.
It was a
It was an
constitutional right
allowable
until
thing in this
recently,
country.
yeah.
It was an allowable thing in this country based on the decision that it was that it fell under.
There
a
was
right.
a constitutional
And
right.
since
Yeah.
it wasn't actually legal or a constitutional right, it could be just swept away due to interpretations of a Supreme Court justice.
This
Yeah,
is
but that's what the Supreme Court does. It's
Okay,
Yeah, I
can
don't
I-
want to. I don't want to be like
Fucking
too
hell.
pedantic on this,
Yeah,
but it
no,
wasn't right until
I do.
recently.
I do want to be pedantic. So no, this is the same thing with like the executive actions under Obama, that all the conservatives were like, "Hey, you're doing executive actions. Like next person, next Republican, he's gonna be able to fuck all this shit up." And they were like, "Nope, nope, nope, nope." So they just passed that shit. What happened as soon as fucking Trump came into office? He fucked it all up. So no, you can build fucking shaky ground if you want, but when the next fucking kid walks over and kicks your sandcastle in, like, no, you didn't build the shit correctly. And then I wanted to address Johnny Scarlett. Johnny Scarlett was asking whether or not there's any like objective or non-emotional argument for the protection of proto-life, like basically life before 18 weeks or 20 weeks. I don't have an argument. It's raw instinct. It's emotion. It has not like I don't have an objective measure for you. All I can tell you is that when I was having my son, we were in like a high risk environment or whatever. So we went to go see the OB early. We see, strong ass heartbeat on the cardiogram. At that point, he's basically just a heart and a clump of cells around him. But I didn't see a heartbeat. I saw my son. And I saw the potentiality of what he would become and who he is, and he's going to be a reflection of his mother, and he's going to be a reflection of me, and that instinct and that attraction has nothing to do with like statistics or objectivity or anything like that. But I do think it taps into that caveman brain of protecting like an infant. So I'm not saying it's an infant. I'm just saying that I don't think you're going to find an objective, rational justification here. It's all going to be emotional and subjective.
Too, and to be honest, I think that that's more of an argument for us to really observe this on a level of legally allowing people to do or not do an activity that could save their lives. And for me, evolution is the ability to observe your most base instincts and say, I'm going to use that, or I'm not going to use that, or I'm going to change it. It's why humans and dolphins evolved to have sex for pleasure instead of procreation, Like,
hang on, humans and
we're
dolphins don't have
allowed,
sex.
we're allowed,
Well, not with each
we're
other.
allowed to like look
Family.
at the fact that maybe some of us are having this really emotional reaction to the ability of other people to choose to have an abortion. And these people on this side are saying, I am so emotionally torn and not okay with you doing this. And so me, again, like having a society, we have to look at that and we have to say, okay, maybe that's not necessary for how we should let other people do things.
I think a lot of conservatives like flossing on the grave of like Roe versus Wade is that emotional instinctive objection where like a lot of people were super casual about sex, super casual about abortion, super casual about basically Plan B, super casual about all this kind of shit, and the conservatives are like screaming from the hills, no, you're dealing with like proto-life. We have this like instinctive subjective feeling that this is something that's very important and sacred to us, and you're basically stomping all over it. So then now that they were able to overturn Roe versus Wade, they're celebrating. And so I think
I'm
that's
not just-
like
It's not just that. I think certainly since the age of Trump, literally owning the libs, it doesn't matter. They would destroy the world to own the libs. So the fact that they've got a W they can dunk on people with, that's it. The point is, if liberals are angry, upset, and hurt, they will celebrate, and they don't care what the reason is for it.
I wish I could disagree with you, but I can't.
They're not mustache twirling villains. They genuinely believe that they're sticking up for the rights of the unborn. Like, if you talk to these people, they'll say things that this decision and this fight is purely altruistic, and they're fighting for the rights of people who can't speak up for themselves. So like they believe these things like very deeply and genuinely. It's not just
Both things can be true.
Yeah, I was about to say, can we get a hashtag not all?
for
Can we get a hashtag not all? Because like
I think
some of them are
majority
fucking
people
assholes.
genuinely believe it. Like they take pleasure, or I'm sure a lot of them take pleasure. But like the fundamental reasoning is not just to own the libs. Like that's not why they're doing it at core. Because there's lots of ways. Okay, as long as we acknowledge that like
also they'd be more interesting if they were mustache twirling villains.
Well, and you can have good intentions, but still have like negative consequences. Like if they really cared about like the outcomes of these kind of things, why don't they support like social programs for like early parents, right? Like you have a kid, like you get X amount of time off of work or whatever. It's paid. Like childcare is more accessible, like easier to afford. Like having a kid's fucking expensive, and it like slams your entire life to a screeching halt. Like instead of trying instead of trying to like ban abortion, why don't they like spend all their time trying to like facilitate better lives for like kids who are born and
Your
are
argument,
wanted?
like,
Because
only works if
Reaganism
you're
and its
willing-
consequences have been a disaster for the human race.
But they do it more on a community basis, like small
Be right back.
community instead of wide.
Yeah.
It's been brought up. True Mama brought this up, and maybe someone else. I'm not 100% sure about the idea that people are using abortions casually, right? Like it's just like a, oh, I'm gonna pop in and get an abortion type thing, because I just do that, bi-monthly or whatever, and that's just
Same.
fundamentally wrong. Like that's
Yeah,
not
I've never
at all
seen
what
it
the
happen.
statistics prove.
I'm
Like,
not a
there's
woman.
this-
I don't have women
yeah,
friends. You're right.
like that's this myth that is just
Way to
perpetuated.
you just ignore my existence. You just brushed off my whole existence with your hand waved it.
Most
You
women,
know, my
who
first fucking
6 out of
friend was a
10
teenager that had an abortion. I held her hand while she got the fetus stuck out, and then she wanted to have a baby, but just with another guy. So she went and had sex the same week as she had the fucking abortion.
There's
My fucking
obviously
friend.
like
She was my
exceptions and
best friend.
outliers. There's
No,
obviously
but because you're
exceptions and
acting like
outliers.
these don't exist, but this was a
I'm
formative
telling you, those are
experience
the
that I went
exceptions
through
and
that you just
outliers,
brushed
and
off. Like
more
I'm
than half,
so
greater
tired of
than
people pretending like
50%.
these things aren't happening.
Okay, one
Greater than
second. Wait.
50% of
Wait. Give me a second. I can't hear either of what you guys are saying because you're talking over each other. So I'm gonna have
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna have Madam go, and then I'll bring it back to Tro. Okay, but
Can I
just
just say,
one at
True
a
True
time.
had a go at me for interrupting earlier. I just want to point that out. Just
Okay.
So
Yeah,
again, I
maybe I'm a bit
acknowledge.
triggered by that she's devaluing
Stop.
my existence. I'm triggered.
Well,
Just let her finish.
well, you can,
You
well,
want
you
to wait
can.
your turn because it's my turn right now.
No, I was just saying that to Kevin before you started. the
Okay,
sentence.
okay,
Sorry.
please. Okay, nobody else talks, Madam.
It's a misconception that these exceptions, these rare examples that you're looking at, are the majority. 6 out of 10 people who get abortions already have children. So it's something that they're looking at not only as a decision that's going to impact their own life, but their existing family already. And greater than 50% of people who seek out an abortion have not had one previously. So while I'm not denying that those situations do occur and that they happen, they're not what's happening most of the time. They're exceptions.
Thanks for correcting what you're
Exception.
saying.
Which situation is the exception? I'm sorry, I was unclear.
Like the
People
girl
who
that
are
likes to
getting
get cream
abortions,
pied
like,
like
just
every
for
day.
fun. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, like I got pregnant twice, and I had 2 miscarriages, and that's why I didn't have to have an abortion. So maybe I was being careless, and no one else that I know was being careless. Oh wait, never mind. The people around me were careless, and they had to have an abortion. I had to hold their hands, and then they went to do it again the same week. When we had like free birth control available to us.
Genevieve, I'm really glad.
But you're right. This doesn't happen.
Yeah, Genevieve.
Maybe you're.
She said
more,
that it does happen.
Okay.
Everybody said that it does.
She's saying, I feel like
I'm
Okay.
not going to
Okay.
repeat
Stop.
myself
Please.
over and over again if you're not going
We're-
to listen to the point
No,
that
no,
I'm
I
actually
agree.
making. I've
Please
already
stop.
said it multiple
Please,
times.
God.
You
Okay.
corrected what you're saying. Well,
Can
Okay.
you stop interrupting Dylan?
We're gonna go.
please?
We're gonna go now over to Turk. I'm gonna have Turk speak. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Genevieve, I'm glad you actually brought up the statistics because I've been doing a lot of the statistics looking at, and you are correct that, most of these abortions happen for people that have only done it 0 times and the rest are more than 1. But if you look at it from the other perspective as well, other than the instances of incest and rape, which are like 1 to maybe 5% of cases, most health of the mother, most abortions are elective, and it's like people keep celebrating both ends of the spectrum. I really wish we would all be consistent in our takes and not trying to emotionalize, the far left or the far side of a topic in order to justify something that's not bound by data.
No, what I would like to ask you the same question that I asked True earlier. You're saying elective, and I think the phrasing that was brought up earlier was most abortions are not for health, not for the health of the mother. Now, I think we're using health in this really either specific or vague way, and nobody's really talking about the emotional health of someone who's forced to have a child they don't want, the emotional health of a person who has to go through an adoption process for a child that they may have wanted if they were older or if they had better financial support. Are you disincluding, when you say that elective abortions are being emotionalized, are you denying that emotional health and financial health are very important to
They're
families?
talking about physical health.
You know,
So
so
financial health is directly correlated to physical health. Actually.
Yeah, I know, but like when the laws are written, they're talking about like life of the mother being threatened by some factor in the pregnancy where having the child or carrying the child to term is a direct threat to her life. So like
okay, yeah,
that's what they're talking about.
I can answer this
I
directly.
know legally, yes. I'm more so talking about him. Yes, your opinion.
No, my opinion's not an opinion here. So the sensationalization of these atopic pregnancies, sorry if I'm saying the wrong term, or rape and incest are a statistically small amount of abortion cases.
Ectopic.
Thank you. And the other end, go into true Malma, people that get multiple abortions because it's fun and they pop the pills like candy. That's the other end of the spectrum. That's also a very rare occurrence. I wish that both sides would stop being sensationalized in order to push an agenda. To answer your question directly, sorry, Connor, Florida sucks. But the only data I've looked at is from a Florida 2020 I don't know if it was a poll or if it was just, polling people as they walked out of the clinic, but 75% of the people that went into the abortion or came out went in for no reason. 20% came for social or economic reasons, and then the rest of that was for some sort of physical or mental health thing.
Do you think they might have just said they don't have a reason? Because like,
Yeah, I think that
that's
can be a
entirely
really unreliable way to draw conclusions.
they're probably
Another thing that's really important with the idea of elective procedures too is that like it can be elective, but we can say that like cancer treatment is elective, right? Like you're electing to get the procedure done. So if you're just saying like it's elective, that doesn't really mean much of anything.
Also,
if they're like, I just got like cream pied and I'm ready to get my third abortion this week, like obviously that's going to be recorded a little bit differently than just saying it's elective.
So medically,
you go on. Sorry, Johnny. Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Real quick, medically, it's also classified as elective to do something like, I'm at really high risk for melanoma, so I occasionally electively get small spots on my skin removed. Now, it's not necessarily because they are causing me any harm other than they're annoying and I occasionally scrape them on things, but it's medically classified as elective. I don't want to scrape my arm constantly on something that's unnecessary. I don't want to, on a more serious tier of this, I don't want to, as a young person, have a child that I can't properly take care of. However, it's also culturally acceptable to have elective sex. Elective is probably not the word I should use. To have casual sex or to have sex with people that you love that you're not married to. So at some point, I think there's this idea that we should just have abortions be something that are separate from these other ideas like casual sex, and they're not. If we're going to societally allow this, we have to also have protections in place so that people can electively get medical procedures done that save their lives eventually.
Well, yeah, ideally all sex should be elective, really, when you think about it.
What?
Oh God, yeah, you're right.
Amen.
You're right.
Scheduled in advance. Let's go.
Yeah. As to a point Turk was making there, I don't know about the reliability of the numbers he cites, but I also sort of don't care. Why does someone have to have a specific reason? It's their choice. It's their body. It's their medical care. Why the fuck should you have any insight into that?
And frequently you might have like multiple reasons that are factoring in, and it's not really something that you can just tell somebody who's taking a survey. I mean, maybe you figured your own health and the effects on that. Maybe you've considered the fact that giving birth causes great bodily harm and that the maternal mortality rates in our country are absolutely horrendous compared to every other developed nation. Maybe you've got all of these different reasons in your mind, but then somebody just asks you and you're like, I don't know. Like,
So I appreciate all that feedback. At the beginning of saying that data source, I even took a stab at Connor because he lives in Florida, and we all know Florida's,
Right, yeah, I do
not a
recognize you
great
said that,
state. There's
so.
better conservative states. And I completely agree that I don't know what type this was, a survey or an elective poll.
Miami.
It's entirely possible that this data is skewed or they're missing data, going to what Scarlett said. So but my point is that both sides of the argument are trying to polarize statistically small things in order to get a rise and to polarize their particular types. Whereas there's other statistics that I can show and represent that would actually help guide a more centrist approach and something that would probably be considered a compromise amongst both crowds.
You have your hand up. You want to go?
Yeah, True Mama, if you want to go, but I want to go too.
I'll go quick. I just don't want to be mischaracterized as saying that I'm saying people pop them like pills. I just want to change the language so we put some kind of weight to having the procedure, but keeping it legal, as like I was saying, kind of like Johnny was talking about. So we can move this energy that we're all having butting heads into helping women and families in general having healthy pregnancies that go to term and they have happy, healthy outcomes afterwards. Like, if we would just take all this energy and like agree to like some kind of like, yeah, morally it's actually bad, but like let's allow it for this and that, so we can take this energy and make people's lives better, is kind of what I'm going for. But I'm sorry if that makes people angry to the point of mischaracterizing my points to make me look like a twirling mustache villain or something.
Well,
like, I'm just really big pragmatic centrist. I'm in Canada. No party that I ever voted for was against fucking abortion. Like, it's not a thing for me. I don't know why I'm treated like I'm pro abortion bans and stuff like that. I'm probably better at convincing right wingers by talking about the communists doing that, like, to not be like the same way as them. So I don't know why you're attacking me, but if you can't convince me to be on your side, I don't know how you're gonna convince people who are actually like anti-abortion. Like, damn, you sound like really fucking rough when you're like accusing people like me of doing these things. Is all I'm gonna say.
Well, okay, and then I wanted to piggyback on the conservative appeal to hypocrisy that what happened earlier, which I'm actually perfectly okay with. Redistributive economics is poisonous with boomer conservatives because of Reaganism. They basically said that any kind of economic intervention and redistributive economics is evil. I think that's evil. So basically, if you want to help me hold right wingers to account, that if you want children to grow up in your society, you have to make sure that they're happy and healthy, then yeah, let's fucking do it.
Based. Fucking based.
Based
Love
and
it.
true. We solved abortion. We did it, you guys.
We kind of did.
Yeah, I want to piggyback off of something that Johnny Scarlett was talking about, because you're bringing up like the mental health and the financial health and all of these like other values that I think we all consider to be meaningful. And I don't know if I necessarily consider them like part of the health necessarily of the mother, but I do think they're important. And like, that's the reason why at the very start of this discussion, I said that if I was like king of a state and I were writing the laws, I would allow access to abortion, and I would allow access to contraception and all of these other ways to control when you have a baby. And it's because I'm like very aware of those other effects financially and socially and mental health wise and so on. And I think those are important. And so I just want to like acknowledge that and say that I think that is something that like we often leave out of the conversation, is the general effect on society of having access to abortion and contraception, which we definitely know in the literature is something that's positive.
Sure, yeah, and I love that idea. Like, if I was king of a state, and to put it more into if I was king of America or whatever, if we had to go by American rules, there would be, I think, a baseline of bodily autonomy and respect for the body. The body is a temple in my ideal society. There's an idea that children don't have bodily autonomy, and I don't necessarily think that's true, or shouldn't be true. And so, yeah, my ideal society would have bodily autonomy and the right to safety, perhaps, or the right to reduce harm to oneself. I think that's probably how I would put it, as just something that is universally accepted.
Yeah, and like speaking morally, and I'll just finish this very quickly. Like, I'm probably one of these rare people that's willing to just like bite the bullet on the moral question and say, even if it is potential personhood or even is personhood, I think that killing is sometimes justifiable, morally speaking. And I think that abortion is one of these cases where killing is justified because of the sociological effects. And, frankly, you can also make these like these rights to self-defense arguments as well. But in general, I think that like we do consider killing to be morally justified sometimes, and
Look
we
at
just got to look at the
euthanasia.
circumstance. Yeah, exactly. And so I
Harm
think this is one of those cases where it's like it's a non-sentient being, and if it's being aborted, we know that like the only people who are probably aware of it are not like depending on it. They're not emotionally like tied into it, and it doesn't have dependence. So like all of the sort of moral downstream effects of killing this maybe person, I think are probably justifiable in this circumstance.
Just on top of like what Taft was saying a second ago, I think something that's important as well is like the outcome of the child. Like a lot of the conversation is centered around like the health of the mother and like what are the outcomes of having pregnancy, like carrying a pregnancy to term, like with high rates of mortality, like giving birth and stuff like that. But when we're looking at like the outcome of kids, I personally have known a lot of people like this, and I know in general, if you are unable to like care for like a child, versus putting them in like the foster care system, which has its own its own plethora of issues, I think it's important to consider that as well when we're weighing these kind of options. Like if you are a single mom, you work like 3 jobs, and you fucked up your birth control like one time and you got knocked up, and it's like, damn, like, am I going to be able to give this kid the life that it deserves? I think that that's something that is important to factor in as well when we're talking about like the viability options, as far as like the health of the mother, but also like the health of like the future child. Like if that makes sense. I just kind of wanted to try on that.
Okay,
so
fuck
many
no.
downstream
Top no,
effects
stop.
on their mental
Sorry.
health.
I
Yeah.
wanted to yell at you, but now I want to I want to yell at Malcolm, but now
Yeah,
I'm
let's
going to
yell
yell
at
at you
each
both.
other.
Jesus
Everybody
fucking
yell.
Christ.
Do it.
No,
Yelling
the
for
fucking
votes.
oh my god, like only in leftoid and
Get me.
hyper utilitarian circles are you going to bump into that a painful non-existence is preferable to a painful existence.
Have you
No,
ever
it's
fucking
for
been around
everyone
kids that are in
Christ.
foster care? Have you ever been around kids that are in foster care
Yeah.
that grew up in foster care?
Yeah, I've been around plenty
don't
of
wanna
fucking
live-
kids who had
They don't wanna
shitty
live like that.
lives.
They don't
They'd rather be dead. They'd rather be non-existent.
Okay, wait. Okay, yeah, it's getting a little
Fucking
off.
hell.
It's getting a little off the rails. Okay, raise your hand if you want to speak. I'll choose an order. Okay, I'm gonna first go with Taft then.
We have sociological literature like the Donahue and Levitt study, as well as other ones that attribute up to 45% of the 55% reduction in crime since, I believe, the 90s to access to safe and legal abortion, right? So it's not
And if
just
I went by
like,
demography, couldn't I be
No,
a real
listen.
fucking asshole right now?
let's not go there. There's also this it's just the effect on society in general, right? So it's not just like the individual baby who, like, maybe if you were to pull them 20 years later and ask them, like, would you prefer to be like aborted or to have lived? They'll probably say to have lived. But like at the time that they were aborted, they were like a non-sentient clump of cells.
You're
And
assuming, but yeah.
Probably. And so they were probably a
All
non-sentient
science
clump
would
of cells.
support
And
that.
so yeah. And so if we're weighing the moral value of like eliminating this non-sentient potential person versus the massive social benefit of improving people's ability to control their financial destiny and their social and family destiny, that ability to control those things is really beneficial for society, for everyone. And I don't want to live in a society where crime rate like spikes up 45% because we've decided that it's wrong to eliminate these clumps of cells.
Okay, can somebody rephrase that as uncharitably as I can? Because basically what so I'll rephrase it as uncharitably as possible.
Please.
Aborting poor whites and disproportionately black people has a positive effect on crime 30 years later. Okay?
Yeah, you're doing like literal eugenics shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Abortion
that's
activists?
That's really fucked
that
up.
that's
actually.
the that's
Yeah,
the
it's
but that's the
literally
that's the
eugenics.
pro-choice argument. The pro-choice argument is
That's-
literally like criminal populations are going to do
No,
more
no,
abortion.
no.
Then
It's
Kennedy
giving
didn't mean
no.
the left should
You're
go
so wrong.
kill the poor.
Also, can I just say,
Counterpoints.
Taftage,
No. It's
Okay,
you're
wait,
giving
wait.
black and poor
Wait,
people
wait,
the
wait, wait.
ability
You
to
gotta-
control their destinies.
Totally.
You gotta let Taft respond. If
Yeah,
it's
let
four
me
people in one.
respond.
let Taff explain why she wants to
Yeah,
kill
what the
poor
fuck
whites.
is wrong with you,
Yeah.
Connor?
Because it is like the most like absurdly sort of uncharitable interpretation. What you're doing is you're giving poor people the ability to choose when to have children. And when you give them the ability to choose when to have children, they have children in circumstances where they can provide for those children. So it's not that like
Totally.
they're going to have less children overall necessarily.
Are you
It's that
from the
like
1850s?
But you know they are.
What the fuck?
it's that like
you sound like a Victorian villain. That we can't allow
Are
the
you-
poors to breed.
No, I'm
What
saying
the
that they will have children. I'm saying that they should be able to choose
They'll
when
breed
they
like
do.
rabbits. Yeah, we need to
Oh
sterilize
my
them all.
god. I'm saying that they should be able to choose when they have children because when you allow people to choose when they have children, they choose to have children when they have the ability to provide for those children, which
That's
is
actually
good
not
for
remotely
society.
true. Poorer
Yeah,
families tend to have more children.
No, but they will prefer to have children when they can provide for those children.
But
If
again,
you
that's not-
ask poor people, they will say, I would prefer to have a child when I have more ability to
They
provide
might
for the
prefer
child.
to, but that's not the reality that actually comes out of this.
Okay, but when you have access to safe abortion, they are able to pursue
Well, no,
that
I'm
reality.
pro-abortion. I'm not
Right.
arguing that point. I'm just saying
Yeah,
your
you
weird
agree with her,
eugenics
Kevin.
is fucked up. Your
Yeah,
weird eugenics here, where like
individual
poor
choice
people
is
need to
not
be stopped from
eugenics.
breeding. Like
Individual choice is not eugenics. If you get knocked up and you're like, holy shit, like this kid is gonna like sleep on a mattress in the backseat of my fucking car while I work my 3 jobs, and my 62 like odd boyfriends are gonna be in
that's
and
a
out of the house. They're
problem.
probably gonna have a
I don't
horrible
know
fucking
how
life.
you're
Like
able
just
to
like
understand
that is
the
not
Okay,
eugenics. That is
Bill,
that is
Bill.
not
I'm not
fucking
saying you
eugenics.
should
Hey,
like
wait,
sterilize them. I'm saying that you should
please.
allow them to choose when they have children.
Yeah.
So it's a choice about time, not
Yeah,
like
Malcolm.
whether or not they have children.
Malcolm,
The
I'm not-
eugenics argument would be that they're not allowed to have children. That's the eugenics
Yeah,
argument.
Malcolm, I'm not saying that the point you make there is eugenics or that the pro-abortion argument is
That's what
eugenics.
you're
I'm
saying, though.
the way that Taftage put that was eugenics.
No,
Like, that
No,
was
if
really
people are
fucked
free
up.
to make the
Bonus
choice of when they can get an
understand that you're
abortion, that's not eugenics. If it's
Yeah,
like,
and it
hey, at this point
disproportionately
in time in
affects
my life,
black and brown people and poor white people. So just
that doesn't mean
two
it's
birds, one
eugenics.
stone.
Individual choice
And
choice is not
it's
eugenics.
Let's
Yep.
just
Okay.
cleanse the pool
Okay.
of these
Just
criminals.
bunch of
Okay,
individual
One second.
choices.
One second. Okay. True has been waiting for a
Condoms are
second.
eugenics,
Stop.
by the way.
You
True has
said
been
you-
waiting for.
You said, do you know people who were in foster care? Like they would rather not be born. Like some of the best people I know come from.
I
the
don't care
foster
about your
care.
anecdotes. I know 10 people for every
not
one person that you
anecdotes.
know that wish that they weren't alive because their
is-
life
you're
was so
talking about
traumatic
these
because they were in
eugenics.
foster care. Like,
It's
I don't
eugenics.
care.
It's
I don't care.
eugenics.
Individual
You
choice
wanna
is not
make a foster-
eugenics.
You're cutting
Individual
me off,
choice
by
is
the
not
way. You're not
eugenics.
letting me speak. You're afraid of what I'm saying.
I'm not
You
afraid of what
make
you're
a
saying. I don't
foster
care about
care
your friend of
better
your friend.
instead
of
Then
your
let her
friend.
finish,
You
son.
want them to fucking
don't care.
die.
I don't
Okay,
care
you
about
wanna
your friend of a
respond?
friend of a friend. I don't care about your friend of
I'm
a
not
friend of
talking
a
about the
friend.
friend
That
of a
was fun.
friend.
Oh, you're not letting me finish.
You're a
You're not
bougie
letting me finish.
motherfucker.
Why are you scared? Why are you
never-
scared of my
How would
answer?
I
Why
know
won't you
you
let me
have the
finish?
money
Okay,
to
Why won't you let me
okay,
finish?
wait.
Why won't you let me
Okay.
finish?
No,
Why won't you let
please,
me
both of
finish?
you.
You're a
Please
bougie.
True,
stop.
Malma.
Why can't I finish?
Okay.
True,
So
Malma, can you stop interrupting,
wait,
please?
Kevin.
This is an outrage.
Stop.
Can I finish,
Everybody
please?
stop. Okay. So
Sad.
let's be clear. Wait, stop. She's still going. Okay,
Can
give
I
me a
finish?
second. Yes, you gotta let him finish. Then you'll speak, and then you'll be allowed to finish. Don't interrupt each other. We can't hear what you're saying. Continue.
Thank you so much. What I was saying is, I don't care about your friend of a friend that grew up in foster care that is grateful that they're alive. I know people in my own personal life that grew up in foster care and have been like, if my mom would have gotten an abortion, I would have been like abused, raped, like passed around like 37 different fucking foster homes or whatever. Like, I don't care about your individual experience. I care about the people in foster care that are like horrifically abused because the people were forced to give birth to them when you could just prevent all of these atrocities from happening in the first place. But please tell me about your friend of a friend. I'm really
A lot
interested.
of people in foster care, their parents didn't want to abort them, by the way. So first of all, and second of all, you really like to dismiss everything and hand wave. You all do that. And by the way, you guys seem to think I'm like a rich person. To me, you all are bougie motherfuckers. So like, I don't know why you talk to me like this is not like I don't come from some extremely fucked up place in life. And the fact that I'm 33 and I'm still living this life isn't telling enough. Like, I guess for you, you got to spell it out. Like, I don't know. To me, like the fact that you devalue everything I say without actually hearing what I'm saying makes me disrespect you and what you're saying a lot. I came in listening to what you're saying, trying to bounce off of it, and you've been doing this disrespectful ass shit since the start. So I'm
Hey,
sorry if I'm
friend.
not gonna take it too hard when you're being rude as fuck.
I
and
don't
just-
think that anybody assumes that you came from a place of a special privilege. I really
I'm
don't.
a friend of a friend and blah blah blah. Like fuck you, dumbass.
That's
Not
all you're doing.
Him.
That's all you're doing is talking
I
about
don't-
your
I
friend of a
don't care
friend of
what
a
you
friend who had
gotta
an
say.
abortion.
You're
Can I just
literally
say,
like
you're gonna
sub
about-
IQ in my mind.
You're going
Like,
about
your-
people
Your
dismissing.
amount of reading people is at -20. You can't tell when I'm from by looking at me or checking my fucking.
And you don't know
Like,
anything
you
about me
can't even
either. So
think
why
in
don't we
your
just let that go?
brain. You're
Why
such
don't
a
we
you're
just
bougie
let that
going
go?
about-
motherfucker. You probably learned
you-
all this in books. Like that's how much
Oh
I
no,
respect you.
reading books
Oh,
is
no.
gay.
My whole life has been
no.
so easy. Oh
And by the
no.
way, I like lowered
fuck.
both your voices because like you're really fucking annoying to me. You can do the same to me. I don't give a shit. I still hear
Anyway,
you
so you're going
buzzing
about
really far
dismissing.
away.
You're going
So-
about you're going about
I don't give a shit,
people
Logan.
disrespecting.
Holy fuck.
Okay, well, let him
Will you
talk.
shut
Let him
the
talk. You
fuck
just
up?
talked. You gotta let Kevin talk.
No, we're doing
Yeah,
therapy.
fucking
We're finished.
asshole.
Therapy.
Just
We're doing group
fuck
therapy.
off.
I don't
Okay,
care.
please, everybody.
Anyway,
Kevin.
you're going about people disrespecting or disregarding your opinion, and then you say everyone here's a bougie motherfucker. You don't know any of us. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Not everybody.
You
Definitely
literally said
both.
you're all bougie motherfuckers. You literally said that.
Connor, when you
By
said
comparison.
that these
Everyone that's
people
talking to me like that,
saying
yeah.
that when you said something about the left space having an opinion like being not alive would be better, it would be better if my mom had an abortion. You were saying that exists in the left space. I agree with you. I thought it was kind of funny that you said that. But at the same time, I think that that's a different strategy. Like when you talk about harm reduction, I'm going to pull this back to harm reduction really quick. When you talk about harm reduction, it's important to phrase everything that you want to logically think through as, okay, the most reasonable amount of harm that could happen to me, let's immediately bring that scale down. And so we're not really, when we talk about abortion, we're not really talking about the ills of the foster system. We're not really talking about grown people who aren't currently going through abortion. We're specifically talking about the ability of people who need abortions to get them or who want abortions to get them. So I don't necessarily, Malcolm, think that the addition of the ills of the foster care system and the obvious harm that it had on your friends necessarily is a great argument for abortion.
Well, I'm not talking specifically about my friends. I'm talking like statistically, like there's abuse, like 80% of people that grew up in foster care report abuse. Like these are undesirable circumstances, like going from family to family. Most of the time you're like in control of the state. Like these things are undesirable for most people. And if you, an individual, not at the state level, if you, an individual is like, damn, like I'm going to have this kid, I'm not going to be able to, afford to care for it or whatever, but I can't get an abortion. Contraceptive didn't work for me for whatever reason. And you end up having this kid. What are you going to do with it? You can't just like leave it on the side of the road. You're going to put it into the system. And the system has a lot of negative outcomes for a lot of people that go through it, and people that are still in it right now. And so like the outcome of the child is something that I take into consideration as well. Like what is the child's life going to look like if it is born? Like is this kid going to have an abusive family? Is this kid going to be in and out of the system? Is this kid going to have like a higher predilection of being abused because of where they're placed, like so on and so forth? I think that factors into the decision as well as like a responsible parent, where it's like, am I going to be able to provide for this kid? If I have it. And a tangential extension of this would be like if you were going to have a kid that was born, with a really severe disability, and it's like, fuck, there's going to be a ton of medical bills. This kid's going to be like in and out of hospitals its whole life. I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give it a good quality of life. You should be able to make that decision with an individual decision is not eugenics. If you say, fuck, I'm not going to be able to give this kid what it needs to have like a good quality of life, aborting it is probably the best option. So you don't have a kid that's like dying of Huntington's disease.
I mean, by this logic,
No,
like,
fuck that, Todd.
condoms are
Fuck that,
also
Todd. No, I'm
eugenics,
rolling this
which
grenade
is
your way. It's
ridiculous.
mine. It's mine. So, no, as somebody who believes in systemic analysis, no, you're wrong. If you have a system that pushes a bunch of poor people and a bunch of poor whites and disproportionate black folk and disproportionate Hispanic folk, you can't just toss up your hands and say, oh, if we're just feeding babies to the fucking wood chipper, well, fuck it. That's better than being alive in a fucked up system. And by the way, there is not a single conservative in this fucking country who would literally pick non-existence over a shitty and traumatic childhood. There is no, like, as a matter of fact, this is the most, like, conservative shit that I've ever said on the fucking Hippy Dippy. This is, like, there is no one on the right wing who would ever say painful existence is not preferable to non-existence totally. That's fucking lunacy from
I
the
have
right
to
way.
say, this is going to make my skin crawl, but I kind of have to agree with Counterpoints here, and that is a terrible
Based.
state of affairs for everyone.
I mean, that's fine, but I
Welcome
mean,
to
I'm
the
saying
right wing, Kevin.
if you're gonna
Well,
have
no,
a
I
kid
just-
that's gonna have like fucking
it's not a
Huntington's
winning
disease and
argument.
have like
Like,
paper fucking skin, like
I'm
if you
very
can't
much-
provide for that kid and it's gonna suffer, like I feel like I'm doing a
They're not
harm
gonna
if I
be
bring a kid
dead.
into the world that's gonna have like a
I'm-
horrible fucking quality
What-
of
They'll
life.
be
Like,
alive.
Okay, wait. Okay, Kevin, please finish.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think it's a winning argument to be like, actually, to go to people who you're trying to convince of your political position and say, actually, non-existence is preferable, because they're going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, you're not. That's not a winning electoral or moral strategy.
I think
Even
a
if
much
you think-
better
even if you
argument.
think it's
I'm not-
morally correct,
that's not what I'm
it's still a
concerned
dumb
with.
thing to do.
I'm concerned with like the probability of the best outcome for the child. That's something that I consider when I think about these kind of things. If you guys don't want to consider that, that's fine. But I think it's absolutely
bad
fucking insane to
life.
say that it's eugenics for somebody to be like, damn, I don't want my kid to have fucking like Huntington's disease. I'm
So
gonna
I'll
abort it.
kill
And
it.
everybody's like,
Well, no, an
eugenics.
individual choice.
It's gonna
Individual
die
choice.
like the first year of its life anyway. Fuck.
The way Chaftage described it was eugenics. I don't think individual choice
No,
is eugenics.
it's not
No, I'm
The
talking
idea of,
about
like,
individual choice specifically.
purifying
Yeah.
populations of criminals and stuff.
No,
like, is some Victorian. That is some mustache twirling madness.
It's not
That is-
purifying populations. It's allowing people to choose when they have children. So, like, if you have a child, you want to be able to have the child in like the best circumstance you can, so you're not forced to raise a child when you're not able to.
And the poor
And I
will
think-
only raise criminals. You're correct. We need to kill
Yes.
them all. Clearly.
Thanks, Todd.
Alternatively, modern humans
What's
can
going
now
on
choose to never
Just a
have
second.
children. You could now
I'll-
choose to never have any children. Is
I wanna
that?
make sure-
And I want to know: is that also? I'm sorry, Dylan.
I think
Okay,
it's
I want-
legitimate to choose never to have children. I think it's preferable if people in general do have children, but I think you have the right not to have children. Yeah, if that's your choice. Like, ultimately, like the way that I fall on it is that like you should be able to choose when you have children, and if you want to have children, you should be able to have children, and if you want to delay when you have children, you should be able to do that as well. And it would be eugenics if you forced people who are like poor to not have children because you believe they have like inferior genes or something. That would be like a eugenics policy to like modify the genetic pool of the population. But obviously you're not forcing anyone to do anything. You're just allowing them like control of their own lives.
Immediate rebuttal. Eugenics,
Okay.
good. So genics, life. No, this is fucking eugenics. It might not be systematized, but as somebody who thinks that people can be you can have racist systems without any racists. I think you can have
Okay,
eugenics.
Counterpoints.
without any eugenics.
Counterpoints. The problem with this definition of eugenics is that it becomes so encompassing to include like all laws. And let me give you
Okay, but
an
can
example of
I
that.
point
Because-
out to you
listen
that,
to me, listen
that
to me.
Malcolm was
No,
talking
let me-
about the good
Once-
life
Oh
when
my
he
God.
was saying that
Let me
non-existence
respond
was
to this.
preferable?
Fucking God.
Let me
Let-
respond to
So
this
obtuse.
counterpoint.
Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
The problem with this definition of eugenics is that it's so broad to include anything. So if you include if you give a certain population a UBI, that would be eugenics because they're probably going to be able to have more children and therefore
True.
their genes are going to be more in the population. But it's silly. I know you're saying
Based.
true.
We shouldn't,
but
we shouldn't encourage
that
the poor to
definition of
breed. Yeah.
eugenics is so absurd because
Okay, actually-
every law has knock-on effects
Okay,
way down the line.
Okay, so I rolled a couple of grenades your way, mostly for shitposty effect, but let me try to dial it back a little bit, okay? The actual point is that this argument is insufficient, and from a conservative perspective, it's morally barbarous. So saying people just shouldn't have kids or they should be able to abort their kids so we don't have future criminals, I know that's not technically what you're saying, but that's what I'm hearing. That it's fucking monstrous. And then saying the system is fucked up, therefore non-existence is preferable to a fucked up life. That's also monstrously fucked up. Most conservatives particularly who are raised religious, they accept the fact that life is going to have a decent chunk of suffering and that a lot of life is about facing suffering and finding meaning, purpose, love, joy, and all that kind of stuff in spite of suffering. So when leftoids bring up suffering as a reason to not exist, we're oh, well, we have two options here. Either we fight to get you to believe in life with suffering, or we just let you take yourselves out. And that, the second option is actually quite monstrous as well, because basically we're letting you kill your fucking selves. So, your choice. I've decided antinatalists can antinatal all the fuck they want. I don't give a shit. But, it's still fucked up and kind of monstrous. And
the
that's what I'm hearing.
statistics-
It's
and
not
the
what you're saying, but
statistics-
it's what I'm hearing.
And the statistics back up what Counterpoints is saying. Even though we might not be intentionally saying you're not valid, you should die, right? By giving people this option to choose, the majority of the people, or the majority of the statistics, are following that same trend. It's people that are inner city, lower income levels, and of certain ethnic backgrounds. It's if you look at it from a certain perspective, it could be considered that.
Like,
Can I
well,
just
the
say,
big problem is,
I appreciate the Turk's very delicate use of wording there.
I got
Urban,
kids. I
lower
gotta be
income,
careful, man.
of a certain racial background.
No, what
It's a-
Connor
it's a
was saying is
horrible-
poor white people are doing it too. It's
you
not
can't
one
force
size
black
fits all.
people to have children because you
It's a-
believe that they should have like a greater representation in the population.
No,
Like,
they
I don't
should. That's-
necessarily think that
And if
we
we
should
ban
speak. Any
abortion,
of us
they
should
will.
speak on the motherfucking black.
There will be more black people if we ban abortion. That is based and great.
Yeah, that's how they
It's
outbreed
not
the whites.
your
Yeah,
responsibility
let's
to
go.
determine how black families
Exactly.
reproduce.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line here.
They should be determining this.
And I want more babies to be growing up to vote in these different elections so that we can have a great society with less dead babies.
It should be up to black families to
It's up
choose
to the
when to have
individuals.
their families.
Can we change the topic? And we all agree that like birth control should be like way more accessible and potentially even free, because especially like in Canada, birth control, most people don't know, but you gotta like pay for it. If here in Canada, like abortion is like free, basically it's included with all the taxes and everything you pay, shouldn't birth control should be given out for free to everybody and they can choose which one's better for them for free? And they like, why are we paying for birth control when like what the fuck? Like, it's way more traumatizing to get pregnant, trust me, to get pregnant, to get to any amount and lose the clump of cells, okay, if that's what it is for you. Even if it's just a clump of cells for you, it's still kind of fucked up, you know? You're bleeding out, you need somebody to watch over you, you're falling out, you lack of energy, it can last for days. It's like salmonella, the type of pain you get when you lose that shit, even if when it's tiny. So I think birth control should be way more accessible and like free and really promoted to everybody. And I think if you believe it's a life and you don't want abortion, you should be on board with that.
I think that's a really good point, because I think I mentioned earlier, but I'll mention it again. The same people who generally are in pro-life communities also advocate for abstinence only sex education, which leads to people not understanding how their bodies work or how they may or may not get pregnant in the first place. But also these communities restrict access to contraceptives, and that's super counterproductive to their end goal.
And a lot of evangelical Christians consider like contraceptives to be like a form of abortion anyway, because I think conception is like life or whatever.
Exactly. Life is stored in the balls. Jerking off should be illegal.
Amen.
Outrageous.
They get on a high horse.
Amen.
Do y'all
True.
really think? Do y'all really think the conservative people? Do y'all really think that it's like not morally okay to just choose to never have children, to like not contribute to that part of society? I'm confused.
You're free to choose to not have children, yeah.
But do I think that's less preferable than contributing? Yeah, I do think it's less preferable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, but there's plenty of people.
It's not,
you can. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not like humanity's running out of people. Like,
you say
the
that we're at
population
like
of
a
the Earth is
demographic
going
replacement
fucking
rate of like
crazy.
1.5 or some shit. So we're about to crash.
Well, that's America specifically, but yeah.
No, it's not. It's
Connor,
almost
you know
the
what would be
entire
fun
planet.
to talk about?
What?
No.
Is what would be fun to talk about is either the moral obligation or the moral non-obligation to take care of youth. I actually experienced no drive to be a biological parent, but I think it's a moral obligation for me to someday have foster children.
Oh, I actually, this was one of my tangents, or going to be one of my tangents. I was going to say, if you choose to opt out, you can go into like your apartment and play video games and masturbate endlessly and fucking, I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to do. But it would be preferable to me if you did look at the next generation coming up and you said, hey, I had like a fucked up life. These are the things that went wrong. I want to make sure other people have a better life. Therefore, I'm going to contribute this to society. So even if you're not contributing genetically, you contribute in another way.
Human minds are assets.
Yeah, there are many ways you can contribute that does not include having biological children.
Yeah, and I prefer it. I prefer biological children basically from like a personal narrative story. Like, literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people died so I could be here. You know, they survived like the freezing cold and food and deprivation and famine and probably some wars and some rape and some pillaging and all that kind of shit. And they all suffered so I could exist. So I want to pay that gift forward to like I want to pay it back to the people who struggle to survive on my behalf. And then I want to pay it forward to the next generation.
So you're just
And now we have
yourself,
furries.
you're cooking yourself to thousands of dead generations you never met.
Yeah, of course.
Brilliant.
The social contract.
Like
No,
civilization depends on having children.
yeah, there's
If
also
it's
Not
going to
white ones.
continue.
there's a
Not white ones, don't be
quote.
silly.
There's a quote from Edmund Burke who's basically saying like the social contract theory is incomplete. The social contract is not just between a citizen and its society. It's between the living and the dead and those yet to be born. I think that's totally
Yeah.
true.
Heard that, yeah.
Most people in any given society or demographic will choose to have biological children, but certainly for people who don't, that's still a valid option and they still can contribute positively to the group.
Of course, I don't like the fucking. I know it's a meme, but I don't like the hedonism of like, I'm just going to go into my own quarter and play video games and jerk off and I'm not going to do shit and fuck y'all and you're fucking stupid for having a responsible normie life. I'm going to go be fucking neat over here and eat my chicken tendies and fucking do some meth while I'm playing League of Legends, you know?
That's exactly
I
what
would not advocate
progressives
for that
are.
either. That is not something that I would advise.
Exactly.
Connor,
I mean,
Connor.
see, that would be
Wait,
me
wait, wait,
if-
wait, 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 stop. Connor, I will not have you bad talk half my audience, okay? Thank you.
That sounds like a great
Yeah.
activity after the abortion
Lay
clinic
back on
visit.
the meth. That's really the part.
You forgot to get an abortion in there. Get an abortion, get high on meth, play League of
Also,
Legends.
but
you're
that's
fine.
not the majority of people who don't have kids don't live that life either. That's
Well,
you can be a very productive and worthwhile member of
well,
society.
you fuckers,
whilst
like,
also-
Soy
I'm-
bug then.
I'm
They've
on
got Funko
Twitch.
Pop collections
I'm
instead of
on Twitch
children.
and Twitter, and people are constantly posting these opinions. Am I not supposed to take these opinions seriously? Like, am I not supposed to take Twitch seriously?
Everything
No.
in moderation, Connor. A
Oh.
little bit of
Oh.
meth is okay.
Twitch.
Okay,
A
bye.
little bit of meth.
I'm just fucking kidding. All right, that was a shit post. Fucking hell. I'm gonna get back in or try to get back in. Don't go back.
Relatively accessible here in Texas. It's provided by the ACA that it has to be
No, you're
provided.
going in specifics, but like, what about it being like free and accessible to everybody? You don't like that, and why? Because I think I know your
I
answer,
think
but-
having it accessible would be a good thing. The matter of cost is always a sticking point for me as a fiscal conservative. But I think as accessible as it is today is not a bad thing.
But that's part of the problem with the fiscal conservative addition to that, is that you want people to be born, but then as soon as they're born, fuck them, they're on their own.
They're gonna pay a
it's-
lot more money in
would take-
welfare.
I'll take that argument.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of other programs that I would love to fund more. I would love to put additional funding into foster care homes. I would love to put additional funding into border processing so that we can have more asylees, more people coming in legally. There's a lot of other things that I would love to pour money into because I am a compassionate person and I want them to thrive and be alive here in the United States. But
that's
there's
not
also other programs that shouldn't be funded and we should stop wasting money over. So I don't disagree that having accessible birth control is a bad thing, but you know, it's like, okay, is having it funded through the ACA and requiring your employment to fund that I think that's a way to do it. I don't know if we want to debate that, but I think that's a thing that most conservatives would not have a problem with.
Wouldn't the employer be happy to give birth and control so their people don't get pregnant and have to take leave and maternity?
Yeah, there's
leave and
perverse
all that?
incentives there.
I mean,
that be good?
there's already laws and stuff that have requirements of like acceptable insurance stuff. So it's like, you know, there are ways to say that needs to be provided.
Well, okay,
Also,
so
there's something
There are still
slightly
restrictions that prevent a decent amount of people from accessing it easily.
Yeah, we should fix that.
Well, define
Absolutely,
define
Even in Canada,
easy.
you have to
Going
pay. If you're poor, like, and you're not on welfare, like, you have to pay. Like, if you're a single mom or whatever, and you're working this job and that, and you're not on welfare, like, you got to pay, like, for your birth control. But most people don't know that. You got to
So
pay
the
for your
question is
teeth,
then what
birth
is
control.
easy and what is too easy and what is not easy enough. All right. So it's, if you go to the local CVS and you say you need birth control, the head pharmacist there is probably going to talk to you to the little booth or whatever and say, hey, how bad do you need it? Here's the program you need to apply for. Sign this paperwork and it's paid for. And they hand it to you that day. It's like, it's not that it's not acceptable. There are easy hoops to jump through.
No, but like, I guess
Identifying
saying
more
there's
of an
places where it's not
issue,
like that. Yeah.
more of an issue with an insurance sort of bureaucratic type of issue, like
that situation I just listed had
Yeah.
no insurance in it. You can the pharmacist has the ability to issue these things through public programs that provide for this kind of funding.
I see. I'm apparently not aware of that public program, or maybe it doesn't exist in
It's
Louisiana.
a
The way that
state-by-state thing.
the way that I and most of my friends get birth control for free is through either Medicaid or Medicare, and then going to somewhere like Planned Parenthood or another clinic that offers free
And Planned
free
Parenthood could
examinations.
continue to do
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They could stay open and provide that service
Well,
to the public.
ultimately, the way to cut down on the number of abortions is to have A, proper education, and B, free and easy access to contraception. So you should have federal trucks full of condoms, and they're just throwing it out to people. Just fucking get as much contraception out there as possible.
But
It's
this
the
was a
best
victory
way.
for the white race,
Point-
Kevin.
The education point is really important too, because just having access to it doesn't mean that people will be able to make the right choices for understanding which one might be the best for them. So I think they definitely need to go hand in hand.
Okay,
You gotta educate people on the importance of life and how hard it is to get pregnant and to get an abortion, even if you think you want one. When you get pregnant, you might change your mind, and that'll fuck you shit up because hormones will kick in and all that stuff. So, like, you really gotta that's why my point was to say that it is murder. I didn't mean to cut you off, but to really put value on that, because that way people might be more careful. Like, as a young teenager, if you don't think about how hard it is to get one, you might not take it more lightly, like I did. So that's what.
Well, in true Mama, just to modify your language a little bit, so there's something called homicide, and homicide is like the justified killing of another person. If nobody is like willing to embrace murder, it's because murder is like specifically the unjustifiable killing of somebody. But I do appreciate your general point.
True,
of,
Mama.
like,
I
trying
did
to
try
put...
and explain this before we got started, that the word murder is specifically an illegal killing. Well, that's
And I know I
so
spoke on that too. I think using the word killing is the only real appropriate term. Murder is not accurate.
Yeah, but then I also want to address this back to the Turk, where, like, you're like, oh, well, as a conservative, I would love these certain social programs that would help out with people. And to address Kevin or whatever, I think the reason why this falls on deaf ears is because if you look at charities, like, there's like shitloads of faith-based charities for, adoption and childhood planning and church shit and canned food drives and helping out poor people and all that kind of shit. But I do get that it's not enough, and then that's where I want to pivot right and throw a punch to the right. Basically, like, I hope Reaganism, like Reagan conservatism fucking dies. Like, the rhetoric of the scariest thing you can hear is I'm here from the government and I'm here to help or whatever. That shit needs to die with the boomers, because the truth is I've been a part of public institutions, I've been a part of private institutions, and everybody's a fucking asshole. Okay, it doesn't matter if they're in private or public institutions. And if we actually want healthy, happy societies, if we want the positive eugenics that President Taftaj wants, then we have to have some level of redistributive economics in order to create happy, healthy societies. And so Reaganism needs to fucking die. So
true.
And one thing to add on to this, it's like I donate to all sorts of causes. I live my beliefs many times over. I wish as a society, y'all would enable people like me to provide more for these things, provide for better tax incentives, better all this other stuff. Because if as a pro-life person, and we're going to outlaw abortion, I want to help solve this problem. Granted, there needs to be additional laws that go and fund this stuff, and there needs to be some deregulation in some instances, not in others. But it's like, as a society, we need to solve the problem of these babies being killed, and we need to provide for that solution and not just wave it off. I completely hear y'all saying, "Oh, we don't care about kids once they're born." It's like that's not a correct statement. That's
Turk,
just
so-
being radicalized.
So
There's a lot of people that
Counterpoints' argument was that boomer Reaganism needs to die, and your response was we need tax cuts and deregulation, which is just more fucking Reaganism. That's what you've just described. More Reagan.
You completely glossed over the I want to be able to donate more money instead of it being a tax cut.
I think what Connor's trying to get at is that there's, or at least what I got from it is something that I think about a lot, which is that America has a propaganda problem. Not that it has too much propaganda, but that it has shitty, not enough propaganda. It's like how think of like Jack in the Box back before they started having the really funny ads with the live action Jack. Man, before that, Jack in the Box had fell off. That's America right now. Sorry, I'm getting really tired.
No, that's basic.
So America fell off. We're not cool anymore. We don't have any government control over what people think is cool anymore. I can't think of another word besides cool. America is in its flop era.
Can I just say, has anyone
Generational changing of the
considered?
guard.
Has anyone considered ratioing America on Twitter? I think it's the only
True.
answer.
Shoe on Head has ratioed President Biden several times.
True, but he doesn't even know what Twitter is. Let's be honest. He has no idea what any of that is.
She ratioed some aid in the White
Yeah, but
House.
actually, I do think we do need a generational changing of the guard. I'm hearing Xers and even boomers coming around on this where they're like, oh, oops, we did fuck up a little bit, and we do need young people to step up because basically, like, they're watching Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein. They're watching these people's brains fry live on television, and they're like, holy fuck, why are our leaders like what? Bernie Sanders, God love him, isn't he like fucking 76 at this point? And and people are still encouraging him to run. It's like, dude, you're 2 years past your fucking expiration date. Go sit on a fucking beach chair, take a fucking nap, and drink a lightly alcoholic beverage. Like, chill the fuck out.
I think it has to be said that we haven't even really touched on it at all. Joe Biden and the American federal government's response so far has been nothing short of fucking disgraceful. They've done nothing.
All they can do is nuke the filibuster.
They've done the liberal version of thoughts and prayers. Basically, you're on your own.
They're saying they're gonna do the abortions anyway, probably on federal land or something. I think.
I think they just need more power. Like if they're going to get abortion legislation pushed through, they can't do that with the filibuster.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I think that's the last news I saw about it.
Well,
So I'm not sure they can do a lot, at least not in the way that progressives would want from them.
The only thing that I can think of is they can do a 51-49 split, basically nuke the filibuster, but if they create some kind of like exception or whatever, that can be capitalized on Republicans the second that they use it. So
and Republicans are probably going to win big in the midterms.
We'll see. Roe versus Wade could blunt the momentum. So, but actually, what would be interesting is if they did that right now, and then Republicans squeaked out a slim majority, then there's actually like a chance that the Republicans could do a federal abortion ban.
Yeah. And then everyone would be like, "Holy shit! What did the Democrats do here?"
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they would lose the national election after. Sorry.
Every election that comes up, I feel like the narrative is and always has been, vote or die. We have to vote. It's so important. And it falls on deaf ears, I think, because we've been hearing it for so long. But I think that we need to change our messaging around this because it is crucial that people do get out and vote their opinions. It's the only way that we can really see what the general public wants. And so even though it feels exhaustive and it feels like, oh, maybe my vote's not going to matter, those are false narratives.
Exactly, but this is my argument though. If Joe Biden's to go to the country, what is his selling point on this? He gets asked, what are you going to do about Roe versus Wade? What's your record on this? What does he tell to anyone?
I wrote a strongly worded letter.
He's done nothing. He's done fucking
AOC
nothing.
Does a lot. Recently, she's been posting a lot about how if the left does want to see a challenge to this, we need to hold our elected officials responsible in a very, very real way. And we need to let them know that our votes for them are under the expectation that they're going to act on our wishes.
Kind of like student loan debt, universal health care, minimum wage.
Like a lot of these issues that keep getting talked about
Yeah, the
without
Democrats are
actually being
the
like
Democrats are
adopted.
feckless bastards. Yeah, they don't do anything.
Based.
They,
Well,
It's
look,
time for
they can,
accountability for sure.
they have control of both chambers in theory and the presidency, and yet they seem to have like 5% of the actual fucking power. It's embarrassing.
And we had
well,
like what, a month's worth of warning on this too, and there wasn't really a lot of good
Well,
planning or like coming
yeah, did you
together to
see?
kind of come up with like
can
a
I give you the
good
real
It's because
conspiracy
they
theory?
don't want to. Yeah,
Cope.
what's the real
Kamala
conspiracy
Harris
theory?
being interviewed, and she was like, "Well, what could we have done? You're the fucking vice president. You didn't have a plan for this. Like, what the?
Well,
It's embarrassing. It
I mean,
genuinely
yeah,
is shocking.
so the real conspiracy theory is that it's like a fucking fundraising gimmick. Like that's the fucking real conspiracy theory. Because like it fucking happened. You know, Dianne Feinstein, or I don't know. It wasn't Diane. It was the other one. The other one that looks like a lizard. But like literally
Are you
email
saying
out
the
like
other
with
Nancy
Jewish
Pelosi.
person? This is
Oh,
anti-Semitism.
I think you
I
mean
hope
Pelosi.
I hope she's not Jewish. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I meant Nancy Pelosi, so hopefully she's not Jewish. I just meant that she looked like a lizard person.
Oh, so you hope
so
she's not Jewish? It's just more anti-Semitism. It's
wait,
outrageous.
wait.
Absolutely terrible counterpoints.
Well, it's okay.
Cancelled.
I
Fucking
went
cancelled.
after Taftosh for the eugenics. I guess I can take a little anti-Semitic heat tonight. That's fine. So the point that like, you know, basically Democrats, if they actually won something, they would lose their reason for existence. So they kind of have to create like a perpetual crisis in order to continue to fundraise. I know that's like maybe college level freshman year fucking bullshit. I'm sure plenty of Democrats actually care about real policy, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, it does feel weak, doesn't it? That literally the cornerstone of the Democratic Party was we're the party of the minority, we're the party of women, we're the party of reproductive rights, we're the party of progressivism. And if I was going to say the repeal of the assault weapons ban was one of the libertarian achievements of the Republican Party, then Roe versus Wade was one of the crown jewels of the Democrat Party, and they just had it snatched from their fucking heads. So,
well, can I just to counter that slightly, with a bit of whataboutism, I suppose. I think both parties do the thing that you've just outlined there of perpetual sort of drama for financial aid. The Republicans have done nothing but fundraise on the back of like scares about CRT and drag queens and fucking just Mr. Potato Head and just weird culture war shit for the last like 5 years. That's all they've done.
But default goes to the conservatives because all they're trying to do is conserve the status quo. So if they scaremonger, maintain the status quo, that's not half as hard as putting forward a positive vision. And if anything, there's literally like a 2-hour conversation that Taftaj and I had where I was like, where's the positive vision for the right? If we don't figure this out, then we're going to be dominated by Christian nationalists and ethno-nationalists and fucking all that kind of shit. We have to have like a coherent vision for the right, and this is the one thing the left beats us on. And Taftaj still hasn't gotten back to me, so she, you know.
Can I just say, I don't know why
not a great beginning to her presidency.
I don't know why you're using the future tense there as if republicanism isn't run by those very same people right now.
In reference to what?
You said that if we don't come up with X, Y, and Z, they're going to dominate us. They already do.
Oh, well, I'm expecting the pendulum. Yeah, I'm expecting the pendulum. I'm expecting that this was probably the biggest achievement of the American right wing for the next decade. And what's going to happen is it will probably take a decade for the left to swing everything back their way. But at the end of that decade, if Republicans or rightoids don't have an answer for what a positive future of the country looks like, we're going to be fucked. Because basically, if you're talking about like demography, like mild racism towards Hispanic people is probably untenable, considering immigration trends. Christian theocracy is probably not tenable because of the increasing secularization of the planet. Global warming or climate catastrophe is probably not tenable if we don't come up with technological solutions that actually like mitigate the consequences of CO2 production. So all of these things will come to a head within a generation, and if we don't have an answer, we're fucked.
It's a real shame then that the same Supreme Court just ruled that the EPA can't even do shit about it. They're just going to let the planet fry. Yeah.
No, the EPA can regulate the emissions process. They cannot say that there's certain standards other than that they can do.
I think
so
that
they've been
there's
neutered. Yeah.
I think there's also another option, which is that the pendulum is kind of like horseshoe theory, and it may not really exist, or it may not exist in all cases. And so the pendulum may never swing back. And the fact that a lot of ethno-nationalists are currently in the right wing, and especially in Trump's right wing, could mean that that entire part of the quote-unquote right wing could dissolve. And it could become something either much worse or it could cease to exist.
Before
there's
this,
a lot of
I
Hispanics.
started off by
And there's a lot of
watching
time
the,
between now and then.
Yeah, we're also getting a little bit off topic from what
that's
we're
true.
actually supposed to be discussing right now. We're talking about the future of the Republican Party.
Well, I can tie it back in. I can say that my unaborted kids are going to be of voting age when this pendulum swings back. So I'm doing my part to progress.
Oh,
I'm doing.
Where's
doing
your
my
kids?
Part to, yeah, I'm doing my part.
They're all
to
aborted.
progress
They're
the
all
right-
aborted.
right
The kids
agenda.
are probably going to be left wing when they're
Don't wanna have
18.
kids, they just
No.
want to be able to choose
Turks
how
kids.
and when they do it.
No,
Turks
it's
kids are
called
going to be
raising your
communists.
kids with respect and treating them as human beings and not trying to shove down agendas.
So they're Maoists.
True.
Yeah.
I think that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. I think that I think you always have to shove your bullshit down a kid's throat. Like that's parenting.
No, actually, so this is something that I want to shout out to the conservatives or the rightoids. Like, we all do propaganda. We all make choices about the moral messaging that we send to our kids. And even if you like look at like American achievements, like the space race or World War II or some shit, there was always like, you know, pro-ally, pro-Western propaganda. It's just whether or not your propaganda is advocating something
good. Can I just say, America didn't win the fucking space race. They got to the moon first, and that's it. Russia beat you to everything else. The idea that America won the space race
have they made it to the moon in the past 50 years? Like they've had 50 years. What have they done since?
They had an international space station 20 years before you did.
Who was on the moon?
International?
Well, topic again.
I
can talk shit about the Russians.
Look, I'm gonna close, but we gotta get off the space race thing. The Americans won. We all agree. Who's next in the discussion? Or should we start wrapping up? We've been going for a while.
Yeah, Yuri Gagarin was from Utah, wasn't he? I remember.
Yeah.
Nobody knows who that person is outside of like Russian nerds. Therefore, we won. So
First man in space.
Everybody knows Neil Armstrong.
True.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, Soviet dogs beat you into space.
And then died a
They're
horrible, frigid
suicide
death.
bombers. Yeah, that's their version of a suicide bomber. They
Soviets
murdered a
aborted
dog and were supposed to
dogs
applaud
in
it.
space.
The dog.
If I wait, Kevin, if I go out back and I shoot a dog and kill that dog, I go to jail. Soviets get a round of applause for some reason.
American shuttles were blowing up in the 80s. Fucking hell.
Yeah, but Americans
Not
can sign
intentionally.
contracts and agree to it. That's a dog. You can't do that.
How'd you know? You had no idea of the contract negotiations between Leica and the Soviet government. You have no idea.
That is true. I don't know the specifics, but I doubt the dogs. I doubt the dog consented. Well, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, Dylan, I'm just speaking for me. My thing is like the left is fucked. Y'all got a decade to figure it out when it comes to abortion. You're going to have to get your shit together because Twitter is not going to, like, if Twitter's any indication of what's, like, the future of democratic politics in the United States, then you guys are pretty fucked. Some of the shit is fucked up. Some of it's defensible. And then some of the arguments that are made are absolutely morally abhorrent. But I also understand, like, the utilitarian calculus of Taftaj's eugenics. So that's kind of me wrapping
Can I
up
just point
what
back,
I
because this
understand
is the
from it.
thing that you mentioned earlier about the popularity contest. Again,
Mhm.
nationwide, Democrats get more votes than Republicans consistently. It's just the weird system of the Electoral College and 2 senators per state.
Do you know what your
which is an
chances of
inbuilt
repealing the
right-wing
Electoral College or the Second Amendment are?
but
They're
that's the
fucking
point.
goose
You
eggs,
say
so this shit's
the
coke.
left is fucked. It's because the system's shit. It's not because
Okay,
people
well,
don't want to vote
you shouldn't
for
have agreed to it 300 years ago. You're fucked. So
Well,
you know.
I didn't.
He
I
didn't.
was-
He lost though.
I was
so-
wearing
Yeah,
a
I was
red
about to
coat
say
at the time. It's
you
Y'all
made a
lost.
geopolitical mistake of being born in the wrong fucking country. So that's what are you going to do? So for instance, like, as a matter of fact, this is a perfect. So Dylan, it's related to the original topic by talking about the political path forward for Democrats to get legislation in on a federal level in order to enshrine abortion rights across the United States, or to push back culturally and on the state's level where they get it through the state legislatures. Okay, so I want to address Kevin full-throated.
I like how you had to justify your breaking of the rules. Like, I know I'm going to break the rules, but let me just reel
Listen,
it in
I'm
somehow.
tying it-
Therefore, I'll allow it.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's all a circle. So Kevin, like this, if y'all are tweeting that shit in fucking 10 years, then that's gonna suck because basically, like, The Electoral College is the Electoral College. The chances of it being repealed within the next decade or probably within the next century is almost zero. Same thing with the Second Amendment. So you can fucking piss and moan about it, but if it doesn't change shit, then you're wasting political energy that could be spent on other things that might be more productive. So you're like, the game is rigged. Oh, okay, so it's rigged. So how are you going to play the game to win?
My point wasn't about playing the game. My point was rather more to push back on the idea that the left is fucked or the right is winning the popularity contest. It isn't true.
I think the left is winning the popularity contest for sure. I also don't really buy this. The left is like very effective in a lot of ways.
Right now. But Connor's talking about in like 10 years when the pendulum swings back. What I was just writing down is that the left is currently vocalized by these whiny responsibility avoiders. I'm not saying that's the majority. I'm saying it's vocalized by them. And that's what Connor's talking about reading on Twitter and shit. Yeah. So if those people are still tweeting that in 10 years, then that means that we are still avoiding responsibilities like what the trad shit that Connor is trying to conserve as a conservative, which is things like building families and building future generations.
Connor, I have a question for you. Do you think that the pendulum is going to swing left or right? Because I thought you were saying it was going to swing left.
No, I'm saying it's swinging right. And I'm saying it's swinging right now. Okay. So what I mean by that is it seems like the lefty culture war shit dominated, and the most like crazy response that the right wing had was on YouTube. That's what it felt like for the past like 5-10 years. But Trump was a manifestation of real right wing power, actually got the Supreme Court nominees into the thing. Mitch McConnell navigated that entire situation, very Machiavellian. And as a result, we now have a conservative majority on the Supreme Court. So the question is, are Democrats and are leftists, leftoids, progressives, liberals, are they smart enough to re-maneuver back where they can see social power? And then is the right, so I kind of agree with you that the left is very powerful in a cultural sense, where a majority of the media that you consume is going to be left, center, liberal, or progressive. But at the same time, I also see like very aggressive rejection of that culture. And I'm kind of wondering is that going to blossom and grow, or is that going to kind of kink out?
Because I thought you were saying the opposite. And I was like, I don't know if I agree. But I agree. I think we are seeing a pendulum swing to the right, especially around a lot of the left-wing like cultural dominance. You see certain left-wing ideas which were able to blossom and grow within like very left-wing circles, especially university system, but weren't like really effectively challenged. And so once they got like exposed to the public, they got like sort of torn apart. Like I think critical race theory is a good example of this, where it wasn't effectively challenged.
Into a PragerU video. What the fuck is going on?
So that, and also like trans stuff. I think the left-wing people have like really pushed trans stuff to probably ridiculous levels, and we're going to see swing back on that. I also think geopolitically, I think America's going to regain a lot of confidence as you know, Russia and China both like fail to achieve certain strategic goals. America's probably going to see itself as more dominant and therefore less self-critical.
Oh yeah, so I was gonna say I want to give a conciliatory branch to the left though, because like one of the jokes is that like you know, well actually it's not even a joke, it's just true at this point. At the right wing now, and the right wing in a couple of years is going to be like, I'm not transphobic, I have a trans friend, and look at my trans conservative pundit. And like, I'm not kidding, that not only is yeah, we already know this. We have like Blair White.
Are you saying?
Yeah, sorry.
Are you saying that Taftage might be a useful idiot for the right then?
No, she's a useful genius for the right. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly, because I'm going to make sure that they actually were brought to a reasonable middle ground where the right is.
No, and can I say I have a bunch of super straight.
They're still going to be calling you a groomer. They're all still calling you a groomer.
No. Actually,
I mean, I don't interact with those people.
Yeah, I was actually about to say I have a bunch of super
the laws. It's not a matter of you interacting personally.
But I'm supporting them, so I don't know how I'm like helping them.
Okay, so I just want to make one joke. There's a bunch of super straight people in my chat, and they all say that Taftage has them questioning. Okay, so
my one joke is that if we trans every child, there will be no abortion. So maybe we should look into that.
Well, I was about to say when the pendulum swings back and America gets its first Antifa president, then the forced feminizations begin.
Yeah,
I can't fucking wait.
Dope.
Okay, well, maybe chill out with that on Twitter, because basically just to point out the
The world
rhetoric.
doesn't exist on Twitter.
Go
For God's
outside.
sake.
Go
Okay, but it
outside,
does
Connor.
exist
Tell-
on Facebook because what
tell that-
happens is your shit
Go
is
outside, Connor.
screenshotted. No.
Tell that to your mainstream media that Twitter is not a legit news source and that they need to stop looking at it. That way
Yeah.
it's cut off at the source.
Facebook.
Okay, none of this shit
we
is
just
going to
have
happen.
to wait for Elon Musk to
Go-
take it over and
Oh
try
my
to
God.
see ground then.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I explain?
CNN.com and you'll see a bunch of articles that have
About
tweets on
tweets.
them within the first 2 paragraphs you'll see a tweet by some prominent liberal or progressive person.
And not only
lazy
that.
journalists doing lazy journalism.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah.
Okay, Kevin, but
It's
not
just
only
Legitimate
that.
Twitter
news sources.
Oh my
that-
Okay.
Legitimate news
Reel
sources
it
that
in.
are
Reel it
bad
in. Reel it in.
guys.
Reel it in.
They don't.
Reel-
They don't.
I'll reel it in. I'll reel it in.
Nope.
So,
Okay. Fantastic.
Okay, no. Okay, so
Kurt,
I want to make
Kurt,
this
How long is he
point.
gonna go?
I want to
How
make
long
this.
is he gonna go?
Stop.
Fucking hell!
Stop. Counter.
Kirk, you.
I'm gonna mute you all. Okay. We live in peace and harmony. Okay. We've been going on this for about 2.5 hours. My question is, do you guys want to end anytime soon, or do you want to go for the full 3.5 hours on this?
Release
Because I
us,
feel like
Father.
I think like we've probably been through enough that we could start to look towards ending this.
Yeah, once we started getting onto the space race, it went a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, so
ask
the
if anyone wants to like
relevant.
join me and continue talking. I'm going to continue streaming, so I'm down to
Okay.
continue talking. But yeah, Hippy Dippy is kind of going off the rails.
It is going off the rails. And so I want to give everybody a chance to wrap up and go their separate ways. So we're going to start wrapping up with counterpoints, wrap up the topic, and, give yourself a shout out.
Okay, so I reject this assertion that Twitter isn't a real place. I do believe that it's the most hyperbolic, vicious, aggressive, shitty place on the planet, but I still think it's a real place. And there's a propagandistic edge to this that you need to be aware of. The most hyperbolic, shitty, leftoid fucking tweets are screenshotted with and without their likes. They are, and if they go viral, then that's even worse. And they're put in Facebook groups to say, oh, look at the leftoids, they're all fucking insane and they want to groom your kids and murder them and blah, 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 blah. And on top of that, they are featured on like the most viewed cable news program in the country right now. So maybe like start treating it like it's a real place, like these are your genuine opinions. When it comes to the actual topic, I kind of said what I already said, which is rightoids are probably going to overcommit. They're going to fuck some shit up. They're going to create a backlash. Leftoids are going to come back. I don't know if leftoids are competent enough to achieve a comeback, and we'll see how it kind of goes. If you're interested in any of the shitposts or memes that I posted tonight, and or you're interested in Warhammer 40,000, which is a science fiction universe that's hyper violent and super fun, then type in Counterpoints common spelling into YouTube, or just check me out on Twitch at _counterpoints_. You'll find me in both places, and we just broke 25K on YouTube, so it's a good time in my neck of the woods. So I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. It was fun. And I'll probably hang out for a little bit longer with Toft.
Okay. I'm now going to throw it over to Johnny.
Hello, you guys. Thank you guys so much for this panel. This was really fun. If you've never seen me before, hello, my name is Johnny Scarlett, also known as Johnny. I am an educational variety streamer right here on Twitch. We talk about everything from philosophy to art to math to science. That's about it for me. And yeah, thanks Dylan, thanks everybody. I don't think that there's anything that we haven't covered, by the way. We got all the way to the space race. Closing statements or thoughts?
Kevin?
Yes, hello, I'm Kevin Logan. You can find me at KFLogan1875 here on Twitch and on Twitter and YouTube and all those places. In terms of wrapping up the topic, bodily autonomy is massively important. People having the right to Medicare, to their own medical care and their own decisions is hugely important. The decision by the Supreme Court is shoddy as fuck, based on not on real law, but on religious doctrine. Frankly, I personally think that America is headed down a really difficult and bad path. Given this and several other decisions by the Supreme Court, including allowing people, public employees, to engage in religious guided fucking nonsense stuff. The football coach on the halfway line, all of that shit. The reduction of EPA rules, etc., etc. America is in a really bad place, and something vastly important needs to happen. And unfortunately, the person at the helm is unsuited to doing anything remotely radical, so nothing's going to fucking change. Doomer Pill out.
Madam?
Thanks. To wrap up the subject, I do acknowledge that Roe was built on shaky ground and as bad law. However, in the same vein, this decision is also bad and will have a lot of dangerous consequences. I think it's important for all of us to acknowledge that the majority of Americans do support safe and legal abortion, at least up to some point. And if we can focus on finding legislation that is representative of the majority and can represent a compromise, while neither on the extreme end are going to be happy, that's what's in the best interest of all of us overall. As for me personally, I am a sex positive feminist liberal. I'm also a sex worker. I do some politics streams in relation to human rights, women's issues, etc., etc. I'm also online in non-political ways, and you can find me on twitch.tv/Madam Genevieve or Twitter, Madam_Genevieve, and I'll put those in the chat.
PDI? Malcolm?
I am Goddammit Malcolm on everything. I mostly talk about trans stuff from like a trans masculine perspective. I do all trans masculine / all trans panels every other Monday, so I know that there's a few transgenders lurking. You're free to participate if you want to. And I enjoyed this conversation. I'm chill to talk more in depth with anybody at any time if they wish. Kind of wrapping up the topic, I think that it all comes down to like an issue of bodily autonomy for me and like the best outcomes for like the mom, the family, and the child as well. And I think that kind of this precedent, like I said at the beginning, is kind of scary to kind of revisit past things that are kind of, kind of like a precedent, and kind of revisiting them and unearthing them is something that is kind of scary, especially with considering like the gay marriage being discussed in the opinion and so on and so forth. Yeah, the other thing I wanted to share is that trans masculine people can still get pregnant on testosterone. So if you're a trans guy out there and you're on T, you can still get knocked up. So be careful with that. And finally, I know that I kind of opened this saying that I was Catholic. I never said that I was a good Catholic, but I am in fact Catholic. So take that as you will. And I appreciate everybody's time. And yeah, I had a good time. Thanks everybody for contributing and chatting. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Taftaj.
Yeah, Taftaj. I post sexy pictures online and have political discussions where I have incredibly harsh, intense eugenics takes, like that poor people should be able to choose when they have children. So if you want like more super controversial stuff like that, definitely follow me.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Turk.
Yeah, I'm Turk. I do science and tech stuff, so I appreciate being on the panel. Glad we could have some good conversation. I actually agreed with points that Scarlett and Genevieve had, and Logan, I appreciate the feedback. But I gotta say, Malcolm, if you're gonna call yourself a Catholic and not adhere to the catechism, and you're gonna not adhere to anything that your denomination of the faith adheres to, you are not a Catholic, my friend. You are a not Catholic. So sorry, man.
Fucking Protestant.
I'll detransition from Catholicism right now. Thank you for changing my mind. Amen.
This man's
Bless the
used his
based.
whole closing statement to tell him he's not Catholic.
I'm gonna throw it over to True.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm sorry I'm not trained in these anymore. I used to be a lot more less emotional and all that, but it's an emotional topic for me. It's a lot easier to get through to 3 months pregnant than you would think, the way they count it. So that's why I think birth control is really important, no matter what. Because even if you don't think you want a kid, by 3 months, when you sometimes if you're stressed and you're in denial and all this shit, like, anyways, whatever. I'm not getting into it, but just be careful, everybody. And thanks for having me. You can find me on Twitter, Twitch, and most every social media you can think of. So look me up. And yeah, I'm happy to have met everybody and to have got to hang out. I'll probably hang out with Taj if you guys keep talking, but I need to take my dog out real quick. So.
Okay, you guys all have a good one. Thank you so much for coming on this Friday for another edition of the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I'm gonna go pass out now. You all have a good one.
Thanks,
Catch you, buddy.
Peace.
Bye.
Later.
Night,
Peace and
Dylan.
blessings.
So, Toft, where's your convo happening?
Also, fuck you,
I-
Chuck. I love you.
I can call people if you guys want, or we could just like stick in here.
Yeah. Unless
I mean, like,
Dylan's
today
kicking
is
us out.
I think Danabo, the moderator, is gone and Dylan's gone. So
I think so.
All right,
We're
cool.
just gonna
I'm
kind
gonna
of
grab
stick
some
around.
water. I'll be right
my
back.
kids are out of town, so I can yell and scream and call people not Catholics as much as I want.
Incredible.
Yours
Can
have
we get
to
it
have-
spicy?
So I'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll probably get some
7.
water too then.
7 minutes actually. Hippy is happy and we're back.
Quick break.
I'm so happy right now. You guys are awesome.
Damn. Did everybody go on a pee break? Well, I'm back. Fuck it. Ooh. All right. If y'all got questions, we still got like 120, 110 people in chat. So if you want to do questions now, just do @counterpoints, and I will answer your questions while we're waiting for people to come back. So this was actually super fucking fun. I'm happy 150 people came to hang out. That makes me feel like a accomplished streamer, because I have y'all hanging out with me to check out all of the cool people on the Hippy Dippy. So obviously you're getting the Hippy Dippy, but you're getting me too. So it means a lot that you guys are willing to hang out. I'd be cool. All right, I'm going to mute myself on here. I'd be cool to see you on Prime, guys. I'm good either way. Yeah, like, I want to go back. It's just a little bit inconvenient schedule-wise. And, yeah. At Counterpoints, can we figure out how Top Touch found the silver bullet to make conservatives pro-choice by getting rid of minorities and also somehow got the lefties to become, like, fucking pro-life? Yeah, literally. As soon as you mention that it's accidental eugenics, you basically win all the conservatives and lose all the, lose all the leftoids. Toftage is the hottest trans gal, says sick31111. Yeah, she's good people. Definitely is. And she's back. Hey, just talking to Chad, answering some questions while we're hanging out.
Hello. I must have gotten a raid because lots of people are viewing me.
Yeah, no, I had
Probably
a great
from
night.
Dylan.
Yeah.
But
like
yeah, it was fun.
150 people on my end. Not bad for me. I'm normally like at 50.
Oh
So.
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm trying to get into streaming more. So I think it's fun. It's hard to motivate to do though.
Yeah, it's easier to be in the background with the YouTube shit because you can kind of like just make your content and edit it and shoot it, and you don't have to really talk to anybody, and you can just kind of post it, and if it does well, you feel good, and if it does mediocre, you go eh. Whereas live streaming can be like a little bit stressful, actually, like showing up and having people judge your every move and all that kind of shit. But it's still fun. I still like it a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, thank you, Dylan, for writing me so much. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I definitely enjoy talking to people. I always have like a list of people that I want to talk to, and it's just hard to like make it work. Like, I think I'm gonna have a stream with Dev, Short Fat Otaku, coming up this week, and that'll be fun.
Yeah. No. He dropped by my chat a couple of times. I see his videos. I think he's pretty nuanced and he's not as shitty as a lot of other people. So
He's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always enjoy having discussions with like Vosh because he's really fun to debate. But like, it's hard. It feels like awkward to be like, "Hey, do you want to have like our third debate?"
I'd capitalize on that shit as much as possible. Like every time we bump into each other, I get like 500 fucking debate subs, so it's not bad.
Mhm.
But it's also like you don't want to clout chase so hard where you're like, ooh,
Exactly.
I thought of a topic. And like I did that for like the first year that him and I were talking, and then I kind of chilled the fuck out, and then we just bump into each other every now and then. But we're friendly. Friendly on Twitter, friendly on the DMs, friendly on all that kind of stuff. So even though we viscerally fucking disagree on some shit, I still have like some video of his saved where it's like, it's not like conservatives are demons. That's like old, but it was another take that was just like, you know, conservatives are fucking evil, and oh, it's should the Republican Party be banned? And yeah, I have a feeling I'm not going to enjoy that.
Damn.
Very authoritarian.
Yeah. Well, and that's that was my sneaky suspicion the entire time, is that leftoids are libertarian until it's no longer convenient, and then they're very authoritarian, and that's kind of a trend that I've noticed. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's really important with philosophy to just have like a certain level of humility, to know that whatever you believe, you are probably not the final arbiter of all that is good and true in the world. And so like I've had people ask me about various things like, what would your set of policies be if you were president? And like the realistic answer is that I would like step down and appoint someone more competent than me. Because like I have my beliefs, but like I don't know if I am confident in them enough to be like, I'm just going to legislate for everyone.
Yeah.
And that's the trick too, is that I feel like where Donald Trump messed up is that he really wanted to do everything himself. That's why he had all of the like custom maps and everything made for him. He was, I feel like he was really into it. He was like, I'm going to make all these decisions and do it myself. No one can make all those decisions. The president is a delegator. And I feel like that's not a well-known enough description of the job.
Oh yeah. It's not our process works by like appointing cabinet members and.
But it's also not delegation and forgetting about what's actually going on. It's delegation and following up and backing up everything you actually try to do.
Yeah, that was actually one of the that was one of the problems in Vietnam was micromanagement. So apparently, like they had like Robert McNamara, who was a World War II veteran, who was like a statistician, and so he liked to track everything. But then they were literally making like tactical level decisions on like a company or a battalion level in the White House. And it's like, dude, how are you directing a war from 3,000 miles away? That's fucking insane.
Yeah. Like you always learn with like boards of directors for companies. They're like, a good company is not one that's managed by the board. You can't do that because the incentive structure and everything just gets like so fucked so quickly. You have to be able to appoint a CEO and then like hold him to standards.
But then again, it's still a separation of what your goal of setting is. That's what the CEO's job is. It sets the agenda, what they would like to do, but then they delegate down, hey, you are in charge of A portion of this, and then you're in charge of B portion of this. And it's in charge, you have to actually track all of this stuff to make sure all these subcomponents get done.
Well, sure. Johnny, you sorry, go ahead, buddy.
That's why I should be president and not Taft.
Right.
Because you can delegate.
Exactly.
I mean, that's literally what I don't know. I think it's important to like appoint someone, you know, hire like a headhunting committee, find someone who's very talented, very competent, and very invested, and then like get them to also appoint like subcommittees.
I think basically just like Ben Shapiro has a good like staffing agency we could go to.
Yeah. Or Elon
I'm sure
Musk.
everybody would love that. Yeah. I'm sure everybody would love that even more. But Johnny, you were saying you wanted to talk about optimism?
Hell yeah. Okay.
I'm not even that optimistic. What the fuck?
No. I meant it as more of a slant on existence as like a thing that we have to do.
Yeah.
We've talked about pessimism as a life driver, essentially, like as a philosophy before, and so it would be cool to have a more optimistic slant to that, just do the opposite stream. But I think that the reason that I messaged you about it was because you were so passionate at the time during the Hippy Dippy thing about like it's okay to live and to accept that bad things have happened and to actively grow from them, like actively choose to say like bad things grow good things.
I tried pessimism. Yeah, I
Hmm.
tried pessimism for a while. It did not work for me at all. Like basically just having like like everything's going to go wrong, that can go wrong, and like that can lead you to being prepared, but it also can lead to overcompensation where you're preparing for bad things that are never going to happen, or all of these bad things are going to happen in the future, so what's even the point of trying? And then basically you miss out on the moments that are in front of you because you're so busy fixating on the bad future that's going to occur. And this was actually something that happened to me in the wake of my military service. Was I was like a pessimistic hedonist where I was like, oh, everything that's bad is coming down the pipe, so I might as well do as much as I can right now, drink as much as I can, have as much as premarital relations as I can, basically like do all this crazy shit. But what I realized is while the pessimism put a pressure on the hedonism that made it almost even more like visceral, like more engaging, what ended up happening was it ended up being like toxic and kind of like chewing away at me because there was always this like bitter taste that bad shit was coming down the pipe. And so switching to an optimistic worldview where suffering is a part of the game and you just like, you don't have to like it, you have to accept it. And there's a difference between liking something and accepting something. And that was one of like a huge revelation of mine. I'll be corny. I lost my childhood dog after my military service, and that fucked me up more than losing like some family members because my relationship was actually closer. And I was like, I literally called my wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, and I was like, I don't want to put my best friend, on this planet in the fucking ground. Like, I don't want to do it. But she was suffering, and there was nothing else I could do at that time. So eventually we had to make the hard decision. We made the hard decision. We did it. And I realized like I don't have to like this. I don't have to embrace it. I just have to accept that it's real and then take the good out of it that I can. And that was so much better as a coping strategy.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. One of the biggest, I'm sorry to cut you off, dude. But just really quick, one of the biggest like crazy big questions that I have no answer to. I think it was Hyper Troller asked me this a couple of months ago. And he said, Johnny, your utilitarianism is built on reducing suffering. But do you concede that some amount of suffering is entirely necessary for a human life? And I have no idea what the answer to that is, but I feel like the answer is yes.
Yeah, well, from a conservative perspective, I'll shut up so I don't rant forever. But from a conservative perspective, the answer is undoubtedly yes. Like, you have to, in order to get a good goal, you have to sacrifice for it. In order to become a better person, you have to suffer. In order to achieve things that are real and purposeful, you have to take on challenges that you don't want to. Like Jonah and the Whale is literally a parable specifically about a human being. Oh, and even Moses. Both of those stories are about human beings avoiding their destiny and suffering as a result of them avoiding their destiny.
There's literature on this too, like with post-traumatic growth. And it turns out that like the human mind is very adept at taking pressure and taking bad things that are happening and being able to grow and adapt from it. And yeah.
It's one of the 12-step processes of any like Alcoholics Anonymous or any other type of, getting rid of bad stuff out of your life programs, because, I could beat you guys over the head with the Bible, but that's not going to be effective. But I could effectively say the exact same thing Counterpoints just said, that we are all going to have suffering in our life to some level or extent. It's up to us as human beings to actually fall victim of that and go down the spiral of despair and stuff and try to cope our way out of it, or do we suck it up and live with it and try to get through the problem or the trauma or whatever and try to be better from it? And that's probably the biggest hurdle for every human being, left, right, or center, because it's about accounting for your responsibility of you. Most things that happen bad in your life aren't because of what you did. You can do stuff that causes bad things, but it's up to you to get through the problem.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that Turk just said, like, I don't I agree with it from a statistical level. I don't agree with it on a personal level. I think that a lot of the suffering that you encounter as an individual is because of your personal choice. And so by that, I mean like the way that you take on tremendous events in your life, the way that you approach relationships, the way that you talk to people, the way that you talk to your friends and family and all that kind of shit. I think all of that, they are intentional choices. And when you make bad intentional choices, like your suffering compounds, because not only are you experiencing like the tragedies of your life, but then you have all these shitty relationships where you're looking to somebody to help you or to guide you, or you can cry on their shoulder or hold their hand or something like that, and you don't have anybody to turn to. And when you don't have anybody to turn to, that's even fucking worse. So the coping strategy is kind of like it's built on reciprocity, like being able to be good to other people so they can be good to you as well, but not counting on them to be good to you, because then you can become bitter when they fall short of your standards. But that attempt to be good can give you a coping mechanism when you're going through the tough shit.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be like massive things as well, but your ability to cope with trauma and with negative events in your life, I think is like hugely important. So, I mean, like one of my criticisms to the very left wing people is that there's oftentimes this culture of wanting to avoid any kind of pain or harm. You see this with like trigger warnings. And it turns out that when you give people trigger warnings, what you do is you prime them to be upset by the material. So they actually prepare themselves mentally to be upset. And you validate that like being upset and wanting to avoid the content is actually good and something to be lauded. And the end result is like people feel worse psychologically when they see triggering material with content warnings than if they didn't have content warnings. So
the biggest help that I think I got out of trauma therapy was the ability to think about life as pure acceptance.
Oof.
And I think a lot of people mistake that for avoiding suffering or trying to be blissful all the time. And the actual answer to it is acceptance is everything. It's all of it. And as long as you do it consistently, it's really a habit, Taj. It's a something that you do with all of the little things every single day. And
it's tough, but
unceasingly, yeah. Oh, Taj,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, because you can't just like have a revelation and like
it's tough to
tell
do.
yourself that you believe this. Like the only way you integrate these coping mechanisms that are effective is to make them habitual. So it's actually like the deeper, more subconscious part of your brain that's acting on them rather than just like your thought process, which, you know, you can think whatever you want, but at the end of the day, if like your brain is not really acting on it, you're not going to go anywhere.
Oh my god, somebody in your chat just said, Johnny, that's literally religion. I do have a religion. My religion is actually the topology of truth and falsity. And my religion is math, you guys, but I do have a religion.
What does that mean?
Controversial on so many levels for so many different people.
Oh man. Okay, so I delved
Not for
into
me.
Ever since 2018 when I started Twitch, I've been delving into consciousness and truth and falsehood and logic, essentially, like the logic that regular math is based on, but also the logic that philosophy is based on. And I found bliss in math and an understanding of things that I have never seen before. And it brought me to a religious place. And so I don't worship it. I just think that it's everything. And it really helps me. It's kind of like the AA thing, where it's like one of the 12 steps is a higher power. You can choose anything as your higher power, dude.
Yeah, but you have to be like careful what you choose. And I think maybe math is a good one to choose.
Step 1 or 2 of the whole AA thing is accepting there is a higher power, and math is unfortunately not the higher power. So I appreciate
describing the higher
attempt.
power.
I mean, I think it could be. I think truth
description. I'm
Math
so sorry.
didn't create anything.
No, but that's
math
how
is
for
the
somebody to make
language of
sense.
all things.
But it didn't
When
create
when
anything.
God spoke, and
He
it was
breathed.
the truth, and it was the word. The language that we use is information. Pure information is everything, dude.
True, mama. You're trying to get in. Get in.
Yeah.
Well, on this part exactly, I'm gonna say I have Nikola Tesla tattooed on my leg, and he apparently found a lot of his discoveries while studying the Bible, which is super interesting. Like some people look at the Bible and they don't see a story about Mary and Joseph, like they see science, etc. Which I found really super interesting.
Well, I'm just to admit my little shit. I'm a Gnostic, so like I do believe in a
That's
God.
cool.
Yeah, but I do believe in a God, but like I don't know if it's personal. I don't know if it intervenes in human life. I don't know any of that kind of shit. I just believe that there's a fundamental creative force to the universe and there's rules that you can follow and observe. And when you disobey those rules, you tend to suffer. So observing these rules, learning how to interact with them and behave with them can lead to a better life. And I don't know if there's an afterlife or anything, but that's kind of where I'm at right now with the amount of information that I have in my life. But I do find the reason why I get so fucking pissy when there's like anti-theists, like people who are completely anti-religion, is because I think that a lot of wisdom or a lot of like knowledge is learned through like individual behavior, but a lot of this is already in the fucking book. You just have to understand it from like a metaphorical or moral sense where, for instance, like if you think that Jonah and the whale is about a dude getting eaten by a fish and it's a fucking miracle that he survived in stomach acid for 40 days, like that doesn't teach you anything. But if you learn that like there are callings in your life where you're supposed to go after things that are calling to you, and if you ignore those things, you suffer, then if that's the moral parable that you pull out of it, then you can have your own like burning bush moments. Like I've had moments where I was like, I know I've been ignoring this thing for way too fucking long. I know exactly what I'm supposed to do. I hate that I have to do it. Fuck you, God, for making me do it. I'm going to go do this shit because I know my life is going to be better when I'm done with it. And that's like literally I'm cussing at the creative force of the universe and the rules that I have to follow and the revelation of the morality that I'm trying to follow. But I'm still going to do it anyways because I learned the lesson, 1, from the book, and 2, from personal experience, that when you ignore the thing that's calling to you, you fucking suffer.
Yeah,
I relate to Burning Bush so much,
So
dude.
Connor, I challenge you,
like
read
pagan
the book of
nonsense-y.
Job and actually
Submit to Rome.
sit in Job's
/S.
shoes.
I love the book of Job. I just went through some terrible past couple years, and the book of Job, I was like, Job,
We're
you know, 'cause
boys.
I'm the opposite size Connor, counterpoints. I'm the opposite. I would just want to say really quick, I'm cutting you off just to say, because I'm not going to say anything for a while, but I just want to say, I relate to Connor, but the opposite. I'm friends with God, but I don't like the rules and all that. I'm not all that sure on that.
Well, take a look at your life and see how it impacts you.
So the cool thing with Job
Well, yeah,
is
it's going upwards.
he literally curses at God, and God allows that and actually allows the people around him to go through suffering and stuff. And Job continues to yell and curse out at God, and then God just lays the smack down and says, "Hey, I am God, dude. You can yell at me all you want, but I am that person that created everything." And just read the book if you're interested in that kind of things. I don't want to push my religion on anybody, but I think that religion is a good thing as a society because it helps people root morals in a good. We can debate on what is good and what is not good, but having no moral standing, it kind of goes into the entire abortion debate because it's like, is killing a baby good for society, for a person, or for whatever? And it's like those kinds of things as a society, we need to actually have at least a common conversation to say, yes, this action is good. This action is bad. We should come to some sort of, middle ground on this other thing because we can't keep separating because that's going to be bad.
Well, the thing that is kind of coming to my mind is like the reason why I'm pushing against anti-theists so hard. It's like I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you don't believe in an afterlife or if you don't believe in a personal God or whatever. Like okay, like the world's a complicated, fucked up place. We're all doing as best we can, right? But the reason why I hate anti-theists so much is because they're like, oh, all of this moral messaging is obvious. Like, don't rape, don't kill, don't steal, like all that kind of stuff. They're like, oh, people already know all this shit. And I'm like, 1, they don't. 2, they disobey it all the time. 3, when you narrativize it, you put it in a palatable story that people can read and understand like logically, and then they can extract a moral message from it. That makes it more palatable than just walking up to somebody, sticking a finger in their face and saying, don't shoplift that Snickers bar because it's bad. Because then people come up with all these post hoc rationalizations where they're like, oh, well, shoplifting can be good because I'm hungry and it's the Walmart Corporation. And since it's the Walmart Corporation, they make billions of dollars because they're profiteering off of the misery of others. So as a result, me taking a Snickers bar isn't that big of a deal. But it's not about the fucking Snickers bar. It's about allowing yourself to do an incorrect decision that, broadly speaking, will be negative for you in the long term.
And that's a big problem with people who derive their morality solipsistically and without reference to their broader culture, is that you end up developing moralities that are very self-serving. And they're self-serving in a very like limited time horizon way. So it's things like, well, I just want to engage in like sort of mindless hedonism, or I just want to steal this candy bar. And this event's going to be okay, but maybe stealing in general is bad. That kind of like self-justification is what causes people to have less fulfilling lives overall. And so it's no surprise that in wealthy countries, religious people are happier on average than secular people. And it's because religious traditions force you to ground your actions in an understanding that has worked for millennia of what's going to benefit you and your mental health.
Ooh, Evo. Sorry if anybody wanted to talk, but rolling Evo Psych into this is actually like, I know that a lot of leftoids like ignore evolutionary psychology, but for me, it's actually kind of like super
Evo Psych
important.
is important. Yeah.
I think it's super important because if you as an individual, let's say like nihilist solipsism is correct, cosmic nihilism is correct, you might as well go into a corner, shoot up heroin, fuck as many people as possible, steal from as many people as possible. It doesn't matter. And ultimately, there's no God, there's no judgment, there's no afterlife. You're just going to spend your eternity in mindless oblivion. Okay, so the nihilists are correct. In that world, you are literally going to end your genetic lineage. You're done. And everything that was going to come after you is done. So for me...
You believe that and act out, right?
Yeah, and so for me, that's almost like an evolutionary answer if you're looking for the non-personal God that I'm kind of looking at, where the rules reveal themselves by being good for you and being good for people around you and being good for the next generation and all that kind of stuff. So even if you're technically correct, you're actually like evolutionarily incorrect, and as a result, like, you can have as many facts and fucking logic and no afterlife, no judgment, all that kind of shit. You're still wrong. Yeah, it'll destroy you, and it'll destroy all of the potentiality that could have come from you that would have been good.
Well, get this counterpoints, because it's more than that, right? Because there are belief systems out there that are incredibly destructive to their followers, like Jonestown, right? Jonestown people are not existing to propagate their, genetic lineage or their mimetic lineage. So they're not out there still propagandizing. Because it was a suicide quote. But the cultures that had belief systems that benefited generations enough that they were able to outcompete other belief systems, those belief systems that were beneficial to people were what stuck around millennia after millennia of competition from other ideologies. So I think that, like, even if you don't understand everything about religion or about the wisdom of, your ancestors, you should still have some level of deference to that.
So
I'm
from the
worried about the death of Christianity.
Yeah, so from the outside looking in, if you want to know how previous ancient societies actually propagated their lineage in order to create and procreate, I know it's not a fun read, Deuteronomy, Numbers, all of that Old Testament stuff. Back in the old days, getting circumcised had a statistical advantage of not dying from certain unclean acts, and not eating certain types of animals because they ate their own feces helped the Jewish people not die as often as many other types of people. So if you want to take that agnostic or atheist approach at reading those books, I don't want to read those because they're boring as hell. It happened. It's in the law.
I have a challenge for you to read, my dude, and it's the Bhagavad Gita, if you've never read it. Bhagavad Gita is really cool for, like, examples of how to actually... It's the classic life guide. It's just Jordan Peterson, but from Hindu people, like pre-Hindu people in
Can I
Southeastern
tell you
Asia.
the story from the Bhagavad Gita that like literally just somebody told me and it just fucked me up forever?
Fuck yeah.
So okay, so apparently like I'm gonna butcher the story, but the story is like there's this prince, he has to go to war with his uncles or whatever, and he's talking to the god, and he's literally like, I shouldn't do this. I should just run away because like I'm gonna have to hurt or kill people, or I'm gonna get hurt or killed. Like this isn't I can't believe that I have to do this kind of shit. And the god basically says like even running away is its own choice with its own consequence, and you think that you are escaping the system, but the truth is that you're a part of it whether you like it or not. So you either consume or be consumed, and you're in the action of being consumed right now. And I was just like, fuck, like my Christian pacifism is just dying like right in front of my eyes. I'm like, oh no, like I can't separate myself from the world and then somehow be saved through my pacifism. I either impact or don't impact. And that was horrifying as a revelation.
That's fantastic. Actually, that is the entire story. The whole Bhagavad Gita is a series of songs that were originally written down in Sanskrit, as far as we know, that the Godhead, the culmination of all people and all things and all other gods or whatever, is Krishna in this religion. And so the Godhead Krishna is taking form to help out his buddy. They're literally like just bros. They love each other. It's Arjuna, the human person, is the king, and he's going to war against all of his uncles. And Arjuna throws himself on Krishna, and he's like, dude, I can't do this. I have to be a pacifist. I have to be godly. I have to be like the best king that I can be. And Arjuna says, you're not being the best king that you can be by making the choice to let your people die. That's literally going away from your responsibility. And so the first thing, he goes through all of these other things that are like how to work and how to do good work and shit like that. It's just a whole, like I said, Jordan Peterson life plan. But that's the first thing that God tackles is pacifism.
And actually, that's one of the things that I've really admired about like Hindu culture in particular, and also the Sikhs in particular as well, is like there is this penchant of like it's good to be pacifistic, it's good to be peaceful, it's good to live in harmony with the world, but the world ultimately is a place of conflict. And so since it's a place of conflict, you do have to be ready for conflict. And that was one of the things that was really frustrating for me, because I was raised by Christian pacifists. And if you actually ask me like, hey, what did you just spend the past 10 years doing? I literally think that I went on a personal journey to unlearn Christian pacifism. I think that's literally what I did through the Marine Corps and through law enforcement, was try to find out a way to be violent, but in a responsible manner. And that was like so fucking hard and filled with so much like heartache and trials and tribulation and trauma and like all this random bullshit. But I knew pacifism wasn't going to work for me. One, because my grandparents are all World War II veterans. And two, because 9/11 happened when I was like 13 or 14. And I was like, oh shit, here's 3,000 people like committing suicide right in front of me because of a violent action of another human being. I can't be a pacifist in this world. And there was no moral system around me that would allow me to continue to be pacifist. Or demanded of me pacifism in a context that doesn't make sense.
Really quick, I'll describe good work if you guys don't mind, because it involves acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
There is a cause of all causes. God, Krishna, whatever you want to call him, the universe, whatever, is the cause of all causes. And so you don't have to worry about what comes at you, because it was caused by something that is out of your control. However, like Arjuna, you have choices to make when things come at you. You still have to not avoid responsibility when something allows you the opportunity to take action. And then after that, the Bhagavad Gita says to never expect any reward or punishment from any of your actions, because you don't have a right to that. If you get a reward, you get a reward. If you get punished, you get punished. Whatever, but you don't have a right to decide if that happens or not. And so I guess philosophically I would say that like my locus of control swings back and forth between I have no control over what comes at me to I have all the control of how I respond to it.
This, sorry for interjecting if anybody wants to talk. This is so fucking needed in our culture. It actually makes me sick. I am so disgusted and horrified by people who are basically saying like all of our problems are outside of our control. I can't do anything individually that's going to have any kind of impact. I'm not going to be able to do anything. The world is going to hell in a handbasket and all that kind of stuff. And I see it in Twitter. I see it on YouTube. I see it on Twitch. And I see pundits encouraging it. That's what's like even... like that hurts me like physically. It hurts me spiritually to see people encouraging young people to think that they're powerless. And so like I understand we all only have a fraction of control, but exercising that fraction of control is so important for your personal development that somebody telling you to squander that gift is borderline evil to me. Like it actually upsets
One of like
me.
the most psychologically destructive ideologies that you can have is to like tell people that they can't control anything and that they should just like, you know, accept defeat and suffering.
And that goes back to this abortion debate, because it's like there's so many points of insertion where a person can take control of their own actions, and that ultimately impacts how the mother is going to either abort the child or care for a child or get it up for adoption or whatever. But it's like that person has to handle that particular situation and make the choice if they're going to be morally positive or morally negative on it. That's up to for a debate. But it's like all we're hearing, going to what Connor said, it's like all we hear from the left is there's nothing you can do. All you have to do is abort it. And it's like, well, no, there's other things you can do in this situation that would be a positive.
Can I break apart my shit posting real quick? So the reason why I fucking hit the eugenics fucking hammer so hard multiple times is because like Taftaj, I know your rhetoric is like you're appealing to the motivated reasoning of the other side. And the other side is consequentialist. So if you can say abortion is good from a utilitarian standpoint, and therefore, as a consequence, we're going to have less crime and society's going to be better and all that kind of stuff. So even if I have some moral qualms about it, I think it's better for society to have it. That's going to like, for leftoids, that's going to be like fucking sugar. You know, that's going to be icing. Like that's a fucking cake that they get to dig into. But then they all have these like fucking critical race theory, systemic analysis, intersectionality shit where the systems of society aren't necessarily run by racists, but they disproportionately affect people of color and poor people and gays and all that kind of shit. So pointing out that the disproportionate impact of having abortion is going to affect poor people, you know, single mothers, people of color, like all that kind of stuff. For me, that's like throwing a does not compute fucking like what do you call that? Like cognitive dissonance grenade into the leftoid sphere, where I'm saying like, hey, you're advocating for something because consequentially it's good, but the people that it's impacting perhaps the most negatively are the people you claim to care about the most. So how do you reconcile these two worldviews within your framework? And I just like seeing the gears like fucking spinning, but not quite gaining purchase. And you know, it wasn't.
No,
I don't think that's how
they think the
leftists.
abortion helps them more than it this.
Yeah, I think that's how leftists view it. So they would say that like allowing, you know, poor people who are disproportionately people of color access to abortion is ultimately going to increase like the relative wealth of these communities by allowing them to like manage when they have children. And therefore, over generations, you'll see like the gap between Black and white household wealth close as a result of like this policy. So I think that's the argument that they would probably make. And they would probably like say that their goal is not to like increase just like total biomass of like
the
one
data
original.
doesn't back that up, and it supports what Connor is saying.
No,
that
what are you talking about? The data does support that it benefits communities if you have access to abortion.
Before we get into the seriousness of who's actually correct about whether or not abortion is beneficial, you can still troll kind of as a right winger and say like, oh well, I guess you're for the eugenics of fucking, you know, you're just anti-black babies being born. I know it's like a very shallow analysis because you're saying that they're, you know, these are, you're not having person of color babies, you're basically just choosing when they are born. I understood what you said the second you said it. But the reason why I'm fucking with them on that is because the ground is not fully decided on like human autonomy and individuality, and when like it goes from a bodily autonomy issue for women and when it goes to two separate people. Okay, like we haven't figured out that ground. And I think I see leftoid cognitive dissonance with that as well, where they'll say like, I just want to give full bodily autonomy to the woman because that's their responsibility, basically, and I want it to be their responsibility. But I know that it even fucks with their heads a little bit, that if there were healthy, young POC kids that could have been born, but maybe they would have been poor and disadvantaged, is them not existing truly preferential to them like a different kid existing later? And that's a heavy choice.
Yeah, so like there's this other thing about like having children. And I think that in general, having children can be one of the most fulfilling experiences, as a person. It can be like incredibly morally, spiritually fulfilling and really improve like your quality of life if you're able to raise a child and take great pride in that, and also to like take responsibility. That's the other thing. When people are able to feel like they are depended upon and they have some responsibility to sacrifice for another person, that's something that you see in people who report very high levels of fulfillment. So I think in general, like, we should be having conversations about some of the benefits of having children and encouraging people to do that in general. So I think there's like a legitimate conversation around that.
Yeah. Well, when's the
Yeah,
last
we need
time?
this energy,
Sorry, go ahead.
like direction. I think we need to just take all this energy and put it all together and go in the right direction. Like there's millions of people talking about how abortion should be legal. Well, then you can literally create like buildings next to abortion clinics that like give you a spa before you get your fucking abortion and keep you there for months. If everybody would just put their money together and create these, like, we should put our money where our mouth is. And for me, that's why I'm thinking like we can go straight to contraception. That's something we can affect right away to show that we really care about that. So that's why I was asking the right people on the right if you would be willing to do that, because it would show that you like actually care and you're not just trying to like force people to have babies they don't want.
I think Turk might be more representative of like a Christian perspective than I am, but for me, I do think in like a utilitarian and consequentialist view where it's like I think wearing a condom or taking even Plan B or having an IUD is way less morally onerous than an abortion, like by leagues and bounds. So from like a utilitarian analysis, like if giving people access to contraception reduces the amount of abortions that are required in order for people to continue to have health, then the answer is obvious. But there's like Christian, I guess you would call them like virtue ethicists, who believe that like they don't analyze from like a cohesive how everybody's going to behave framework, like an eagle eye view. They literally just analyze it from, I'm an individual. This is the moral framework that I think individuals should abide by, and everybody should abide by this moral framework. And that's where you run into problems, because when you appeal to them to the bird's eye view, their answer is, well, people should just follow my moral framework. And that's a hard thing to contend with, because getting them to even consider the bird's eye view is sometimes tough.
Yeah, and so counterpoints, when I bring up like crime and the social effects of having access to birth control and controlling when you have children, I think what I'm trying to do is make a secular argument for abortion that isn't just that like women should have bodily autonomy. So I'm kind of trying to appeal to like right-wing people who are just like sort of utilitarian and are concerned about like the orderliness of society and human flourishing in that sense. So I think that's like where I'm going with that route.
It was actually
back,
sorry, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, it goes back to the moral acceptance of your decisions, though, right? Because even if we make birth control super accessible, which it already kind of is here in the United States, it could be more accessible, which goes to what I said, the Hippy Dippy. There's still around 800,000 abortions that happen in the United States every year. So it's like how much more accessible does it need to be to have that number go to 80,000 or 8,000? It's like,
See, abortion is morally wrong. So like maybe you can like talk to me about this, but like when I see like an abortion, I don't have like a disgust impulse or like a that's morally wrong impulse. That just like doesn't happen in my brain when I
Oh,
think
Oh
about
yeah,
it.
I have like a
Fuck.
horrific homicide like disgust
I've
impulse.
I've seen a lot of the videos of it, but and
Fuck. But
again,
Turk, can I reply to what you're saying
Go
really
for it.
quick? So you talk about like the abortion, which is just like a tiny spark of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like we need to stop downplaying how hardcore it is to get pregnant and to have to deal with this decision. Even to make the decision is hard as fuck, let alone make get an abortion. You know, most people change their minds because they can't even fucking do it. Anyways, what I'm saying is like it's not just giving pills to everybody. We need to change how we talk about these things and
Thanks.
all get together, like the people like Connor with the people like we were talking about earlier, and all just be against those extreme right people that want to kill people. Like we could be like most of us against the extreme people that don't have empathy, and then we could all like focus on solutions and make everyone's lives easier to have children and to have safe contraception so you don't have to
But
make
that
the
doesn't get
decision
as good
alone.
of metrics on Twitch, so we're not incentivized to do that.
That's the problem, right?
Yeah,
but
everybody's literally profit incentivized away from that.
but to
Yeah.
directly answer that, how much contraception is needed to get your conversation going the way you need it to go? There's other things that need to happen externally and internally to that entire conversation that society as a whole needs to correct in order to prevent the potential. And this goes to some of the societal stuff we're talking about. It's like
Societal.
I don't necessarily see the barbarism as being the driving force as to why things are bad. I see life as potential that doesn't exist in the world today. So yes, there are children that are conceived that have downs. There's children that are conceived that turn to be liberal hacks that I completely despise. But they all have potential in society to do a good that shouldn't be snuffed out because a person doesn't want to accept the responsibility that they made the wrong choice. I would want more black kids to be born in inner city circles, more poor white kids, more Hispanics to be born than to not be born. This goes to, I think, Connor, you were pushing on that one dude saying that like
Yeah,
it's better to be
non-existence.
born to not be there. It's like I would much
What
rather
a
have
wild statement to me.
I would
that
much
pissed
rather
me
be in a
off
debate with you
so
guys
much.
saying how do we fund these kids that don't have families rather than saying how do we keep these kids from not being dead. I would much rather fight the first fight.
Yeah, since we're not in a room of lefties that are gonna fucking jump down my throat or whatever, I understand that like a lot of people have that perspective where they're like like non-existence is preferable to a miserable existence. That does not compute for me, and it does not compute for a lot of conservatives because like our perspective is that like there will be suffering. Shit's gonna suck. Your parents are gonna die. Your pets are gonna die. You're not gonna make as much money as you want to. Your boss is gonna yell at you. Your kid's gonna get sick sometimes. God's gonna square up right in front of you and kick you right in the sack sometimes. But there's highlights to life, like spending time with family, spending time with internet nerds, and talking shit about politics and philosophy. That's a highlight of my life. So there's gonna be highlights and cool things that happen to you. So as a result, the suffering is worth the cool things happening. So if your goal is zero suffering or no suffering or to eliminate tragedy from people's lives, one, you're gonna fail, and two, you have a weird fucking bar compared to what is actually going to happen to you, which is even if you're born as a silver-spooned rich bitch with billions of dollars that can buy your way out of problems, what's going to happen is you're probably going to be raised to be a fucking idiot who doesn't understand the real world, and then your mentors who poorly prepared you for the world are going to die in front of you, and you're going to have no idea how you're going to live your life and probably fuck up your life on an interpersonal level, and then you're going to die not even understanding existence at all. So even the most like pampered of existences on the planet is still like confusing and filled with suffering. So that's gonna, yep.
I don't understand this line of logic from you because right now you are choosing not to have children. Like, you're not actively having sex right now. And your choice as a result
Not my
is
choice.
leading your choice to not, okay. Your choice to not like try to pursue sex at the moment is directly resulting in like the non-existence of children. And like those potential children that are not existing would prefer to exist. They would prefer you to be having sex right now and like propagating. And so I think that like
Okay, I'll be right back.
When we get into like questions of
he dips and dives.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll totally.
He's taking it serious.
I will totally take that one for you, Connor.
Yeah.
We are not meant to be baby factories. We are not meant to be bulls that stud to just procreate for society. We are not in the Matrix yet. That's not our jobs currently.
But those hypothetical children want you to.
It's the opposite, I think. It's evolution. It's the thing that I said on the panel. Like, we're looking at our most base instincts, like breeding uncontrollably, things that most animals haven't gotten over yet. And we're observing them and we're saying we're not really gonna do that anymore. Like,
sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, I forgot.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but it's a good point, and there's evo psych pressure on me, and I think that like they talk about this in like animals in particular, but there's like R versus K reproductive strategies or something like that, where like one of them, you just fuck like rabbits. You literally have as many kids as possible. You don't pay attention to them. Fuck them. They go do whatever they want to do. And that's like a reproductive strategy that's actually based off of a series of environmental cues, but also likely just genetics and environment. Okay. Then there's another reproductive strategy, which is you have fewer kids. And I think mammals in particular are more prone to this reproductive strategy, or at least
especially humans.
Yeah, like mammals of high intelligence in particular. And it's because they develop like really intricate social bonds with their offspring. But then through those intricate social bonds, they prepare their offspring for surviving within the environment. And so for me, I think that subconsciously, but almost on a moral level as well, I appeal to the fewer offspring, deeper bonds. And actually part of the reason is
Connor, I agree. And that's why I think people should be able to like choose when they have children, because they can make sure that the children that they have are ones that they can really strongly bond with. They're making sure that the children they have are like children who are going to have fathers in their lives. Because that's
this
massively important.
But I think this is achievable because I still view abortion as like a moral horror. I do have a disgust reflex when I see an abortion of like a viable fetus. Like if there's health complications, ectopic pregnancy, whatever, okay, life sucks. Okay, that's fine. But if there's a viable fetus, particularly like after like 18 to 20 weeks or whatever, for me that's like pretty much homicide. That's the way that I conceptualize it, and I actually get upset about it pretty bad. But what I was saying is, I think you can achieve both of what we're talking about because we view it as a good reproductive strategy with 1, contraception, and 2, abortion before like 18 weeks or before 20 weeks. Elective abortion before 20 weeks, and then medical necessity, rape, incest, and what was the other one? Like threat to the mothers after 20 weeks. And so I think that would be reasonable. I think that would be the legislative sweet spot. But unfortunately, we are like captured by the extremes of both sides. One of them who says you can't do it at all. Yeah. Yeah. We have people who say you can't do it at all, or we have people who say you can do it at the 8.5 month, even if it's viable, and nobody can say anything about it. And so that for me, what's that?
Both are wrong.
Well, right. And I actually I get really upset. And if anything, if it seems like I'm being a centrist fence sitter and I'm just kind of enjoying the implosion of Roe versus Wade, part of the reason why is because of the casualness, kind of what True Mama was saying, the casualness of sex and abortion up until now, where we were saying like, shout your abortion, or let's destigmatize it, or let's eliminate this, or let's eliminate that. Like judgment from it or whatever. Whereas I think most people's experiences with it, if they have any level of empathy with their fetus or whatever, is it does feel like losing something. It feels like Connor, losing the potentiality.
I want to steelman you a bit. So what did you say was the weak border that you would set as a Supreme Court justice hell-bent on the conservative theory?
18 weeks. Like that. The reason why is that's like the beginning of the development of the central nervous system.
So that would only ban 2.6% of abortions.
I'm okay with that. Because basically, I think from a utilitarian because to me, that I know 2.6%, a lot of people dismiss that. I don't. Those are homicides to me. It's like 50,000 kids.
That's a fair perspective.
Yeah. So 2.6 is not nothing to me. And then I was going to say for the 98 or whatever, I think that we should address the other factors like wealth, access to contraception, education, all that kind of shit.
Yeah,
I wanted to say
stigmatize it
something
back.
really quick about. Sorry to cut you off, babe.
No.
I wanted to say something really quick about rhetoric and how rhetoric actually over time changes the real meaning of what you're saying in your mind. When I decided I was a utilitarian, or when I decided that was an okay label to tell people when they asked me on Twitch, I had to really think about it, and I harped on it so hard earlier that it's harm reduction rather than benefit increase, because that's benefit increase is automatically subjective. What is benefit to anybody else? I think that you illustrated that really good earlier, Turk, when you said you kept bringing up like Toph would bring up a benefit to abortion, and you would bring up, well, that's gonna also decrease the population of this sector, and how are you gonna influence that, et cetera, et cetera. I think that all of those are really good examples of how benefits are subjective. But the reduction of harm, we all know what harm is. We all know what suffering is, because that's a fundamental part of the human experience. And so while some suffering, like we talked about before, is probably necessary, most suffering is preventable. And we can't, I'm sorry, but we have to live in the present. We can't think about future children when we think about the most harm that could be done. Or maybe we could, we could go both ways. We could either say, in the here and now, an abortion is what's best for a person when they make that decision, especially when there's no one else involved. Or you could say, hey, if I have an abortion now, I'm going to be able to have happier kids in the future. And that's also harm reduction, or at least avoid having a miserable kid.
But that's where for me it becomes moral, and we should address the other things, like access to contraception, family planning, education, all that kind of shit, to reduce the need to do it in the first place.
Exactly.
I had a relatively promiscuous youth, and I was still able to make it to 25 without kids, So like I did something right. And I had kids with a woman who gave me a beautiful son who is now the light of my life. So I did something else right there too. So that, and we're going to have a second kid probably in the next year. So there's 3 things that I did right, at least. So the point being that, like, I'm okay with this, but like the Burkean quote, I'm not kidding. It really did kind of change my worldview a lot, where it's like, you're not just signing a social contract with the people who are alive right now. You're signing a social contract with those who are to come and those who came before you. And I think that's really like a conservative perspective, but I also think it's super important, where we bump into leftoids who just want to like erase everything and start from scratch. And that impulse, I think, is so fucking dangerous, because there's so many things that, like, for instance, like Turk brought it up, like eating pork and shellfish. Is that literally God telling you not to eat pork and shellfish? Or was that because we didn't know how to sanitize pork fucking 3,000 years ago, and some people have shellfish allergic reactions, right? It probably wasn't God literally saying don't eat that shit. There was a evolutionary advantage to consuming things in a certain way. So before we throw out a tradition, we have to ask ourselves, does this serve some level of social utility that we can discern? And I think there's some levels of like social utility that we don't even see as good things in a liberal, individualist, hedonist society. So for instance, like temperance, like Lent, giving up something that you love for 40 days, that probably has like all sorts of like psychological benefits for like discipline and like abstinence and controlling impulse control and all that kind of shit. And we don't even view it as a good thing. And that's kind of where, for me, we have to have a deeper level of analysis.
And that goes back to my moral ground rock statements that I was making, because it's like I would love for people to have that, self-respect to actually go and say, hey, I'm going to do this thing for 40 days to see what it does to impact my lifestyle, the people I interact with, whatever. There's religion is like a basis to do those types of things, but you don't have to have religion to do those things. If we could have people basing their decisions off of morals rather than emotions and feelings, and this tidal wave of propaganda, either side that's purporting it, we would be a much more stable society, because I think we should favor stability more so than just reaction.
Johnny and I don't agree with you on that.
I don't know. I just think it's funny that you call it morals, because under that same umbrella that you were describing, I would say exercise and like fasting, which is also something that comes in with certain religions.
And health and weight loss.
Giving, that's considered something. And even in places like the fat acceptance community or some parts of the body positivity community, it's actually very taboo to say things about exercise being moral or anything like that. I know that's an outlier, but I think it's interesting.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily consider exercise being a moral good. But that's
what I'm saying is
it's a health benefit.
I got from your list of things that you described something that under that category, I would also put something like exercise to be something that's the best for society and the best for future generations. You know, teaching people how to do that so that we can sow the seeds in the garden that we'll never see, type of shit. So it's just interesting that you use the word moral to me.
And to me, it is moral. So if you like literally, philosophy 000 right here. Moral is literally the study of what is good and what is bad. So having like a healthy, happy, fit population is better than having an obese, miserable, sedentary population with all sorts of health complications. So this isn't just health. This also impacts their sex. This also impacts how they interact with each other. This impacts whether or not they play with their kids. It interacts with all that kind of shit. So it does have moral consequences. And so as a result, this is like goes back to the Bhagavad Gita. You still have, like, I hate to say it, but like almost like a Christian pacifist worldview where you can say, I'm not going to interact because me not interacting doesn't have like an impact on you one way or the other. Whereas I think what Johnny and I have both said, but I'm gonna say, is that no impact is an impact. And so as a result, you should have impact. And even if it's just cultural pressure, I'm okay with just cultural pressure. I'm not saying the President of the United States and the Congress and the Senate should pass a law saying no kids can eat Doritos and every single one of them has to do 20 push-ups or we're going to execute them after 6 months. Like, I'm not saying that's like what we should do, but I am saying that like physical education mentors within the school system should be incentivized to teach kids how to be fit, how to do diet properly, how to track their calories properly, all that kind of stuff, not to give them a complex, but to give them the knowledge that they can wield on their own, and then also show them like exercise routines that they can incorporate into like a weekly schedule that keeps them fit. And I think teaching kids that at a young age so it can be fun is a moral judgment, because you are saying that this is preferential to being sedentary. And it's actually good that you're making a moral judgment and you're putting social and cultural pressure on our society. And sorry, go ahead.
So I
ultimately value judgments.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you said. I think you're just taking the definition and application of morals to a more broader spectrum.
I am.
Whereas myself would say fat positivity, if you want to do that to your body, go for it. I don't want to do that, but that's you being you. But if you're going to go and say that if you start shaming people for doing this, that makes you a bad person, I'm going to step up and say, no, that person's just saying what their opinion is, and they can say their opinion. I think that's where we kind of separate.
I think
these things are no longer separate for me.
I think there's a problem with just that, that approach, which is that everyone can live like however they want. And, I don't care as long as it doesn't affect me. Because ultimately, I feel like just like to talk about it, because it's a good jumping off point. These things like do affect the culture and society. Mm-hmm. And it is important to like care for others and to not just like leave them to the wolves to make
suffer.
Whatever. Yeah, to make bad decisions. Like, I think the more compassionate option is to like reach out and to see people as community and to foster brotherhood. And the way that you interact with people who you really care about, especially your family, is to reach out to them and tell them, hey, I think this is destructive. This is a destructive behavior.
So I'll pose the question another way. Would you consider not exercising evil?
No.
Okay, I think that's my separation of what morals is between what I think a moral would be and what you would think a moral.
It's not evil, but to me it is bad.
Well, I think evil implies like obligation to do it, and that I think that like what a lot of people would say is that it's a moral good, but it's not like you're not obligated to do it.
It reduces it reduces suffering to not put that extra strain on your body, to have an active lifestyle. It makes your life actively easier. It does all of these things.
Shaming me, man. Come on.
I can't.
I've only gained like 60 pounds from COVID. Come on.
Oh, same, dude. But like there's an obligation.
I'm reporting this.
There's an obligation to the people in the future. So I saw some people in chat who were like not understanding the people in the future part. The people in the future part is that it's kind of the reason that I'm a self-antinatalist. I can't have children ethically and also know that there are thousands of kids in the foster care system. I have to go into the foster care system. That's where my gifts lie. That's where I'm going to benefit the world. And there's not going to be a choice for me as to whether or not there will be children. But there is a choice that I can make that's going to say, I can reduce those children's suffering and I can give them a good home. I don't know. I was just kind of looping it back around to that.
But we need people to do that. We need that. We need people like
I think everybody should do it. And that's what I was meaning when I said we are more alike than we are different. What Toph was saying about the fucking, I forget exactly what you said, but we are more alike than we are different. And there is a lot of benefit to people finding a way to do essentially the same thing, which is benefit themselves, their elders, and their youth, but doing it in an individualized way. I don't agree with let everybody do whatever the hell they want, and as long as it doesn't affect me. I think everything affects me, and I affect everybody around me. So I'm going to make those good decisions, and I expect to be a good influence, but even if I'm not, I'm still going to do that. I think it is a moral obligation to at least in some way conform to your other humans.
Especially with like
I sound like a robot. Conform to your humans.
What you and Connor are talking about with like the future people, the only reason civilization exists at all is because people care about future generations and about building successively on the present to create a better future. That's how humanity has progressed.
But did they though?
Yes, and not only did they, we can actually read their writings. When we're talking about like Marcus Aurelius or the great emperors or the republics or common law or anything like that. Like actually, as a history nerd, one of the things that really frustrates me whenever I hear somebody who's giving opinions about the current era and they're not history buffs, where they're like, "Oh, my history is dog shit." I'm like, "Fuck you, shut up." And the reason why I say that is because like our common law doesn't just stretch back to England, it stretches back to Rome. Like English common law is based off of Roman common law. And Rome based like 90% of its society based off of the Greeks. And so like in there was actually like a history class that taught Roman and Greek history as a hybridized culture, where basically what happened was the Greeks had a lot of good ideas, but they were isolationists. They didn't want to spread their ideas, whereas except for Alexander the Great, of course, but then he fucked up his empire.
The Athenians.
But at the same time, the Romans were imperialists, and what they did very intentionally was basically adopt the vast majority of Greco-Roman culture or Greek culture, and they imposed it upon the broader world. And while those impositions were often violent, they literally crucified people, genocided entire peoples, basically attacked and destroyed the Germans and the Celts and like all that kind of shit. The vestiges of their culture were literally like the German barbarians destroyed Rome, and then they spent a millennia trying to replicate Rome. and they used that language while they were talking. They were like, we're going to try to, get like the aqueducts back and literacy back and this, that, the other back. And like the greats of that era were people who actually looked at Roman civilization as the heyday from which they had fallen and they wanted to get back to. So when I look at America, and the American structure is literally a hybridized governmental structure based off of an analysis of history, including the English, Roman, and Greek societies or whatever. That's something I want to preserve because I look at what they achieved and I'm just like, holy fuck, what could we achieve if we cared about these things? And when somebody walks up to me and they're like, our beliefs are completely arbitrary, I want to take civilization and shove it down their fucking throat. Because the truth is that these things are not arbitrary. They don't just have like material consequences, like you can be richer by being a Westerner. They literally have moral consequences on whether or not people are going to live or die. And so that level of ignorance actually like infuriates me on a level that I'm very appreciative of you guys allowing me to rant about for 3 fucking minutes.
But I got to push back. How many of the you still have your headphone on?
Yeah, I'm good.
How many of the common people actually, beyond one generation of their offspring, had that type of forethought of, hey, if my farm is this good this season, I'm going to kick it the next season. My first of 5 sons is going to be able to pick up the antler and be ready to go.
Well, Toptosh, aren't you a fan of Elite Theory?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's my question. It's like, I know the best people get propagated forward through history, and history is written by the winners, right? But it's like
also by the rulers,
or the rulers. But it's like, how many of the common people lived that way yearly, generationally, and like I don't.
Were religious memes shitloads?
Well, I think there's like 2 ways to answer this because like. In one sense, people were very concerned about the success of their offspring because they relied on their offspring to take care of them when they got older. So without like the modern welfare state and like modern pension systems, that was a huge thing that people relied on. So people were very
bloodlines
concerned.
died quite often due to war, and their fathers had to go to war and they died with like a little infant son that was around,
Well, we're still talking. Okay, number one, war was commonplace, but at the same time, most people died from shitting their pants, not actual combat. And then 2, we're also talking about like the percentages of people who died in war being like a fraction of the people who actually lived and died. We study war because that's the shit that most people wrote about for like historians are fucking war nerds. That's really what it is. But the truth is, a majority of history is actually just people living and dying and governing and living. And, as a matter of fact, one of the weirdest things is apparently people don't write about diseases. Like historians, like literally, they don't write, or except for the bubonic plague, most people didn't write about pandemics, and they also didn't write about natural events. Like most people didn't talk about Mount Vesuvius or whatever, like the Pompeii. They barely talked about fucking Pompeii because it was like, oh, volcano went off, a few people died, who gives a shit? And that was just like, that was the reaction to Pompeii.
Turk, there's like another way to answer this is that like lots of lineages did die off. But you know what lineages didn't die off? The lineages where people were very concerned about the health and well-being of their offspring, right? So like the most successful people that actually built legacies and actually built generational wealth, which led to like more and more production and the development of really everything we take for granted in the modern world, is based on people who are willing to create something and leave a legacy for people. So like it's true that some people didn't do that, but those people, like you said, died off.
So
I worry about that.
Yeah, so how do we reinvigorate that desire? How do we try to get more Counterpoints 2.0s and Tofts and True Malmas?
One, you raise your own kids, and they don't have to be genetic. So, for instance, if Johnny raises a bunch of adopted kids, those kids are probably still going to turn out based. So that's fine. Like, it doesn't have to be genetic. And then 2, I think that as this was literally my anxiety as Toftage was talking, was like, you divide your energy between raising your biological or immediate family and this, which is basically talking to, I got 136 people in chat. I'm normally talking to fucking 50 people. And some of these people are my age. They're in their 30s, but maybe they don't have the world experience I do. And some of these people are teenagers. and you also introduce them to based streamers like Toftosh over here. But the point being is like these lessons are hard learned. So I think that you can read the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita and have your own like individual impact, but I think it takes it to a next level where somebody says, I was fucked up. This is where I was going through something similar to you, and now I'm better because I incorporated this lesson into my life. And I think that teenagers in particular, they have to learn the hard way. But when they grow up and they're slamming their head into a brick wall and they're like, oh, fuck, like, why is my life so hard? They're going to remember a few of the lessons that they heard here, or they heard from their parents, or they heard from their uncles or their aunts, or Uncle Turk, or Aunt Toftage, or Aunt Johnny, or Aunt True Mama. Like, they'll remember those little stories. And then from those, they might yank on a thread. And from yanking on that thread, they might uncover their own worldview. And so I think being like pensive in public and also being willing to talk about like your weird nerdy experiences, I think that does help the younger generation to become better because they can be confident doing the same thing in the future.
Something cute. My best friend's kids call me Auntie Scarlet.
See?
I think that's fucking so cute, dude.
Yeah.
That means you did something right.
See? And
I mean, that's my sister, you know?
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to head out. So it's been lovely.
I was about to say, it is late as fuck. Can we do? Hungry. Is that going to be? Yeah, is that going to be everybody's cue? Because we can do this again. By the way, like I love everybody here, so we can always talk. Okay. All right. Awesome. Then I'm gonna go talk to chat and go to bed. I appreciate y'all. You have a beautiful night.
All right. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Nice night.
All right, y'all. Write your questions. It's fucking bedtime. Add counterpoints in the chat right now, or I'm gonna kick you right in the dick. Let's go. If you already asked your question and I didn't answer it, write it again because chat has moved so far that I can't see it anymore. Why? Because they don't take it away. God damn it. Was somebody asking why the government should pay for shit? It's because it's a communitarian good. We should optimize our social institutions in order to create the most amount of good for the most amount of people, and that includes education and raising healthy, happy, functional adults. So, enough of this ANCAP shit. Oh, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and post my Discord again, because we want to get some fucking rightoids in here. So, basically, all right, be forewarned, chat. Be forewarned. Our Discord is filled with leftoids because we debated leftoids for a really long time, including tonight. And so there's a bunch of leftoids who hate leftists in there, and they run the shop right now. So don't be rude or shitty or like intentionally misgender someone or be racist to somebody in an ironic way. Be chill. But if you want to come in and debate from a centrist or right-wing perspective, that would actually be appreciated because I think we literally have like probably 500 people in the server and half a dozen active conservatives and libertarians and centrists, and we probably have like 40 active leftists. So, you know, be ready for that. Nickelodeon, scrolling, checking chat, looking for my at. Liberal world order gets canceled, indeed, but we're going to make it great again. Slav Hammer 40k. Yeah, you should be able to squat. The future doesn't exist. There is only the present. Get fucked, that guy. The future is as real as you and me. There are currently 400,000 less abortions per year than there were in 2000. Cool. And it's a downward trend prior to the ruling. Good. Scrolling. I appreciate the 130 to 150 fucking people who showed up. Johnny is based because you backed me up the only time I was on Prime. Johnny forever has my support. So true. Uncritical support for Johnny Scarlett. At Taze, that's fine. She said she was utilitarian and her stances are not. That's all I'm saying. Toftosh is hot even though she's often wrong. So true. I love being friends with hot, wrong people. Or so they say at Counterpoints. Not sure what they're saying, but I appreciate you. Oh, that was true, Mama, so it's probably something in the conversation. I didn't know I was religious. Thanks for informing me. Congratulations, bud. Congratulations on your conversion. Scrolling. Goddamn, chat was fucking popping tonight. At Counterpoint, should should ask them to join Mask Off. Yeah, they probably would. I think Toftage would. I think Johnny might. I think Johnny and Tiberius are a little bit of friends. When do we start our revolution? The centrist revolution? Well, we need more than 6 people, probably. At Counterpoints, why do you losers only have 2 political parties? Because we have a bunch of caucuses. They're like sub-parties within the parties. At Counterpoints, so proud of you bringing up the euthanasia head pats. Thanks, buddy. Leftoid, reporting in. Thank you, buddy. At Counterpoints, would you be willing to have a streamer named Shady Harbor Little Fox on? They are a leftist trans streamer. Of course. I'll talk to anybody. Just have them DM me on Twitter. _Counterpoints_. I'll go ahead and put my @ in Twitter. And also, you can... The Discord link resets after 24 hours. So, be ready for that. There's my @ At Counterpoints, what order should I paint my Sister Hospitalier? I was thinking Argent Shroud, but I suck at working with silver. Yeah, I mean, I found black to be pretty forgiving, so I was probably going to do Black Sisters, but I also really like the red ones as well. I forget what sister or what order they're from, but they look fucking dope. As a matter of fact, now that I'm talking about it, all of my shit's probably going to be black. Like I have black... Deathwatch, I'm going to have majority black and gray Inquisitorial Imperial Guard. So maybe I'll do Red Sisters of Battle when I finally get to that army. Cool. So I get to slam them around. Got it? Yeah, Cullivar, come on in. I'm sure you'll trigger the fuck out of some people. I'm Khan on Discord. Base, come on in. We have both been anecdotal. At Counterpoint, so don't be me on Twitter, Rollful. Exactly. Where does Discord link? If I didn't post it, I'll post it again. And then also, any donos for tonight are going to Danabo. I think we had 250 in the beginning. I think somebody might have donated another 20, so we're up to 270. Then we did encourage Dylan Burns to donate, so he's going to do that on his own, but that's like 470. And then it sounds like we got some... sounds like we have some donos rolling in, so that's good. And thank you to the 130 people who are still hanging out with us, even though we're just talking to chat. At Counterpoints, why are you mostly wrong? I don't think I am. I think I'm mostly right with temporary posts of boomer cringe. At Counterpoints, if you have time and want an economic look at the Ukraine war, check out Perun and Aussie Breakdown. That is great. Awesome. Thank you. I'm an imperial centrist. That needs to be yes. Thank you. I was looking for those words. I was looking for like militant moderate or I don't know, something powerful centrist. So imperial centrist is fucking based. I think we're doing that. I hear you are Gnostic when it comes to religion. I am. I do believe that there is a fundamental creator of the universe, and I do believe that there is a ordered universe, and we can observe those rules and live better lives as a result. And I think that religion and hallucinogens are important to that. Where Discord link? It should be in there, bud. I just posted it. I'll post it again. At Counterpoints, why am I, as a married man, required to support an embryo that my wife and I attempted to not have, that we had a birth control failure? We know we could not responsibly support a child and did everything we could to not have a conception, but we did, and you're saying I'm not allowed to have relations with my wife because that's the right response, then don't have sex? I said you can have an abortion up to 20 weeks, but I'm not going to lie. I've been doing the rhythm method for like a really long time, so maybe you just need to be better at pulling out. I don't know. At Counterpoints, why are you giving leftists your Discord lol free helicopter rides? Dude, we only have leftists in the Discord. There's actually probably a decent chunk of rightoids in here that we could benefit from having either centrists or rightoids in. At Counterpoints, what are the most appropriate bedtime for humans with respect to evolution? Probably 10 p.m., but I actually think that it's like nighttime, right? Or like an hour after nighttime, so it'd probably be like 8 to 9 p.m. 8 to 9 p.m. I almost said EST. Like an hour after dusk, I think would probably be reasonable. But that being said, I think that some of us were evolved as night watchmen. So... At Counterpoints, what do you think of Vosh's rhetoric on Republicans? I have to go watch his shit on the banning of the Republican Party because I have a feeling I'm going to viscerally disagree with that. At Counterpoints, the future is centrist, and in the future we shall breed, for we need conscripts. The Empire needs soldiers. Indeed. Indeed, sir. Thanks for not being transphobic, at least. I'm not. You saw me. My best friends are trans online. At Counterpoints, we'll have to talk to you about use of evolutionary psychology. It's a very contentious school of psychological thought, especially as it's been used by eugenicists to justify awful stuff. Okay. Still think it's based. At Counterpoints, something I had said earlier is that the conservative view always comes with the idea that things can get so much worse when things are bad in comparison to the progressive view. Yes, actually. Unironically, huge, massive agree. Got a movie recommendation? Yeah, sure. Go watch the movie breakdowns for, what is it? We got End of Watch, we got Full Metal Jacket. We did release Way of the Gun, but it didn't do well, so we unlisted it, and we're probably posting it someplace else. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we're just going to post all our shit, all our low metric shit to the Coliseum. I don't know. We'll see. Do you think that the idea of sanctity of life can come out of a secular lens? I sure do. I think you can appeal to abiogenesis and the rarity of life itself and say that it's so special that it should be protected, and any level of conscious and sentient life should be protected. I think you can say that for sure. So king for a day, all abortions based past 18 weeks, second trimester. Yeah, at Counterpoint. So if I was king for a day, all abortions past 18 weeks would be banned with the exception of health of the mother, maybe rape and incest, and horrific fetal abnormality that's just going to lead to suffering. Yeah. That guy, thank you for the $10, even though I was talking shit, and that will be going to... So we got like 15... 20, 52. So we got 275 going to 275 going to Danabo. So thank you. I appreciate it. The fuck is a centrist revolution? It's the centroids fucking coming in and kicking the rightoids and the leftoids in the dick. That's what it is. What 40k armies do you have? Also, do you play Age of Sigmar? I do not play Age of Sigmar. Any Floridians should come into the Discord and hit me up. We're probably going to try to get a local game group going. I'm in Orlando Metro. So if you're in Orlando Metro, definitely hit me up on Twitter. Definitely hit me up on Discord, and we'll get some games going. So I have Deathwatch. I have 3,000 points of Deathwatch, 99% painted. I'm waiting on 2 Dreadnoughts, one from Libra Demonica and one from Mastermind Paint Studios. And they're on the way, and they basically offered to help me out with them, so they're going to send those. And then I'm going to buy an Victor warsuit. I'm going to kit bash it with a cockpit and make it Alpha Legion Loyalist, even though it's even though that's heretical to say. I'm still going to do it. At Counterpoints, yes, that's what I said. At Counterpoints, are you aware of how much you resemble comedian John Doerr? I'm not, but I'll Google him afterwards. Hearshot says, at Counterpoints, I'm drunk and sleepy. Good night, bud. Thanks for swinging by, buddy. I appreciate you. At Counterpoints, why am I, as a married man, required to support an embryo that my wife and I attempted to not have when we had a birth control failure? I already answered your shit. We knew we could not responsibly support a child and did everything we could to have a conception, but we did. Okay. I already told you, under 20 weeks, I think you're a fucking asshole and you need to work on your pullout game. At Counterpoints, are you saying I'm not allowed to have relations with my wife because the rights... Did I scroll up? What the fuck happened? I literally just answered your shit. Corpus Blight. No, these are new comments. You just asked the same question twice, which is fine. At Counterpoints, you've changed my view on religion so much, dude. Every time I watch you, I feel like I'm learning something new and insightful. Thanks, buddy. You are part of who I am talking about when I say old dumb fucks like me can have impacts on younger people. At Counterpoints, new channel idea. Do weekly religious inquisitor sermons, take Christian sermons, change the words around, and blammo. What do you think? I mean, I think it's based. I don't think it's going to do well. As a Gnostic into a specific religion, how can you honestly approach arguments in good faith? I don't know what you mean by that, but I believe in a creator God, and I believe that religion is our attempts to understand that God. I don't think that they're dogmatically true. Counterpoints. Look at the Messamen YouTube for an in-depth look at very anti-white nationalists, look at racial genetics of large populations of the world. Help me learn about interest groups. Okay, interesting. I'm a centrist, based. Come on into the Discord, Lucifer, the Doberman in particular. We need more centrists. Why do I have to pull out of my wife when she's on birth control? Because you just had a pregnancy, you dumb fuck. God damn. Dude, you're already banging without a condom. You have to be able to get cream pies, and then if you get a cream pie, you have to kill the fucking kid? Okay. You do it, but I still think you're a fucking asshole. ChromeVod, I'm a night owl. Definitely I'm on night watch. Don't wake me up at 6 a.m. Exactly, me too. I'm a moderate, neither left nor right. Will take positions on either side depending on if I think they're right. Yeah, come on in, buddy. I want you on the Discord for sure. Alexander the Great Sword. Don't know what that's in reference to. Imperial Centrist for the Empire Man. So true. Imperial Centrist. We need to make t-shirts. Where the Gun React was really solid. Thank you, buddy. You're one of 500 people who enjoyed it. At Counterpoints, have you seen the Northlander? No, but I'm saving it up for sure. Like, it looks really fucking good. Would you mind giving advice to a person starting up a political gaming STEM stream? Yeah, just DM me. DM me. Meme Marines. So true. At Counterpoints, surprised you didn't mention the possibility of positive trans outcomes for them. That was the Destiny meme. You have a MTG channel? I don't know what MTG. I don't have a Marjorie Taylor Greene channel. I do have a backup channel for debates. Because the debates don't do as algorithmically well as the essays and the Warhammer stuff. So we created a second channel so we can unlist all the debates that are even remotely popular, and even the ones that are unpopular, and put them in a single place. So if you're into debate content, you can get it. I got Counterpoints. You're okay with 20 plus weeks, then why is it okay for our states to basically trap women by restricting abortion locations to make women fail past 20-week point? Be real, that's what they do. I didn't say it was okay. Do you have any clips of me saying it's okay? I'm pretty sure you don't. Why do we centrists, the kingmakers, according to Sitch, need to come in and set things straight? Don't we have enough power? Not yet. Can't get trans girls preggers at all. So true, King. Does it cost a lot to get them painted? Yes, it does. It is very expensive. You should paint them yourself, and I'll probably do painting tutorials eventually. At Counterpoints, Alpha Legion is loyalist, I believe. Yeah, that's what they want you to think. Counterpoints, the left and right is a lie. The Imperial Centrist Revolution has begun. So true, King. Ragnarok, please come up with Imperial Centrist propaganda. At Taysgrove, I tossed a pic of me, new EDH commander in Discord. Based. At Counterpoints, what's your ideal Republican look like in 10 years? Me. That's what it looks like. Looks like me. At Counterpoints, Centrist Revolution literally over my dead body. Fair. How many babies you got versus amount of firehouses? Interesting comment. At Counterpoint, so then I can't have relations with my wife on birth control? You can fuck her all the time, just pull out, you fucking pussy. God, your fucking pull-out game has to be so weak for you to still be commenting that shit. At Counterpoints, like, dude, get close, pull out. Jesus Christ. This is for the Sisters person. If you could read this, I paint Sisters as Argent Shroud. It's not too bad with Lead Belcher and Grey Knight Steel paints. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Lead Belcher is very forgiving, and Lead Belcher with Nuln Oil looks really good. Just go a little light with the Nuln Oil. I have a tendency to go really heavy with it. Counterpoints. MTG is Magic the Gathering. Lol. No, I don't have a Magic the Gathering thing. We do 40K here. Although 40K is launching a Magic the Gathering line. So maybe we'll do that eventually. I don't know how fucking dorky I want to do. For the greater good. Blood for the Blood God. Why can't he just wear a condom if he wants to blow his load inside? Because condoms suck. At Counterpoints, favorite pizza place. Mellow Mushroom. It is phenomenal. Go to Mellow Mushroom and get one of the specialty pizzas. Get like a Funky Q barbecue chicken bacon cheddar cheese pizza, or get a red hot, it's like a red potato which has like ranch, creamy ranch with chives and onion and potato slices in it. Oh, it's spicy ranch, that's what it was. Or get the Mediterranean, I want to say. No, not the Mediterranean. Get the Maui Wowie. It's got pineapple, chicken, pesto for a base, banana peppers, and you can add jalapenos, and it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. At Counterpoints, miniature war games are superior to card games. So true, King. At Counterpoints, you going to be on Mask Off on Sunday and good night? Yes, good night, King, and I will be on Mask Off on Sunday, I believe. If it's July the 3rd. If it's July the 4th, I'm going to take it off. If it's the 3rd, I'll probably be there. I left the Discord because I suck at debate / articulating my beliefs, and I got Rolfle Stomp. Bad for my soul. Well, Fluff, come back in with a bunch of conservatives. Why did you say condoms aren't 80% effective? I don't know, because aren't they like 95% effective? Why can't people who are too weak to pull out just do anal? Seriously, there you go. Beefcake or whatever the fuck your name is. Can you just do anal with your wife? Holy shit. Centrists are ruining the legacy of real pizza. Oh, eat a dick. At Counterpoints, what's your most favorite? Wait, hold on. Let's see Beefcake. Could you tell me more about what you demand of your incubators? Just do anal, you fucking pussy. Jesus Christ. At Counterpoints, what's your most favorite and least favorite Chaos God and why? My most favorite is probably Zinch because he's the most morally neutral and he seems to be the one who actually has a plan. My least favorite and kind of my my least favorite is Slanesh. Okay, so basically like being addicted to rage, I'm probably a court berserker. So, number one. Even though I don't want to be, I am. Then there's what is it? Nurgle removes all your pain and makes you immortal, just makes you disgusting. So, it's gross, but you're immortal and you don't feel any pain. Then Slanesh sounds awesome at first, but then you always have to triple down on your high. So if you start by I don't know, doing meth, then you got to OD on meth, then you got to add ecstasy, then you got to add acid, and it always escalates. There's no de-escalation with Slanesh. You always got to do more and more hardcore shit. So that's why I don't like Slanesh. She's a beautiful temptress. They are a beautiful temptress, but they will ruin your life, just like heroin in real life. Presuppositional beefcake. Yeah, beefcake. Just do anal, you weak sauce. Seriously, just do anal or up your pullout game. Holy shit. I'm in the Discord, but too much of a boomer to figure it out. Yeah, just click on one of the text chat channels and just start typing or whatever, or say hey, I'm a boomer. Can somebody walk me through this? Yep. You don't need a woman for anal. Yeah, that's why we said trans gals are going to do well in the new world. At Counterpoints, my wife and I took the protections to not have a conception, saying now I have to pull out as well is just silly. It's a weak response. Sorry, man. No, you're weak. I want to beef. I want you to feel this from in the bottom of your soul. If your pullout game is that fucking weak, stop having sex. Go get a vasectomy. Seriously. Holy shit. At Counterpoints, I'm surprised no one brought up during the eugenics portion of the debate that Planned Parenthood was started. But yeah. I didn't want to go too hard. Because that was targeted at a righty. Eat a dick pretty much was the correct reply to my real pizza jibe. Just wasn't expecting it. Lol. Don't forget pre-cum. That got me. Yep. Yes, but pre-cum didn't get you. You just you wish pre-cum got you. Yes, but you also have to make it appealing to people who don't have the same presuppositions. Okay, interesting. Adam Freded would start a Slanesh cult if he knew. True. Well, there is the part of the Slaneshi part where there's a place in her domain where you unironically just leave him in peace. It's the last trap before her inner domain. Ooh, that's terrifying. At Counterpoint, it's my wife. Why should I pull out? Holy hell, man. Okay, seriously, beef. Get a vasectomy. You can blow as many fucking loads as you want. And you don't have to worry about pregnancy. Do anal because then you don't have to worry about pregnancy. Or pull out because, let's face it, your pullout game is weak as fuck. Seriously. No fucking way. Maybe because you shouldn't have to rip a living creature to pieces with fucking spatulas, you fucking sociopath. As a matter of fact, I'm going to mute you. Fucking... Yeah, there you go. Stop talking to me about how you come in your wife's pussy. It's fucking weird. Chill the fuck out. Favorite fast food toasters for all the Mechanicus. All right, beautiful. All right. I appreciate y'all. There's still 120 of you in chat. I'm going to post the Discord one more time. If you are a leftoid, you can come in, but I don't, we already got enough leftoids. If you're a rightoid or a centrist or anything, go ahead and come on in because it would be great to have more people who can challenge the leftoids that are in the Discord. And then I do appreciate you coming out for the Hippy Dippy. It was super fun. I do appreciate y'all coming to hang out with Taftaj and everybody else, Johnny and Turk and I and God damn it, I forget her fucking name, but she was fucking based. So sorry that I forgot your name, but you're fucking based. Was it I don't even want to guess. I don't want to be a dick. But we had fun. We had a great fucking time. So enjoy talking shit to each other for another 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'm going to end the stream. I appreciate y'all. Have a beautiful evening. Go to patreon.com/counterpoints. Fuck. Got 120 people here. If you like what we do, patreon.com/counterpoints. Become a monthly member. Give me $2 a month so we can go full-time eventually. All right. Love you guys.